It's great to welcome all of you to another tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the Aimchess Rapid, and 16 players are ready to fight for a victory in the final regular event this season on the tour. So get ready for some interesting chess. Welcome, everyone.
This move I have never seen before.
It's now or never for Giri. We've got to call that Prag style.
They're playing like stockfish.
He's gone for it.
White hanging on, and he's dropped a bishop.
Dropped his bishop.
Hansen mistake.
This is so difficult.
Whoa!
Oh. No way!
Magnus has logged off. What has happened?
Magnus has resigned.
Magnus Carlsen. He is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. We definitely had a lot of drama in the previous tournament on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Maybe we're not hoping for as much drama in this one, but we are hoping for some intense fights on the chessboard. And as always, to guide you through all the moves in the tournament, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Jovanka Houska, and also International Master Lawrence Trent, now also soon to be a professional chess boxer. How cool is that, Lawrence?
It would be cool if I don't get knocked out. Yeah, then it's not so cool. But I've been working hard, looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah, no physical fights definitely in this tournament. The players are sitting in their homes, far away from each other. But on the chessboard, what do you expect in the tournament?
Well, what I love about this tournament, especially this particular leg, is the introduction of some new players. So, for example, Naroditsky, who I don't think has played before. Or did he play
last season, right?
Last season he played, right? This season he hasn't played yet. Big fan of him, his streams. I've commentated with him. He's a fantastic commentator, very entertaining player. We've got some younger guys in there. For example, the young Aditya, who I don't know at all very well, I have to say, but lovely to see him. Abdusattorov, after his brilliant performance at the Olympiad. You've got Vincent, Keymer. What a wonderful mix of players. And then you've got your staple guys. So it's going to be a lovely clash of styles and players.
Absolutely, very cool lineup. And tournament number 8 this season, second to last. Can you believe it, Jovanka? The season is coming to an end.
I know. I mean, it's gone so quickly, I have to say. And I have to echo Lawrence's words. You know, it's just been an absolute blast. The chess players, you know, this season especially, we've been spoiled by what they've done over the chessboard. They just entertain us with all the drama, all the fireworks. Loved it.
Loved it. And this is tournament number 8 out of 9 in the 2022 season. The Meltwater Champions Chess Tour is all about deciding the best online rapid player in the world. And the final event will take place in November. It's going to be a major with 8 players, and some of them will be playing from San Francisco. And in this tournament, it is all about getting a spot in that final major. These are the tour standings, and the 2 players making it to the final in the previous tournament and in this tournament, they are guaranteed spots in that final major. So Magnus Carlsen and Erigaisi, they played in the final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup and are qualified. In addition, the top 2 players on the tour standings after this tournament will be invited. Now, Magnus, remember, is already qualified from playing a final, so Prag in second and Duda in third right now are ready for the tour final. And actually, Prag, he is not playing in this event, but Anish Giri is the only one who can go past him and Duda on the tour standings. And that is only if Anish wins this tournament. And remember, if he wins, then he will be qualified for making it to the final. So that means both Prag and Duda are already safe to qualify for that final major. So in this tournament, for all the other players, it's about making it to the final. And David, who do you hold as a favorite to make it to that final and get those 2 spots?
It's hard to say because actually the favourites for the tournament, they're already qualified.
Yeah.
And when the stakes are high, normally it's those more experienced warriors who tend to shine. I'm going to go for a younger player. I'm going to go for the likes of Abdusattorov or Vincent Keymer, just because I think it's their moment. It's been a breakthrough year for so many young players, and yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on those guys.
Definitely, and they will have to make it to the final. They have not played a lot of events. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Aimchess Rapid. These are the 16 players, and what an interesting interesting mix of players. Some top guns with Magnus Carlsen and Giri, and we have 5 teenagers. Vincent, Keymer, who made it to the semi-finals in the previous event. And for the first time, we have Gukesh this season, that's super prodigy, as well as Abdusattorov. We have in total 5 Indians, and only Daniel Naroditsky and Eric Hansen sitting in the US. And Eric Hansen, he is a superstar chess streamer. We are excited to have him back on the tour. He did play in the first event this season and made a shocking performance both to himself and to world champion Magnus Carlsen.
There's now an attack against the white queen. How will Eric deal with this? Okay, the queen just drops back 1 square.
Now the queen gonna be outplayed by 94, I believe.
Yeah, very surprising move from both sides there. That white pawn, once it falls, the game will be a draw.
Look at Eric Hansen. He is super disappointed. He was about to win this game against, world number 3 now, Ding Liren.
I thought I was going to have a very bad day because in the first round I had such a winning position against Ding, and I don't know how I managed to find a way not to win that, but usually I don't recover very well after I lose a winning position. So can't complain about the play, not at all, but it's been a surprise. That's all I can say. I kind of had no expectations coming in.
What's happening? Wow, what has just happened there? Magnus played bishop takes pawn.
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated. Magnus just lost a piece for free. And has he given up?
He has given up.
Wow.
He has resigned.
That you will never see that from a world champion. Magnus just took a pawn, but now black will play bishop takes bishop, and black will be a piece up for free.
It was a very easy position to play. I think just Magnus made a couple. I mean, he's obviously not in his best shape right now, and he just made a couple lazy moves in the opening with white, and it got bad real fast. And but I was pretty happy with the position I had, and that's the first time I've beaten him in a serious tournament.
Wow, what's that mean to you?
It's awesome. I definitely didn't expect it.
I have to say I'm quite impressed with how Eric is handling this stage, because he knows he's lost the momentum, but still he's posing threats.
Look at Eric. He's got the opportunity. If he brings his rook back where it came from to the E1 square, it's a draw. That's the 3rd time we've seen the position. If he doesn't, that will involve some risk. And Eric looking off to the side, Esipenko still full of adrenaline.
Yeah, look at him.
It's a draw, though. Eric does bail out. What? Oh, there's so many twists and turns in that game, but it is a draw.
Big, big, big congratulations, Eric.
Thank you. I'm not sure I would say I'm ready for the quarterfinals, but I'm happy to be there.
Well, he has to take the decision quickly.
Okay, he's done another prey move.
Okay, he hit the black rook, but the black rook just moved.
Oh, no, is that a blunder?
Right now, white has lost control.
Yep.
Black's central pawn can just push forward. Black can just swing the rook across. This one, I would just push the central pawn forward as black now. White's queen is not doing great. This one is strong as well.
This is good.
Yeah, and probably Esipenko's going to find it in the next move, because I think...
Yes.
There's also
Eric
a rook
is...
check. Once the white queen moves out the way, black's rook is going to come down with a check.
Bang.
It's going to be checkmate. White's king 2 open.
The quarterfinals are over. Andrei Esipenko makes it through to the semi-finals. What a performance it's been in the tournament by Eric Hansen, but it stops here in the quarterfinals. He is knocked out by Esipenko. But now he's back. Eric Hansen in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And isn't that, David, part of the magic of the tour? That Eric, an underdog, one of the lowest rated players in the whole tour, beating Magnus Carlsen, making it to the quarterfinals.
Exactly. There's always surprises. Every tournament we've commentated on, sometimes it's a teenager beating a more experienced player, beating Magnus. For Eric, I think that was one of the highlights of his career so far, that event. He just played fantastically well, and it was a bit of a breakthrough because he hadn't been playing so much before that. But yeah, it's good to see him back. It's good to see everyone, all these players being given a chance.
Yeah, definitely. And Eric Hansen, he played so well in the first 2 events. He even made it to the first major, the Oslo Esports Cup, where he played here in Oslo. He struggled a lot. He only won 1 match, we remember, Jovanka. But he raised a very important issue during that tournament about mental health and struggling to cope with his bad results.
Yeah, he did. We saw a very dejected Eric towards the end. You know, you could see him struggling. And it does kind of raise the issue, as you say, you know, of chess, not only is it a game, but it's also a very, very tough sport.
Yeah.
It's a cruel mistress. And there we can see Eric just walking away in just despair.
Yeah.
And you do feel very sorry for him. But this is the power of chess and the beauty of it, I guess. It sucks you back in.
Definitely.
I've been losing a lot of games this year. But still, you offer me a chess tournament, I'm there.
Yeah.
I want to play.
Yeah. And Eric, he recently turned 30 years old. He is focusing a lot on his streaming career as well. But Lawrence, what do you see for his future as a chess player with online chess just becoming a much more focused? The biggest prize money is in online chess. Do you see a good future for Eric?
Well, I mean, Eric is he's an interesting player. I think he's a bit underrated, actually, and I think if he got a bit more stability, he would actually do quite well. He's doing a lot of things. He's juggling a lot of balls. He's got his streaming career. He's playing. He's got some other things he's doing as well. So it's difficult to juggle everything and become a superstar. But no doubt about it, he's a fantastically strong player. Great understanding. And we'll see. He's still young.
Yeah.
30 years old.
30 is nothing.
Plenty of time left.
Yeah. He is the second lowest ranked player in this tournament, number 171 in the world. So can he once again make some magic and make it to the quarterfinals? We're going to start out with 4 days of preliminaries, 16 players in a round robin, all play all. Top 8 make it through to the quarterfinal matches, and eventually a 2-day final to decide the winner. But first of all, preliminaries, and round 1 is coming up in 4 minutes. Let's take a look at the games coming up in the very first round. Duda against Giri, 2 of the top players. The always entertaining Mamedyarov starts off against Magnus Carlsen, now with a tour rating above 2,900. 1 out of 5 teenagers in the tournament, Vincent Keymer against the Swede, Grandelius, and another teenager making his debut in the tour, international master Mittal, only 16. He is against the super prodigy Abdusattorov, and Gukesh is another super prodigy, starts out against David Anton. All-Indian battle between Erigaisi and Vidit, but in the first round we will follow the 2 streamers, Eric Hansen from Canada against Daniel Naroditsky from the US. And there will be a total of 4 rounds of chess today. We will follow a lot of exciting players, a lot of exciting chess. And coming up after the first game, we're going to dig deeper into chess boxing. I bet not all of you know what this sport actually is. So we're going to take a look and actually bring you along to a chess boxing event. And coming up later today as well, we're going to do an Aimchess analysis. So we're giving the viewers at home, you guys, a chance to get your online performance analyzed by our very own Grandmaster David Howell. And what can the viewers do, Jovanka, to get their games analyzed?
Well, they can first of all send us their handles and send us the name of your chess account. It doesn't actually have to be a Chess24 account. It can also be other online platforms.
Yep.
And as always, you can tweet us your handles using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
It's going to be cool. So David will give you some tips on what you can do to improve, and also explain us why you need David's expert help, and we will choose one of you to get that analysis. All right, but coming up in only 2 minutes, round 1 in the Aimchess Rapid, we're going to follow Eric Hansen against Daniel Naroditsky. Naroditsky, he is the only American in this tournament because there is something very prestigious going on in St. Louis right now. The U.S. Championship with most of the other top American players. Daniel Naroditsky, he is not there. He decided to play in the Aimchess Rapid instead. But players like Caruana, Aronian, Wesley So, and also Hans Niemann is playing in St. Louis right now. Niemann, as you all know, has been in the center of the limelight because of cheating allegations. And after 8 out of 13 rounds, how is Hans doing in the US Championship?
Hans started very well in the US Championship, but he's faded in the last few days. He lost a couple of games in a row. He stopped the bleeding yesterday with a draw against Aronian. But yeah, it feels like he's struggling, understandably, because there's been so much going on, and maybe not playing at the same level as earlier this year. But still a long way to go in that championship, many more rounds. And Caruana's in the lead, but plenty of players could still catch him.
Yeah, we will keep an eye on the US Championship as well. But now Naroditsky against Hansen. And we do have some very interesting Aimchess head-to-head stats. Do we have time to check those out before Erik Hansen starts out with the white pieces against the American Naroditsky? Look at this. And I want to bring one stat to your attention. It's the ACPL, which means average centipawn loss, something that has been focused on a lot lately because it means average centipawn loss. It has to do with cheating, basically.
Yes, so essentially the higher your number, the less accurate your moves are compared to the top engine suggestion. So for example, Eric, 43 average centipawn loss, that's okay. It means on average he loses roughly 0.43 per move compared to the top computer suggestion. But Naroditsky, that's very high, 86, showing he's not necessarily the most accurate player. Maybe he's just focusing more on practical aspects. And of course, it's tough in rapid chess, especially when the clocks are low. Sometimes you just play moves to scare your opponent, to randomize things, and that doesn't necessarily affect the game. So it's interesting to keep an eye on those stats. The lower the number, the better. But either way, we're off.
Here we go. Aimchess Rapid has started.
Yeah, and it's the Spanish, the Roy Lopez opening. Not a surprise, Lawrence, Jovanka?
No, I mean, we see this opening so many times. I mean, it seems to be the mainstay of the top players, but this particular pawn move isn't so popular on this level. I have to say it's very, very popular in players around my strength. So you often see it in women's tournaments. I mean, a lot of my colleagues play this line.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're just getting ready to fianchetto the black bishop. And we saw Eric kind of stare up at the sky, being like, what do I do here? Of course, he's seen this move before, but he won't have studied it recently, most likely. And Naroditsky is quite famous for his blitz chess, his bullet chess. He just wants to survive the opening, usually, and normally his strengths lie in the middle game and endgame. So will Eric go really direct? White, here we go. White can push a pawn in the center, exploding things open. This is the direct way because often there are exchanges immediately. Now White's bishop can come out. White can simply recapture the pawn in the center. Okay, he attacks the black queen. If you'd wanted to play more slowly, Eric, he would have just castled the white king, maybe slowly stepped forward in the center. But now, after a trade of bishops, usually, there we go, another exchange, and White has regained the pawn. Still very theoretical position. This has all been seen many times before, and this is the first real choice for White. Either White can castle queenside. This is one of the most popular moves. But that would allow Black to capture the white knight, or you step back with the white knight and maintain a good pawn structure.
Yeah, you're right, David. Many, many games in the database. And I'm guessing now that the choice for White is still very much there. You know, White can actually step back the queen if she's attacked, and still there is the option of perhaps castling the king to the right or to the left if you can get very ambitious.
So in terms of chess style, who do you think this position will favour?
I think I'll favour Eric. I've actually had this position with Black a few times. I've done very poorly from this position. Yeah, c5 is standard, queen e3. This has been played many, many times. White has effectively got a pawn majority on the centre and then on the king's side. White tends to follow up with f3 here and probably will castle on the queen side as well. But Black is very solid. So it's I'm slightly surprised by this opening by Daniel because he's got a swashbuckling style, really. He's a very talented tactician.
And with two kings on the queen side, probably then, will we have one of those very entertaining starts to the tournament?
Normally, Kaja, when the kings are actually on other sides of the board, on opposite sides of the board. When the kings are on opposite sides, then you can start throwing your pawns down the board because your king isn't exposed. You know, something like this exactly. So if the white king goes to the right side, to the king side, you can start throwing those queen side pawns down the board to open up lines. So I'm very curious to see where Eric actually decides.
Could we still see him castle to the king side?
Both options, like if this bishop goes back to e6, both options are very legitimate here, actually.
And the most ambitious, because Daniel's king is on the queen side, would be king side.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair assessment.
But ambitious, but also a bit risky, right? Just,
yes.
Because now Black, if you do castle this side, Black does have a ready-made plan later on.
Yes.
Pushing this pawn forward and trying to go for the white king.
Could even do it straight away, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's very ambitious, but it's not completely. It's not completely.
And
Yeah,
there you go. The kings are moved to the same side. My vibe is that perhaps Eric is going to look for getting an advantage in the later stages of the game, and I'm just basing it on my knowledge of the pawn structure. Because if you take a look at the pawn structure, especially in the middle on the right side, you'll see that white has an extra pawn. And black has what Beth Harmon hated, those double pawns. And those pawns are no good. You know, they're kind of almost worth one. They control squares, but that's about it. So it's all going to be about white using that extra pawn.
They do control squares around the king, though.
Yeah.
Are they good for protection right now?
Yes, they're good defenders, but, you know, they're not good for creating passed pawns, which in the end game, in the later stages of the game, you need your pawns to mobilise forward.
Yeah, so if you can imagine all of the pieces disappearing, apart from the kings and pawns, then black's 4 here will never really beat white's 3, because you can't create a passed pawn, but white's 4 on this side, they can definitely beat black's 3, because they are connected. So white would easily, if the pieces come off the board, just be able to start pushing everything forward, and white would be winning. But, of course, a long, long way to go before that happens. Naroditsky won't trade off all of the pieces. He'll leave at least a few things on the board. And, like you say, Kaja, black's king is pretty safe in the meantime. OK, he just shores up his queenside. He just makes sure all these pawns protect each other. And, yeah, it's going to be a manoeuvring game for the time being. Eric now getting ready to try and trade off all the rooks.
Both these players are just over 2,600 on the ratings in classical chess. Are they very equally good, both in streaming and in chess?
They're both super grandmaster level at streaming, that's for sure.
Yeah. Who's your favourite streamer among these two?
I like Danya because he does fantastic impressions of top players. If you've seen that.
He did some on our show last year, actually.
Yeah.
I think he did Kasparov.
He can do Kasparov, Nepomniachtchi, Kramnik. He tried to do you, David, but it was. I pulled him up. I said, Daniel, listen, you got to work on the English accent a little bit.
I haven't heard that one.
I have to say, if we had him on for an interview, I'm dying to hear that one.
I agree.
Especially if he's been refining it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously, Eric is the streaming partner with your opponent in the chess boxing fight on Hambleton.
Yeah, the chess bras. Eric
Are they
and
talking
Amma.
about the chess boxing?
Oh,
on the
yeah,
chess
all
bra?
the time. Yeah. You know, Eric is, I imagine he's Aman's shoulder to cry on, his moral support. I don't know, but I know they're excited. I think we'll talk about that later, but no, they're both fantastic streamers and fantastic grandmasters. First they are grandmasters and then they are streamers. That's important to say.
And a set of rooks have left the board. I love Lawrence's trash talking. That is how a Brit does it.
And it's very uncommon in chess, right? The trash talking. But chess boxing, very common.
Yeah. Well, you know, in the boxing world, you know, trash talking
I
is
like
just
that we brought that.
the best element ever.
Yeah.
But I don't see why it can't be an element in chess boxing.
Yeah, I think in chess boxing it's perfectly acceptable and should be encouraged. In chess in general, we never really had the rivalries. If I think of the rivalries of the past, it hasn't been trash talk. It's been a lot more subtle.
Yeah.
Korchnoi was trash talking.
That's true. Korchnoi did.
I remember he came up with some classic lines against
That's true.
Karpov. My opponent's name means fish. So he plays like a fish. I think he might even said cold fish. I think I've even...
It's carp, carp.
Off carp, yeah.
But, I mean, there were some instances, Kasparov in short, he was saying, his name is short, and it will be short, as in he'll win them quickly. There's some instances, I guess, as well, in the US, there are lots of kind of chess in parks, you know, with the hustlers, and they trash talk big time. So there is some precedent, but you're taking it to new levels, Lawrence.
Well, I mean, you know, the pure form of chess, it's a regal game, it's a gentlemanly game.
Yeah.
So I think toning down the trash talk in chess is actually quite fine. But when it comes to boxing, no holds barred, basically.
Yeah.
Let's just...
I mean, you kind of need it, right, to be motivated to punch someone in the face.
Yeah, yes. Also, trying to sell a lot of tickets, is, you know, because that's normally part of the boxing formula.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But this game is very quiet. We've got off to a very quiet start here.
Yeah,
it's boring.
They haven't got the pitchforks out now. This is all a bit of tap dancing at the moment.
And Daniel seems a little nervous even, hiding in his shirt.
Well, the thing is, though, you know, it is a very quiet position, but Daniel does have to tread accurately because the long game is brewing. You know, it's that advantage that we talked about, you know, it's building. And the more pieces that get traded off, the more things that Daniel doesn't do, then the more pressing this extra pawn in the middle will be. So I think he will be feeling nervous. You know, that's the thing with chess. You know, it's not just, you know, swords drawn and swords meet in the middle of the board. You know, sometimes you have the long game and you have all this nervous tension. And, yeah, he doesn't look comfortable. Meanwhile, Eric just looks like he's in Yoda mode. You know, it's totally zen.
Yeah, we should mention that Naroditsky doesn't play maybe as much over the board compared to Eric nowadays. Eric played, for example, the Olympiad. He played the European Club Cup just last week, so he's kind of in the zone. He's played himself into decent form, but Naroditsky mainly streams, mainly commentates nowadays. So maybe just the 5 minutes that he spent up to this point, that's just kind of getting back in the mindset of kind of playing a slow, strategic game. Most of his chess games online are blitz and bullet games, and he's one of the fastest out there, one of the fastest hands in the West with the mouse. So even if he gets in time trouble, Naroditsky will still be very, very good. But yeah, a bit strange to see him think. Also, to me, it's a bit strange that Eric kept the rooks on the board, because we thought, with this last move, sidestepping a trade, because we thought swapping off pieces would favour white long term.
Because of those double black pawns.
Yeah, interesting decision by Eric, keeping some tension rather than just going straight for kind of that maths equation, simplification, trading, and working with a better pawn structure. So, OK, Naroditsky will move eventually, but just coming up with a plan now.
So why did Eric then keep the rook on? What is his plan now?
It's mysterious. Maybe that's why Naroditsky is a bit confused. OK, the king just sidesteps. Always a good idea if you castle on the long side. Tuck your king nearer the corner just to make sure it's safe. Yeah, I'm wondering what Eric's rook is doing. Maybe he just wants to support his central pawn pushing forward later. I don't think you want to rush. You don't want to put your pawns on dark squares and give black's bishop, the only bishop on the board, control over the light squares. But, OK, big threat on the board. Eric's knight now jumping into the centre. If that knight could jump to the c6 square, that would be a check, and what we call a family fork. The white knight was trying to fork the king, the black queen, and the black rook, but Naroditsky stopped that. Now, what do you think? Knight takes bishop, or just keep that knight in the centre?
Yeah, I think f4, yeah, exactly.
Support that knight.
That's the logical move.
His knight looks pretty good, actually, in the middle of the board right now.
It does, and then white is potentially threatening as well to take some extra space and start advancing those pawns on the right. Yeah. And there we can see a selfie from Mega Patil. And yeah, we love it when everyone at home joins in the fun and the action and sends us their selfies, shows us where they're watching the show from. And you can do that by tweeting us using the hashtag ChessChamp, and we will try and feature them on the show. Yeah. And there you can see Daniel's bishop takes a step backwards. It's not good when he's being forced to sound the retreat.
Personally, I mean, you're right, it's very passive, but I quite like these bishop manoeuvres, this kind of knight versus bishop pattern, white's knight in the centre and black's bishop on the top of the board. It's not clear, does the knight dominate the bishop or does the bishop dominate the knight? The black bishop still has long-term potential, but it does take a while for Naroditsky now to try and get rid of that beast in the centre of the board. Eric stepping the white queen back, hinting maybe that the white queen's actually going to go to the edge of the board, to the h4 square, just create a nasty pin against the black knight. Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable, just temporarily at least for Naroditsky. Feels like he's been overthinking a bit and retreating his pieces, which isn't great. That black king move that I praised, actually the black king is within range of the white knight, it's not ideal. What do you think, Lawrence? Something to worry about? Or?
As I said, I'm kind of surprised Daniel went for this opening. I don't think it suits him stylistically whatsoever. He likes the dynamism in positions. He's an extremely talented calculator. And these are positions where, I'm not saying he can't, you don't get to 2600 plus without being able to do this, but shuffling around and not doing very much, that's something, David, you're great at, for example. And I mean that as a real compliment. But for Daniel, I don't see it as one of his big strengths. So H5, not in love with H5. Again, more weaknesses long term. Really tough position to play.
Doesn't stop white pushing pawns forward on that right side. Doesn't stop the white queen maybe going to the edge of the board, lining up on a diagonal. Yeah, like you said, you just got to play to your strengths. And I mean, Naroditsky can do everything. He's very good at that. But when we've seen him kind of put his head in his hands, he's clearly trying to calculate. But this is not the type of position where you can calculate your way out of trouble. You can't really find any forcing lines unless your opponent initiates. Yeah, I'm expecting Eric to maybe even just start pushing. The white g-pawn can step forward 2 squares, the white queen can move. There are ways to create threats.
Yeah, and I'm just going to take the time to draw the attention to the white king. Is it safe? Because the reason I'm asking this is because in my last 2 games, I kid you not, it was all to do with king safety. I was the one attacking, but I never took that time out to make a grandmaster move. What do you think?
Yeah.
Is it safe in that square, or should he take some precautionary measures and tuck it into the corner just in case?
Yeah, normally I would say always tuck your king in the corner if you've castled queenside, or at least tuck it 1 square, just like black has done. But white's king can't be attacked by a bishop ever. Black doesn't have dark squared bishops. Black's pieces are far, far away from ever landing a check. Yeah, it feels like maybe some more urgent stuff to be done.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised, Jovanka, if Eric does that over the next few moves, at least, at some point.
The bar has definitely been inching up for Eric. He still has more than 12 minutes on the clock. So would you say it's looking really good for Eric in this first game?
It's a promising start for him. And like Lawrence said, opening-wise, Eric's actually very predictable. He nearly always plays the Spanish opening. He nearly always goes for lines that he can control and that he won't get into direct kind of confrontation with the opponent. So it just suits him down to the ground. Yeah, I mean, these guys must have faced each other, what, thousands of times, you think, online in blitz and bullet games? But
at least hundreds.
Hundreds, definitely. Yeah. But Rapid Chess is a different kettle of fish, and this is why Eric is taking a bit of time out now. You notice both the players, they stop when they're planning, and a Kaja retreat.
You love that knight.
Yeah, I loved it where it stood. And the bishop now comes out. Yeah, it's surprising. The bishop was kind of controlled on a passive square. Now it's active, attacking the white pawn center, and I don't think we really want to touch those pawns in the center. They will give black's pieces some squares if they step forward. Strange.
Huh.
Yeah, it feels like Eric maybe just not backing himself to start creating those threats.
Yeah, maybe he was just lost for a plan. You know, he'd done all the piece maneuvering because I don't like what he's done retreating the knight. And now the queen comes to the h4 square, and now the black knight is pinned.
Yeah, OK, this was Eric's plan. The black knight only really has 1 safe square. If it wants to retreat, it has to protect its queen. This tension, I mean, is there a threat for white? I don't really see a direct threat. Just kind of causing some discomfort, I guess, with the white queen on that diagonal. But yeah, it's still very cagey. It's like in boxing when they're just kind of eyeing each other up. They're just dancing around each other at the moment, not trying to land any punches necessarily.
Yeah. Will we see a knockout, though, in this game? Is it the position right now, does it look like a game that will end up with a winner or something that would be a draw?
If there's going to be a winner, it's more likely to be white, probably. But yeah, still plenty of play left in this one. While the queens remain on the board, Naroditsky has decent chances at some point to get active, to create some dynamic play, which Lawrence pointed out as his forte. But if the queens come off, I think white has some degree of safety. OK, the black knight does retreat, offering that queen trade. OK, if Eric wants to take the risk out, he'll just swap queens and try and play this endgame. If he wants to keep more tension, he'll retreat the white queen. But then why did you bring her to this square in the first place if you're not going to trade off? What would you guys do?
I wouldn't trade off queens.
Step back.
Step back. But then again, that's just my preference. I kind of feel like Eric needs to keep the queens on just to put pressure on Naroditsky's position. But then again, I think it's fair cop, really. Anything goes.
Yeah, Naroditsky, so he is a dynamic player, but he's also written some columns, some newspaper columns, magazine articles on endgames. So very, very well versed in the endgame as well. Chess historian. He knows a lot about chess history, Naroditsky. So, yeah, I mean, Eric, it's unclear. Do you go for a strategy where you go into an endgame against quite a famed endgame player, or do you do what he's just done and keep the queens on? Jovanka was right. And now the black knight is on a bad square, so you've gained something in that last couple of moves.
Do you think this is maybe a draw offer? If the black knight comes forward, the queen is going to retreat to, well, it's going to return to the h4 square.
I don't think we'll see Eric try and repeat this
initiated,
position. No, Eric will never repeat this position. The white queen's on a better square than she was earlier as well.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, Naroditsky probably would love to repeat.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so if white's queen goes back where she came from, we've seen that position before. But Eric has more choice now.
Will he? Won't he? I agree. I agree with you, David. I don't think he will repeat the position.
Yeah, and this must be a prestigious game for both of these two. They are two of the lower-rated players in the tournament. This is a game. They both need to win to hope to qualify for the knockout stage, right?
Yeah. Definitely. But the thing is, though, with the draw offer, it does add that kind of extra element. Like here, I'm sure Daniel will be thinking, is he going to repeat? And he will be wasting some time and some energy thinking about these things. And the queen does step forward to the diagonal, but moves to the g4 square, which to my eyes looks like an improved version.
Yep, g5. The knight could still step back, offering a queen trade again. Looks sensible. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to evaluate White's chances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tough position.
It's a very tough position. I mean, I don't see anything else other than stepping the black knight back to where it came from, just again trying to offer that queen exchange. Okay, he instead retreats the bishop. Okay, at least the bishop's on a safe square. I hate having pieces undefended, loose pieces, and that bishop was previously vulnerable to the white knights. So the bishop is safe, keeps the black king safe.
So is this basically just a frustrating game to play, especially for Daniel, because it seems on you guys, it's very difficult to spot the plans, but it feels like there's something, especially for white then.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, again, it's white's better pawn structure. It's just temporarily, at least white is a bit more active. White's queen really well placed. White's knight's ready to pounce. Yeah, it feels like Naroditsky is just waiting. And one thing that we have noticed throughout the tour, one thing I always suspected when I was playing long games, but it's really kind of accentuated in rapid chess, is that planning actually takes much longer than calculating. When you see the top players calculate, they see variations bang, 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 like super quickly, just because every move is often forced, and it's easy to see even 5-10 moves into the future if your opponent only has one reply every time. But if it's a plan, if you've got 3 or 4 different kind of options, where to put your pieces, what type of pawn structure to go for, what type of which piece exchanges to make, that's when they really kind of tank. And that's why we've seen Naroditsky spend already 8 minutes, even though nothing that dramatic has happened.
So wait, so you recommend calculating instead of planning, or the other way around?
You have to do both in chess.
Yeah.
But calculation, you can practice. All the top players are really natural at it. But calculation, you can practice. You can make yourself really quick. But planning, you always have to take a time out. You have to take a step back, talk yourself through the process. What do you want? What does your opponent want? There's just a lot of questions. Yeah, the players are doing the right thing. They're spending a lot of time, but it's up to Eric now how to increase the pressure.
And I find it very interesting, actually, that it's Naroditsky that refused to kind of repeat the position, refused to retreat the knight, and instead is maybe saying, let's see what you got. Let's see what the big plan is, Eric, and I'm going to try and grind you out.
Yeah, they're both very ambitious players as well. They always play for the maximum, for the win. Naroditsky, I've played him a few times. Recently, we had a short match on kind of a blitz match, and there was one game I just tried to force a draw with white because I was like, okay, I've got the worst position ever. And he just never, ever I mean, he just didn't let me off the hook. He tried to grind me down, and normally it's the other way around. So I was, I was very impressed by his determination, his fighting spirit there.
Did I see something on Twitter the other day, David, that you were trying to set a record on Lichess for the longest game ever? Or what was that?
Yeah, I played a game and my opponent kind of blundered quite early on, and I think around move 50 he could have just resigned. I was about to make a new queen, but he just didn't resign. So I thought, okay, punishment is due. So I thought, okay, let's just keep the game going as long as possible. My opponent only had a king. I had a queen, a pawn, and a bishop. So I kind of spent 49 moves. Then I pushed a pawn. 49 moves, I pushed another pawn. So we got to move 300. And then Lichess just shut the game down. It said draw. Because apparently that's the limit. It doesn't allow games longer than 300 moves. I was gutted. I calculated I had at least 4 more pawn pushes.
Did
or
you?
at least 5 more pawn pushes.
Did you get back the rating points? No?
I lost so many rating points.
I must admit, when I saw that tweet, I giggled a little bit inside, and I was like, but he serves you right. You should have just checkmated them.
300 moves. I mean, the longest game in World Championship history is 126 or something.
130 something. Magnus said it recently. In 2021.
300. It's more than the double. How much time did this take?
That was just a rapid game, so we had 10 minutes each on the clock. I still had nearly 5 minutes left at the end, but yeah, that's one cautionary tale. Don't play with your food. Don't play with your food.
And don't play with David if you are in a rush.
That too. Naroditsky definitely not in a rush, just playing a calm pawn move.
Yeah.
Just kind of controlling some squares. Now the black pawns control any squares the white knights want to jump into on that left half of the board. Still very cagey. Just
yeah, both players I don't think are particularly comfortable here actually somehow, because I think they both understand it's one of those positions which is very close to equal, and you know, you make small moves here, A3, you know, B3 perhaps, although I'm not a massive fan of B3. You could try G4, but I'm not sure the trade of pawns actually helps white particularly.
Yeah, I mean, your queen's kind of in the way. You want to step away now and then push this pawn again, but it takes time.
Just to kind of make sense of Daniel's last move, I mean, this A6 move, is there the possibility that he could be playing in a very super ambitious manner by actually threatening to push the B pawn 1 step forward, maybe move it another square, and it's there now. It's a possibility. It wasn't before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. It's really fascinating how different our minds are, Jovanka, because I thought, okay, just pushing this pawn, now the king is safe, you've got an escape square, you're controlling every square in your corner of the board. I didn't even consider pushing this pawn forward, but now you mention it, yeah. If you can destabilize this knight, kick this knight away, then suddenly this pawn in the center is vulnerable to the bishop and to the knight.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would do it right now. It's something in the back of my pocket that I would bring out at the right time.
Yeah. Why not? B4, it's too late. You can push the pawn to B4.
Oh, very good, David. Very good.
But yeah, it's tempting. Okay, we have seen G4 on the board. So white is pushing, but it's not clear what the next move is. Okay, I guess at the moment he's maybe threatening to capture this pawn, but if black... Is the idea if black captures to take with a knight? I don't really think this is too great. It looks like a pin. The black knight can step back, however, defend its queen. Yeah. Unless there's an idea of trading off the queens and somehow, I don't know, going for this pawn. I don't really see it right now, but okay, we have seen a capture from Naroditsky, so he was just doing a bit of calculation there. And Eric wants to take, you always want to capture towards the center, you want to keep your pawns together, but knight takes pawn is maybe a more dynamic option.
All right. The bar slowly inching up for Eric, but it is a slow start to the Aimchess Rapid. Most games seem to be about equal, although Magnus Carlsen, the bar is going up for him in game 1 against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and it's also looking very good for Richard Report against Hare Krishna. And Richard Report, I know there's been some questions about him playing under a different flag now. He has switched countries and federations, so he is now representing Romania. He used to represent Hungary, and I think he lives in Serbia. Very international grandmaster.
Yeah, his wife as well, very strong player for Serbia, I think.
Yeah, because I
Yes,
think he lives in Serbia. He lives in Belgrade.
She's changed to Federation. I think, although you can't quote me on this, I think they've moved to Bucharest.
Aha.
I think.
So they moved to Romania and
Yeah.
now...
Yeah, they've both switched, actually.
Okay, yeah. So now representing another country, great news for Romania. Richard Rapport is not only a great player, very entertaining player. So look forward to follow his games as well. And it looks like he's getting a very good start against another super strong player. Hare Krishna.
Can't wait to see Richard's stats on Aimchess
Oh.
because he has the most unusual creative start ever. So I want to see if the computer approves or the computer's going to go, no. Accuracy, not very
His
good.
centi-pawn loss
Yeah,
will be
exactly.
skyrocket high.
Maybe if he's playing weird and wonderful, quirky moves.
Yeah.
I don't know how the computer would register that. I know to the human mind, it's like, whoa, what is this? And then 10 moves later, you're like, well, that one had a very deep plan, but I didn't see.
We will take a look at that later when we follow Richard Rapport. Now we are following Eric and Daniel. The bar is back to the center. What a tense game.
Yeah, very tense, and Naroditsky couldn't decide where to put the black king. He brought it back towards the centre, now defending his queen. Again, very sensible. The black queen was the only undefended piece in black's camp. You got to guard against any tricks by protecting your pieces. And I don't know about Eric's knight retreat somehow. He's ready to push pawns in the centre, but again, that comes with kind of downsides as well. If you push the white pawns in the centre, they might be vulnerable. You might give away some squares. Okay, Naroditsky down to 5 minutes, Eric down to 4 minutes. This one, what do you think? Time scramble?
Yeah, I think they might both actually enjoy a bit of a time scramble because they're very, very good.
Adrenaline junkies.
Yeah, they're adrenaline junkies. They're fantastic bullet players, fantastic blitz players. So it wouldn't surprise me if we get a bit of a shootout in time trouble. But yeah, it's been such a cagey game. Nobody really wants to make a serious commitment. You know, your idea of going e5 here, for example, he's just against the idea of pushing this pawn, and I completely understand it. Knight f2 looks like an all right move.
Maybe we can show just why pushing that pawn was not as attractive as it might look initially. Lawrence, so if the pawn pushes forward, where would you put this knight? Would you...
I think you probably go to d5, do you not?
Put it in. And, for example, if the queens come off, if the knights come off, we talked about this pawn majority being good, but they are quite weak as well.
Yeah.
Black's bishop can attack this pawn, for example. White's knight is not that great. You have to kind of take care of this pawn just in case at some point you don't want to rush to take it. The bishop might get trapped there, but White might lose some time. Black's king is also near the centre. Looks like a Berlin endgame, which we know has a very good, very solid reputation for Black. And, OK, White instead retreating. Unclear where that knight's going, just defending his pawn, I guess, in the centre of the board, and passing the move back to Daniel. And I just have a feeling he's going to maybe push his bishop to this square, put his king on this square, just kind of wait and sit, and there we go. It's just a very Naroditsky type of move, that one. It's the type of move you play when you don't want to commit any of your pieces, don't want to commit to any plan. Next move, he'll advance his king just to a slightly safer square. And the wait goes on.
So what do you prefer in this game, the bishop and the knight, or the two knights?
Oof. That's a very good question. I think... I'm struggling to come up with an answer just because they both have pros and cons. The knights, they both look good, but at the moment they don't have anywhere effective to jump into. I'm very biased because I love bishops in general, but I normally prefer them as a pair. Here, Black's bishop is quite decent, though, putting some pressure on the centre. I actually like Black's pawn structure now. These pawns cover the dark squares. This bishop covers the light squares. So you just kind of control everything right now. But yeah, it's hard to say. The knights, if they can find outposts later on, they will be potentially quite strong.
Eric taking under 3 minutes. He spent a lot of time now on these last moves.
Yeah, and it's still not very clear what his plan is, because at some point he is going to have to commit and have to advance something. And, well, retreating the queen does indicate that he wants to, as David's showing, to push the g-pawn to attack the knight. But
is that even so great?
I don't know. I mean, I must admit, you know, look at White's position. there's no harmony. I mean, you mentioned none of the knights are on good circuits. They've got no active roles. They don't have any posts to string forward to. And yeah, and you know me, I've got at the back of my mind this pawn advance. Yes, but okay, no, I wanted to do it after a while. I've been watching and learning from David, both Davids and Daniel, and I'm thinking, yeah, improve your king first, and then.
Yeah, and then you start taking action.
Exactly, because.
I mean, it's a blitz game now, though.
Yeah.
It's 3 minutes against 3 minutes. Maybe the moment has come, Jovanka. Maybe you just go for it. Just start posing different questions, different problems for your opponent. When do you change the pace of the game? When do you go a bit more direct rather than just sitting and waiting? Neither player wants to do that forever. And
I am noticing in another game, Magnus Carlsen, Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov, the bar was over to Magnus' side, but it has shifted to Shakhriyar's side. Are we getting a little bit of a shocking start in that one?
It's looking very good for Mamedyarov. Just took a peek over. But yeah, we know he can do that.
Yeah.
You mentioned Rapport being full of surprises. Mamedyarov is another one, David Anton. They've all got these styles where they can surprise you, they can beat anyone on their day.
Well, we also have the biggest chess surprise I think I've ever seen in history was when Naroditsky Abdusattorov won the World Rapid Championships. I mean, who would have thought
that was out of the blue?
17 years old at the time. Yeah, I mean, he's promising, but I think he beat Magnus, he beat Caruana, he beat Nepomniachtchi in the playoff.
Yeah.
How do you, beat one of these guys, let alone all of them in a row, like Abdusattorov did just last December?
Yeah. And later on, only a couple of months ago, he led Uzbekistan to the Olympiad gold. I mean, what a player.
Been a bit of a... Well, it's been a decent
year,
yeah.
World champion, world team Olympic champion. It's not a bad year. He's a phenomenal talent, and I've spoken to a lot of top GMs about him who, even quite a long time ago, said that there was something very special about him. His rating doesn't quite reflect it yet. It's quite interesting. He's still not. You would kind of expect him to be 27-30, 27-40 in a classical. He's not there yet. He's still very young.
Is that because of COVID? Just 2 years not playing over the board?
I think partially, but I think actually he's just waiting for invitations to big tournaments. And we got your move, Jovanka.
I know, and I feel like I've won lucky on the chess bingo once more. Look at that. I've been raving about this move now for quite a while. I probably would have done it 10 moves ago, but is now better late than never.
Yeah, and that's provoked Eric into finally taking some action as well. So finally, belatedly, the player's doing something, and the game is holding up. Okay, the Black Knight under attack.
I am starting to like Black more and more, though. It feels like White has been unsuccessfully shuffling. Not really much progress made. Even this pawn move, you put a knight on h5 here as Black would be the standard procedure. The knight is not out of bounds there. It hits. I'm kind of surprised by knight d7, but perhaps Daniel is also thinking he can reroute to b6 in some positions. Yeah. Would you have put the knight on h5, David?
I think there's arguments to be made for both. I think it's a matter of taste, Lawrence. Now, like you said, the knight is going this way. He's just planted it, and the Black King now super safe with these pieces, but also hinting to come in. And this one is very weakening for White.
Hate this move. Yeah. What, if I play c4 here, what's going on?
Exactly, and he's played it. The Queen is coming in suddenly, and White's King, which was safe for so long, is no longer feeling so good about life.
And it's not just the king that's in trouble. I mean, we have to also mention the unsupported pawn in the middle of the board, e4.
This one is,
I mean, it's just one tiny pawn move from evicting the knight on c3, which is a very important defender.
Yeah, I mean, everything suddenly is happening. And look at White's queen. What is this piece doing on this side of the board? He's locked in his own queen. It was active for so long, now it's not participating. This knight, not great either. And, I mean... Clear plan.
This is just over, right? I mean, objective.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's just done because, you know, Queen A3 check is a threat, but also if you played a move like Knight F to D1, it's not a particularly pleasant move to play, but just to try and get the Queen back, you run into a very quick B4, and then your E4 pawn drops and your position collapses. This is actually total collapse here. Wow. And Eric was just not able, you know, one of the greatest skills in chess, what David can do, what you know, some really top grandmasters can do, is in those kinds of positions is do nothing very well. And if you do nothing very badly, like Eric has done in this game, you can get punished. And fair play to Danya. I mean, he was very calm. He didn't rush. Okay, this move, Queen G3, is not going to save the day for Eric, in my opinion. How do we finish this off here?
Can you dive in?
Moves.
The first one that I would think of is check.
Check. Yeah.
Check, and there it comes. And the king has to move to the side of the board. And now, I mean, it's so tempting just to push one pawn forward.
Yeah. You've got to be slightly careful. Your queen is running out of squares, but she's still very active. The white knight has to drop back. You can push this pawn forward, for example. The white knight does guard against any checkmates, but it looks like it's hanging by a thread. I guess white can continue defending here. Another idea would be to just capture this pawn, but you have to be a bit careful again. There might be some tactics, for example,
I like
here.
that one, yeah.
There would be a pin. So black still has some tricks to dodge.
I'm gonna channel my inner Jovanka here and, you know, array the A pawn, as Simon might say. Can we just start throwing A5, A4 down the board and just rip open the cover of that white king?
You're right, there's no rush. OK, I love this one, Lawrence, actually.
Yeah.
Pushing forward. White's queen still takes an age to get anywhere decent. But OK, he's dropped his queen back. Naroditsky and maybe some threats on the board along this diagonal using a pin. The white rook moves up, and Lawrence, you lean forward. It feels like something's going wrong for white. It feels so loose.
Danya not finding the knockout, though, right? These are kind of slightly...
He's nervous. I think
yeah, nervous moves, yeah.
Yeah.
First game of the tournament, it's understandable.
And also, if you take a look at the clock times, both players nearing the 1 minute mark, you know, you often don't want to commit to such brutal strategies, to committal strategies, when you have not so much time on the clock. And, well, we see him just attack the rook. I don't think this is a bad move. I think black has still got the overwhelming position. It just hasn't finished off the game.
Yeah.
They are both entering known territory, though. Bullet.
That's right. And I've watched many of Daniel's streams, and often his strategy is to just kind of pose problems for the opponent, force them to burn some time on the clock, just calculating, just trying to survive. So it feels like, as Lawrence said, he's not being the most direct. He's not going for a knockout, but he's just asking Eric's difficult questions on every turn. And the white knights now are completely stuck. Black switches angle.
Love this move.
Yeah.
This is a lovely move.
No threat, but white always has to be careful of that rook coming in now. Yeah, if that rook ever can come in with a check on the first rank, it's going to be curtains. It's going to be game over.
And it's the kind of move, and I have to say, I have to quote from our dear friend Simon, discombobulates your opponent, you know.
Just so confusing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, I didn't realise that line existed. OK, and the rook does take a step back.
So, yeah, earlier, Lawrence, you were talking about the art of doing nothing, and I saw this great quote recently. It was like the tactician knows what to do when there's something to do, but the strategist knows what to do when there's nothing to do. And now you've got to actually do something. That's the thing. You've got to switch mindset. OK, the white knight in the centre. Your A-pawn push is coming. Do you like...
It's a little bit later than I would have liked, because white has actually been able to rearrange his pieces in quite a decent way here. Black is still better, but I'm not convinced... I don't know how much better now.
At least, for example, OK, the bar going down, but worst comes to the worst, white can swap off the black bishop, white's knight can go and take it, and I don't think you're going to get checkmated. There's just not enough material left, so, OK, he does swap off.
I thought...
Maybe there was no rush with that, but...
Yeah, I was thinking about the move queen over to c3 there first, but OK, Eric trying to get some stability on the dark squares here makes perfect sense, but...
Still, the white king is not safe, and we talked about that pawn structure earlier, black having more pawns on the left, but you won't create any pass pawns, but you have more protection for your king. So black has 3 pawns on the queen side, white has 2. You have more pawn protection. On the other side of the board, it's kind of irrelevant right now.
But Eric being very sneaky here, you know, capturing the pawn on b3 with this particular move, and that's an unexpected move. And Daniel responds by putting his rook on the 7th, on the 2nd row. Apologies. I don't know. I still feel that this is a big fight. And the white rook now eyeing up the black queen.
Okay, this white rook shuffle, I don't really see the threat. Yes, there's a pin now, but black's queen can simply move. I would have rushed to kick that black rook out of white's camp. Okay, the black queen does sidestep.
Maybe now it's the time just to kind of go, not sure about this queen move. Okay, anyway, it's achieved the big mission. The rook has been kicked back. But the white knight now has to jump forward, has to find some active post.
It's not great, is it?
No.
Okay, he's lined up on the same diagonal as the black king with this move. There's kind of a semi-threat of pushing white's e-pawn forward with a discovered check. But, okay, I'm expecting Naroditsky to just move his queen. The black queen, which way is she going to go? Is she going to dive back in towards the white king? Is he just going to stay in the centre?
And the players now with seconds left on the clock, 44 seconds for Eric. And meanwhile, it's near coming under 30 seconds for Daniel Naroditsky. And right on the board.
What happened?
Draw?
What?
Looks like it.
It looks... anticlimax. It looks like Eric offered a draw and Naroditsky said yes. Wow, just as things were heating up as well.
Yeah.
Just when we were finally getting excited about this game. And we do have a result. It is a draw.
Strange. Eric Hansen, he just runs off. But Daniel still sitting by the computer, texting someone. And this one, we just didn't get the finish to it. It has finished with a win for Mamedyarov. What's happening on this board?
Yeah, so actually, if we do a quick material count, white is only 1 pawn up, but it's just complete domination. If you look at the black king, not many defenders around it. White's rook, white's knight, and soon the white queen is going to join in, just doing the business.
No smile on Mamedyarov's face, but he has just gotten 3 points against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, losing in the very first round of the Aimchess Rapid, and it was looking good for him. Now, we just came into this game, David. Could we take a look at what happened in this game? Magnus looked like he was winning. Suddenly, Mamedyarov winning the game.
Yeah, it was quite a sudden turnaround earlier on. We mentioned that the bar was in black's favour, and it was around this position. This is flashback quite a long way into the middle game, and here black is doing very well. Actually, the white king is the one in danger. White's king coming under heavy fire. Magnus has been pushing pawns towards it. But here, a couple of maybe suboptimal decisions. First, white took the black knight. Magnus recaptured. If he'd wanted to play safe, maybe he could have taken with the black queen. But now we see long-term. This is a poor pawn structure. The black king not entirely safe anymore. And it was just a bit later on we saw that white was able to block it up. Now Magnus having to sidestep. Maybe this is something he'd missed because queen takes pawn. He would simply lose his bishop. And I don't think you have enough attack against the white king. And once Magnus lost his pawn and once Mamedyarov was able to just lock things down, guard everything, Magnus's fun was over. Black's attack had died, and it did switch towards the black king, the action. And if we just fast forward now to the end of the game, this king was still the issue. It's what we call a good knight, a knight on an outpost supported by a pawn versus a bad bishop. This bishop looks good, but it's actually hitting thin air, not doing anything at all. And black's piece is not able to help. White's simply going to slide across and crash through on this square. And Magnus, he knew that was happening. It's inevitable. He just decided to resign. What a game. Lots of action in that.
Magnus Carlsen coming from a loss, playing from a cabin in Sweden, Magnus Carlsen. And in the next game, we will follow him against Eric Hansen, coming from a draw in a game against Daniel Naroditsky. So what will happen in that game coming up in 12 minutes? We still have 3 rounds of chess to go on this very first day of the Aimchess Rapid. And remember, after round 3, we are giving you guys at home an opportunity to get your online chess games analyzed by our very own Grandmaster David Howell. All you have to do is share your username on either chess24, chess.com or Lichess on Twitter using the hashtag ChessChamps, and tell us also why you need David's expert help today. Maybe you are aiming for a new rating. Maybe you have a big chess game coming up. So share on Twitter and we will pick one of you. Right now we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to bring you along to a chess boxing fight.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went Bishop c5, d4 and Queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzle pack. Enjoy solving.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
No more fancy openings, no swashbuckling middle games, no attacks. We're here to tell you about what comes after that. After all of that has failed, and you're stuck in a position where it's fairly equal, and you may think it's fairly boring, that's where we'll teach you how to use our tools in order to win those games, maximize your potential, win slightly better positions, and draw your worst positions, and make your opponents, frankly, hate your point.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Welcome back to the Aimchess Rapid. We are getting ready for round 2. But before that, we're going to talk about chess boxing, because in 2 months, International Master Lawrence Trent will take on Grandmaster Hamilton in a chess boxing fight in front of 50,000 spectators in Los Angeles. And chess boxing is exactly what it sounds like, a mix of chess and boxing. And if you're not familiar with the sport, well, then we're going to bring you along now to a chess boxing fight that took place in London earlier this year.
We're in Tufnell Park in London. I'm here today commentating on chess boxing. It's a mix between chess and boxing. You have chess in the ring, and then when they do a round of chess, they take the board away and they start the boxing. And generally it's won by checkmate or by a knockout. Who knows what will happen?
It took a little bit of a battering there in the boxing. Well, I have to be a little bit honest there, he did, didn't he? But now he has the better position in the chess, so he's got to do well and go for the black king.
With an outstanding checkmate,
up with a checkmate. It was great to see Grandmaster Simon Williams. Again, he is home in London during this tournament, but he often commentates on chess boxing, and it looks painful. Lawrence, this is what you are training for, chess.
Yeah, it is painful when you get hit.
Yeah.
Actually, the training itself is very intense. Anybody who's actually done boxing before, it's not a walk in the park at all. It puts your body through a lot of struggles. But I'm really happy to have the opportunity. I think it's a wonderful sport. In fact, the creator of the sport was my best friend in Berlin. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago. And yeah, I can see here. I'm just looking at it. I was doing a little training session here in Oslo with Magnus Carlsen's PT.
Trainer,
So we just had a little session. Obviously, working hard every day.
Yeah, because this is a big thing, what is coming up. So a superstar streamer, basically Ludwig Agren, is the one setting this up. So he has invited a bunch of esports athletes and a bunch of streamers to this chess boxing event in LA. And here you see all the names that are up against each other, but the main title, the only two chess players that is on the list, Lawrence Trent against Aman Hamilton. You guys are the main title. What is this event, Lawrence? How big is it?
Well, we don't truly know, but just to give you an idea of some of these guys participating, somebody like Myth, 4 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, 2 million on Twitter. Abroad in Japan, massive following. Disguised Toast, Sardoche, a French streamer, he's got 1 million. So if you combine all of the viewership of the subscribers of these guys' channels, it's absolutely massive. And Ludwig himself, who is behind this event, is probably, you know, top 5 in the world, well-known YouTuber. So the event itself has got massive potential reach, and it's not just about, you know, the potential benefit to chess boxing. It's to chess. People are going to enjoy the chess element of this.
Definitely.
So that's why this event is so important. I am ultimately a chess professional, let's say, right? I teach, I commentate and whatnot. So hopefully this will bring a whole new audience to chess, to love chess, and to embrace the game and the beauty of it.
It's going to be massive. And we did see you are working very seriously on your boxing, but of course the chess part is just as important. And Lawrence will be up against a higher rated player, Aman Hamilton. He is a grandmaster. So as a part of his preparation, David has taken a look at his Aimchess stats. We're going to show you that tomorrow, but there will be some surprises. Here's a little taste.
Advantage capitalization. This means when you get a winning position, this is how often you convert, and it's a lot of up and down here. Maybe
I had a bad day that day, on the 14th of April.
More positive notes now. Tactics. Tactically,
beast.
Not the word I would have used. Another kind of mixed field, resourcefulness. You clearly went through a good phase in the summer. You can take heart from the fact that you can fight back, even if it's going wrong.
Yeah, Aman, note that. Even if you clip me, I'll come back with weapons.
Lawrence entering beast mode. And let's take a look at who started Aimchess Rapid in beast mode. We did have quite a few decided games. Mamedyarov starting out with 3 points against Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Keymer, the 17-year-old, winning his first game here against Nils Grandelius. Abdusattorov against the lowest rated player in the tournament. Mittal losing that one. Richard Report, great start, winning against Hare Krishna. And in that all-Indian battle, Vidit beat Arjun Erigaisi. So the standings right now, we have 5 players on 3 points, some players ending up with draws, and then also 5 players on 0 points. One of them is Magnus Carlsen, and he needs to start winning then. These are the games coming up in round 2. Anish Giri against Vidit. They recently played a very entertaining death match, these two very good friends. Gukesh against Arjun Erigaisi, the 2 young Indians. Nils Grandelius against Mittal. Naroditsky coming from that draw, now up against Vincent Keymer. We will follow Magnus Carlsen against Eric Hansen. And Magnus coming from a loss. What should we expect?
Well, we know Magnus, he's capable of bouncing back. He's known as a bit of a slow starter, so not a huge surprise, I guess. Against someone like Mamedyarov, when you have black, you can lose. It can happen. But yeah, Magnus, he's going to maybe get a bit angry and use and channel that anger into this game. It's going to be difficult for Eric Hansen.
Yeah, it's been a busy year for Magnus. He's playing a lot of chess, and recently, on Monday actually, he came back from Austria, where he played the European Club Cup, and he was on the same team as Eric Hansen, both playing for Offerspill. In 7th place they ended up. Were they happy with that? Is that a good result for Offerspill with the world champion in their team?
7th place is actually their seeding. They seeded 7th, they finished 7th, but if they'd won their final match, they would have won, I think, the silver or bronze medals, so maybe small disappointment. Magnus never wants to finish 7th, does he?
I spoke to Magnus, he was very disappointed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they had a real shot at getting silver, and a few games just went horribly wrong in the last round, and he's a competitive guy. It doesn't matter if he's playing a club tournament, individual, blitz, blindfold, 960, he's a winner, and he wants to win, and yeah. But he's up against it today, already off to a very bad start, but good bounce-back opportunity against Eric, that's for sure.
And here are the Aimchess head-to-head stats between Magnus and Eric Hansen. Centi-pawn loss. Magnus Carlsen's number is very low, and we know the lower the number, the more likelihood of cheating because it's more accurate to the computer. Is it too low for Magnus, 24?
No, I've actually done some research into this. In the low to mid-20s, that's where you would expect a 2800 player to be. That means, on average, per move, he'll lose 0.2 compared to the top computer suggestions, but that's still very good. That's very accurate. And Eric, meanwhile, still good, 43, but not in the same accuracy level as Magnus. Okay, the game has started. It's an Italian opening, but we will talk about some of these stats as we go along, especially endgames. Magnus better there.
87! How incredible is that number?
I mean, that's just
meaning he wins 80% of the games that goes into the endgame. That's crazy.
Or at least his accuracy. I mean, he's clearly one of the best endgame players of all time. He's got endgames is a really interesting area of chess, which I'm definitely not feeling most comfortable in. But a lot of it is just to do with piece placement, intuition, good calculation, and Magnus has got all of those, of course.
And, well, is it about in this game, then, for Eric to keep the queens on, never enter the endgame with Magnus?
It looks that way. I think that's just good advice for anyone in general. Lawrence, I'll get you my chessboard course with Magnus. Games before
it's funny, I went out into the foyer and I saw it. It was being played on the big screen. But what a curious opening by Magnus to go for this. This is what I used to play when I was 12 years old. Yeah,
it's not the most popular opening necessarily, like you say, after kind of club level.
Yeah.
Especially at Grandmaster level, you very rarely see this nowadays. But, OK, it's level material. White the first to castle. Black has the bishop pair. Slightly fractured pawn structure.
Isn't this a specialty of Gawain Jones?
Yes.
English Grandmaster.
And what is the opening?
Scotch Gambit.
Yeah.
Aha, never heard of.
Yeah, so it's kind of a mix between the Italian game and the Scotch game, and you kind of throw them together, and you get this, which is a bit of a mess. And normally it gets really wild with both sides throwing pawns forward towards each other. There are some strategic aspects. Black's pawn structure not ideal, but yeah, the bishop pair has fantastic potential. It's normally got quite a good reputation for Black, this opening, at least historically.
And
it's known as a bit of a tricky one for White.
Yeah, and just checking the database, I can just see that the highest rated player who's played this with the white pieces is Magnus Carlsen himself against Liam Le. Otherwise, it's just a row, or just a whole line of Gawain Jones's games.
Yeah.
He's done quite well with it, I have to say.
Yeah,
impressive stats.
That's the thing. If you know an opening really well, even if objectively it's maybe not the best opening, then you'll get good results if you know it better than your opponent. And this one, yeah, it's out of fashion, and maybe that's just a good, kind of a good piece of advice to follow. If an opening's out of fashion, you can reinvent it, you can pick it up. Your opponent might not be familiar with what to do.
Well, is this a sign Magnus is experimenting, maybe working on openings right now, maybe is in training mode, been in and working on some new stuff?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, he's a busy man, but he's always working on chess. He's always studying, always kind of craving these new ideas, or at least old, forgotten ideas, where he does kind of pick them up and add his own touch. I mean, this bishop move, very popular. I'm surprised to see Magnus pause.
It's an interesting, because believe it or not, I've played this a lot myself as well. Yeah. In fact, I had a game in this line against one of the participants of this event.
Oh, who was that?
Shahryar Mamedyarov.
Ah!
And you had white?
I had white, and it was the World Under 14 Championships, or Under 16 Championships.
Nice!
So before you were born, Kaja.
A nice memory.
It wasn't a nice memory, actually, because I had a great position, and he was already 2,500. I was only like 2,250 at the time. And I had a fantastic position, and I blew it. So the memory wasn't that nice, because it was like, oh, I'm beating Mamedyarov, or I'm better. Yeah, and here he was deciding whether to push f3 and kick the knight immediately, or play bishop e3. And there are some small nuances. For example, in this position here, if I remember them correctly, the move queen e7 now exists. And now if you kick the knight with f3, you've got this surprising move knight to d6, because the bishop on e3 is hanging. However, Eric goes the standard way with bishop b6, and now I expect Magnus to kick with f3. He'll move the knight to g5, and then he'll probably kick the knight again with f4, gaining some time. And yeah, I had this position a lot in my life.
Yeah.
Came in, challenged the knight.
Challenge the knight, and then it's
come
all...
to this square as well, I think.
Yeah, and it's all about, like, whether... You know, it's all about restraining pawns in a way. You know, black will try to advance the double pawns that they have on the C line, and white will try to control those pawns. And on the flip side, white will actually try to push their pawns and try to use the F pawn as a bulldozer, just open lines against the black king. So, intriguing race.
Yeah, very rich position. Dynamically, strategically, it's just really, really hard to handle for both sides. And for me, it's a bit worrying to see that Eric is pausing at this moment. It's something that, for sure, he studied at some point, maybe when he was 12 years old, as you mentioned there, Lawrence. But if the world champion's playing this against you and it's so direct, it's so imbalanced, you really need to know what you're doing. So, OK, white, we mentioned, could push forward. I'm not sure you need to rush. I think there's a few other moves in this position. I vaguely remember this one being a move as well, just pushing the queen forward. But yeah, it's been years since I studied this one too. It's hard to retrieve all those memories.
As Jovanka said, Gawain still played this very much when he was over 2,600 with some good results, did some work on this. But as far as I understand, if you really, really, really know what you're doing here with black, you can get a really good position, because the two bishops come alive at some point and they can terrorize. So I'm very curious to see. If Magnus does play something new here, I'm very curious, because it does mean that he might have done some work. It doesn't look like it, though, by his body language. Feels as though he's kind of just going move by move here, almost.
Yeah, it's strange that both players are thinking, because, OK, it's a rare line, or an older line that we mentioned, but, OK, pushing a pawn forward now. But it's the type of line where you need to kind of know what you're doing. Long-term, black is doing very well with those bishops. Short-term, white, maybe. The favourite. And OK, the evaluation bar doesn't like Magnus's move. It feels like he's freestyling, actually, with this last one. Jovanka, has this been played before?
It has been played before. The latest one was Gavrilescu in 2022.
Strong Romanian player.
Yeah, and then Misa Pap in 2008 was also the next highest rated player. But you're right, David, it's not the most popular choice. And white is just simply saying, I want to restrain those pawns that black has on the C line. I want to control the advance. And then he's going to get on with his plan of pushing forward the F pawn. There it comes. I was beginning to question my life's existence if that pawn wasn't going to get pushed.
Yeah, so finally kicking away this knight. We expect the knight to plonk itself back into the centre. I guess. You could maybe make an argument for dropping back, but this would just invite white forward. So, yep, the knight does indeed re-centralise, and now Magnus tries to trade off black's best piece. It's heating up this game, I think, from its opening, is much more promising than the last game we followed.
Yeah.
Definitely feels entertaining and balanced.
Nice.
Everything we could hope for.
Two players that, know each other quite well, recently played on the same team in the European Club Championship for the Norwegian team, Offersbill. And are they also good friends, these two? I kind of had the impression during the Oslo Esports Cup when Eric was in Oslo that these two, they had a good chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, Eric with his Norwegian-sounding name.
Yeah.
I guess he's got a
I mean,
great
my uncle's name is Eric Hansen.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's like an Eric Hansen on every corner here in Norway. But he's got a Norwegian-sounding name, and I guess that strengthens his bond. I know he's very good friends with Arian Tari and one of Magnus's kind of teammates in Norway as well. So.
But I wanted to say one thing about events such as the European Club Championships, because I just actually played in that myself, and it's a very unifying event. You know, you have dinner with your team, you analyse with your team, you have breakfast, you play the games alongside, and it just feels like you're part of a group of friends. I mean, it's so rare not to get on with your teammates.
And team events must be so much fun in chess.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot of fun, and it's somehow just a lot more relaxed than you would get in, say, in the Olympiad, where it just feels like it's high pressure and there's a lot of things at stake. The European Club Cup, I mean, it just felt like 5 friends in the case of the women.
That's nice.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
And in the open section, you know, I did see the Offersbill. They were hanging out all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, they walked to the venue together. They also left the venue together, and I think they were sharing the same location as well.
Yeah.
Venue.
That's very nice. And actually, so the Czech team that won the open section, we have several players in this tournament that won the European Club Cup. Nils Grandelius was in that team.
David Anton.
And Vidit, was it?
Vidit was also there. He had a tremendous score, 6 out of 7. You know, 6 out of 6, and then he lost his final game. And then, of course, Hari Krishna, who also did very well on board 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fun friends.
Yeah, and being busy. The players in the Aimchess Rapid, these two busy making moves. We have a couple more on the board.
Yeah, we have a couple more. White's knight has been kicked away from the centre. So as Jovanka was advocating, both sides pushing pawns, Black's c-pawn pushing, the white knight. I don't really like the square it's landed on, but maybe it was necessary. And Eric's dilemma is what to do with his own knight. Does he trade off? Does he try and maintain it there? It's not that easy to do so. Magnus, meanwhile, laughing to himself. Or he was at least a moment ago. Something we've seen, but back to the poker face. And what would you guys be thinking here? And Lawrence, I guess with your experience, albeit a while ago, what would you be?
So in general, as black here, what you really want to do is you want to trade this knight off the board, because you can't really allow knight takes e4. Your pawns get shattered and your bishop on b6 could be locked out of the game forever. So what you tend to do is you take on d2, queen takes d2, and then the bishop normally comes to either c6 or b5. Let's put it on c6. Looking for greener pastures along the long diagonal. But what Eric is thinking about, I'm pretty sure, is what to do if Magnus just goes all in here with f5. And, you know, f6 is coming, and suddenly your king might be in some kind of mating net. Now, I'm not sure if this works. I'm not sure what the exact move is here for black, but it looks scary optically. It looks... This is for sure why Eric is taking a moment. If you don't do that, then what are you supposed to do? Because if you trade knights, let's say knight takes d2, queen takes d2, you now have this d5 pawn hanging, and you can play a move like bishop f5, but that runs into knight g3. I don't like that, gaining tons of time. You can't put the bishop on e6. It runs into pawn to f5. So what are you actually supposed to do? Play a move like c6? But that's a very tough move to play. Because now, for example, white will go all positional and play b4, for example. It might be an interesting move. Try and get a grip over those dark squares, or a bind, as it's called in chess lingo. Suddenly, all of those squares in the middle, white can occupy with his pieces. And now Magnus would really be in his element. If these dark square bishops come off the board, knight versus bishop middle game, oof. That's what he would dream of this position. He'd he'd sell that cabin in Sweden if he could get that position every game. And now we're going to see it. So let's see what Eric does here. He's going to take a pause. What do you think, David? Do you think he's going to play c6? I can't see it.
I agree with you. It's a really critical moment right now. The evaluation bar isn't bothered at all. That's probably because in one of these variations, for example, if the bishop moves, probably because this attack for white isn't actually as dangerous as it looks, but like you say, for a human. And that's the key point here. For a human in a rapid game where you don't have time to calculate, it looks so scary, to allow this pawn stepping forward. And he actually plays your move, your first instinct. So the bishop's potentially on a good diagonal if things open up, but this one is blocked in, and your king is kind of left to its own devices. Oof.
Jovanka, this is your sort of position now.
I know, I love
Would you
it
go
for
f5 here?
Of course.
Yeah?
Like, no doubt, 1,000%.
1,000%.
Yeah, look at that.
Here we go.
There we go. And we have it on the board. I mean, it's every person's dream, right? I mean, I don't care what the computer says. Computers could say, like, black is winning, but I'd be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that king. It's got 0 defenders around it. It's got 2 pawns rushing towards it. The bishop is coming to this square, maybe even to sacrifice itself to open things up. The rook could potentially be coming at some point to swing over. Yeah, if we had Simon Williams sitting here still, he would be salivating. He would be drooling at the thought of this position. And Eric just has to do something urgently. I'm not sure what. Maybe you could block the advance of this pawn by pushing your own pawn forward, but you do weaken this square. Firstly, the pawn could just push and pass pawn there, or at some point later, the knight could start jumping in. If you don't push that pawn forward, what else do you do? I don't really see any sacrifices working. OK, he does play it. Maybe he needed to.
Oh, now things get very exciting because all kinds of things are in the air here now. For example,
if white takes this pawn or white leaves it, what are you thinking?
Well, my first instinct was to leave the pawn because I didn't want to trade and activate the dark square bishop that black has. But then again, it's tempting.
I do like the move, though. Yeah. I do like the move because...
If it works, it's what black needs to do, actually.
Eric is activating. That was why he put the bishop on c6 to open that long diagonal. And now, for example, just a sample line, if you play, for example, bishop g5 here, just moving away, you gain an important tempo because you can play queen to d5 and you're threatening mate all of a sudden. So I do like this move, and Magnus has decided to take. Yeah. And now actually taking back is not automatic whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, you could take back. What else would you be considering right now, Lawrence? I think this queen move, you would love to play it, but unfortunately, white can... actually, I'm not sure whether this way, maybe the other way.
The other way, yeah.
With the knight, you can hit the queen and you can defend this pawn at the same time. Not quite working for black there. So, OK, let's look at the obvious one at least. Yeah. Pawn takes pawn. Now, if you take with the bishop, now you're pinned on the d-file and you're pinned on this diagonal, which isn't ideal. So I guess Magnus would want to recapture with the knight. He would be a pawn up temporarily. It's not just any pawn as well, it's one of these two. It's still tricky. The evaluation bar says complete zeros. Not impressed at all, but...
Feels like there might be a tactic here.
Yeah, feels very close to being something for black at least. White has overextended, potentially. The king is not entirely safe.
The knight is pinned, David, because queen takes d2. So can I play a simple move like queen d5 here?
Yeah, just to show your point, knight takes bishop, looks like it solves issues, but after queen takes queen, white can't recapture due to a pin on this diagonal. So yeah, maybe you're right, actually. Maybe that's the clever finesse. Again, it's not entirely clear what the threat is. Maybe...
Well, queen takes e5 might exist because e3 is hanging.
Yeah, maybe taking this pawn, maybe just swinging the rook, adding more pressure.
That's the real threat, just activating those rooks.
Yeah.
OK, he's going for it. I think we will see this position on the board, and if Eric puts his queen in centre, he has just done, as you mentioned there, as you suggest, Lawrence. Yeah,
he is not wired up to this commentary of that.
Okay. Listening in. He's just playing good moves, and logical moves as well.
Yeah.
It's cost him a lot of time. That's the one downfall for Eric. He's got a good position, healthy position, but 6 minutes.
But now is the time for white to regroup and start looking after the king. And I like Magnus's last move. I was also maybe considering moving the rook up one square as well, just to kind of overprotect the queen. But the pawn on e5 still can't be taken because...
maybe it can.
Can it be?
Oh.
Maybe it can. And it has been taken.
It has been taken, okay.
So the idea is that the bishop falls, but if the bishop falls, the black queen can take the white bishop, which was hanging, and we'd be in an endgame. Magnus loves those endgames, as we've seen, but the question is, in this position, is white's king good in the corner? No. The black bishop's pretty decent. White's knight also very good, but is it enough to win? Not easy. Not easy. And if Magnus doesn't go for this, if he doesn't go for the endgame, what's he doing? He risks being worse if he leaves the two black bishops on the board. He does take it. And we're going to head straight into this endgame. OK, well, now we can take a breath. And Eric won't lose on time. He's still got some work to do, though. It's especially this white knight, which controls two squares the black rooks want to use. Black wants to use this square. Black maybe wants to use this square. But both are covered by this knight. So this knight is a real thorn in his side. Yeah. Who do you prefer and why?
Tricky one. Very, very tricky one.
Yeah, it's...
I feel that... White is still better, despite all the exchanges that's happened. I mean, White will have access to the open lines, as you've highlighted. Also, there's that possibility of pushing the f-pawn one square forward to f6 and just locking out the black king. Obviously, that's a double-edged sword. You know, it could be a very weak pawn you have there. But in the meantime, Black has to play a few accurate moves, and it's not easy how he's going to activate the rooks.
Yeah, maybe we can pull up those Aimchess stats again, just to see the endgames. Magnus, what was it, 87% or something?
That was incredible.
Endgames that he'd won on the tour this season in Rapid Chess. Yeah, Eric, I've always thought of him as quite a good endgame player, or quite decent. And there we go, 87% for Magnus.
Wow.
61% for Eric, still good.
Yeah.
But, OK, it looks clear there's a favourite. And we don't need to look at the other stats necessarily for this game, but interesting that Eric keeps up in most of the other categories, actually. Advantage capitalization, both of them very good there. Decisiveness, Eric playing many decisive games. And resourcefulness, Eric pretty resourceful, even if things go wrong. 30% there, but OK, endgame, it's just about that one.
Yeah. And what I like about these stats is that it does give you a clear way to improve your chess. Like it tells you, you know, if Magnus is 87% and you're 67%, you know, if you want to be at the same level as Magnus, get your endgame stats to be better. So, I like it.
Is that something that chess players are working more and more on, the endgame?
Hard to say. I would say no, actually. So much emphasis on opening theory nowadays. So
because you can actually win games out of the opening,
right?
With all theory,
and you can guarantee you'll get certain positions in the opening. So endgames is kind of general. You'll never get the same endgame twice, or very rarely. But have you studied endgames, Lawrence? Is that something that has contributed to your success?
Not enough. No. Let's put it like that.
Endgames is the part we always want to study, or it's the part we pretend we study, but it's actually hard to knuckle down and say, OK, I'm going to look at rook endgames today.
Yeah. And it's an entirely different universe, actually. There are some players that just dedicate their lives to it. I mean, there are some grandmasters, Carsten Müller, for example, famous grandmaster out of Hamburg, an endgame freak, in a good sense, right? He just does endgames. It's tough. It's almost a different game somehow. But Magnus playing... I've been looking at this and I've been trying to work out what kind of setup I would play. And he puts the bishop on c5 and he wants to put the bishop on d6 and just use that bishop as a bit of if you could imagine a wine bottle cork. So when you've had a glass of wine, you put the cork back in. That's what that bishop would do on d6. It would.
This is a metaphor I can work with.
You can put you can put those rubber corks back in.
Yeah.
That's how I view. But actually, Eric isn't quite in time to get the configuration he wants.
Now the cork, if you put it back in the bottle, then you drop this pawn.
Or does he? Or can you?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe you can do it anyway. Because...
Maybe you need to drink the whole bottle tonight.
Maybe it's too much fizz in the position.
Because now, if you take this pawn, you do get the black rook active, hitting the knight and hitting the pawn behind it. And if you take with the knight in this position instead, then...
A little bit loose somehow.
Loose. This knight is hanging by a thread. These pawns still vulnerable to the black rooks. But maybe it's working just about for Magnus. Eric doesn't really want to give up a pawn.
That's a very concrete line, right? So it does look shaky for white, but it does look like white's surviving, and a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah.
So big question for Eric, can he plug the holes? Can he put that cork back in, or does he have to play this move, in which case he's lost time?
I think he should just give up the pawn. I mean, get active. Yeah. I mean, this is very much, if you retreat the bishop to the b6 square, I mean, you allow the other white rook sitting on f1 to park itself on the open e line, and then the other rook is coming to... Both rooks are going to come to the 7th row, and I don't know, this is like misery central.
I'm not sure. I always thought that black could just shift over the f rook to e8, put the king on f8, and claim no harm done. Try and trade all the rooks off.
Yeah, if all the rooks come off black's bishop, OK, with pawns on both sides of the board, it's doing an OK job. It's doing fine. Potentially.
Potentially. There are still some interesting issues there, but...
OK, he goes.
He does go for it.
The cork is back in the bottle.
But party tonight.
It's come at a high price there. Will Magnus grab this guy?
I think you've got to, because if you allow black now just to play a4 on the next move, rook fe8, king to f8, and consolidate,
no problems.
Zero issue. In fact, you start to prefer black because there's a bit of pressure. So he's going active, Jovanka.
Yeah, he had to do. I think he had to do this, and well, Magnus is pushing his pawns on the queen side, and
look at this. The rook's got active.
It has got active, but. The white knight just comes back and is also acting like that cork you mentioned, just keeping all those pawns protected.
Knight defends everything, defends this pawn. OK, also it was this cork was hitting this cork, and one of them had to give way.
I really didn't like Eric's last move.
I actually played it so quickly, because actually it's not necessarily a huge threat to capture this bishop. For example, if black... OK, there are more productive moves, but here, if black can somehow get one of these pawns off the board, it should just be a draw. Even if white ends up a pawn up in a pure rook endgame, rook endgames have such a drawish tendency. But he ran away with his bishop. Maybe his idea is to just come and attack this pawn. But why didn't you like it, Lawrence?
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, of course, it allows rook d7 immediately.
You've uncorked the bottle, that's why you didn't like it.
And if bishop f6, b3, and rook d2 also exists, of course.
Yeah, OK. You can bully your opponent now, you're a pawn up. The rook drops back. Actually, yeah, it feels like Magnus is consolidating. He's regrouped, holding everything together.
I kind of wish now, you know, we have that ding after every move, that it was the cork out of the bottle sound with every move.
That would get tiring, maybe.
What happens? Because you associate when the cork comes out the bottle, you associate with good times, right? Imagine you've got a miserable position. It's like, congratulations, congratulations. Now, this is miserable now for Eric.
And, well, he's doing some active things, you know, pushing the h pawn. That's a plan, but the problem is that his rooks, although active, they don't actually have any purpose. I mean, the black rook on the A line has to guard against the advance of the white A pawn. So, well, Magnus is coming forward.
Yeah, it's so instructive what Magnus has done as well with the white king. The white king was on the first rank. It was a terrible piece, but now it's on a really nice square, on a light square. Magnus is going for that light square strategy, right? Just putting everything on the opposite colour from the opponent's bishop. It's also on a light square now, stopping the black rook from attacking those pawns on the third rank. It's just slow and steady. What is Eric's plan? Look at Eric's body language as well, just kind of exhaling. We've all been there, right? When we know we're struggling, we just don't have a plan. And it's kind of a double whammy when your opponent is the greatest endgame player of all time.
It's like the tortoise and the hare, right? This is tortoise chess. Slow and steady wins the race. I must remember it.
It's like a snail, just one square forward. 10 moves later, another square forward.
And the rook moves to the edge of the board. And, well, this is a very exciting position. We see Magnus doing Magnus's things. And whilst Magnus is thinking, just like to share with you a few selfies. First one comes from JMR18, who says that they're watching us from the beer garden in rainy Germany.
Ooh.
Well, still very cool.
Yeah.
Beer garden, so cheers to you. I'm going to salute you with my tea. And the knight retreats again, overprotecting all the pawns. I love this type of chess.
I mean, this is the worst possible thing you could ever wish for against Magnus. This is just, you've got no counterplay. Your dynamism doesn't exist. You are just slowly getting strangled. And Eric knows this. Yeah, Eric is fully aware of what's going on.
You sounded like that Eeyore just then.
Eeyore?
Eeyore, yeah.
From Winnie the Pooh?
From Winnie the Pooh. Oh, no.
Oh,
my position is
that what he
bad.
said? Yeah.
Sorry, Lawrence.
No. It's I take it. He was cuddly and nice, wasn't he, Eeyore? I'll take it.
Yeah.
No, this is horrible. Knight G4 is a great move.
I mean, the evaluation bar shot up. I was wondering whether White could have been greedy and just gone to grab a second pawn. White's rook on the c-file. Could have grabbed that isolated pawn on c7, but Magnus, just keeping control.
And you could just see that sigh from Eric. Yeah. He just knows it's over. Magnus is in his element.
Yeah, for any chess player, this is suffering, but especially when this is your opponent. And okay, the bishop moving makes some sense, but now he gets greedy. And I think he's got enough control, Magnus, that he can get away with this. Any checks on the second rank will be blocked by White's f rook. The rook sitting there near the White king, which we'll see, most likely. I don't think the king wants to go on any journeys into the corner. It just feels unnecessary, so block the check.
Yeah. And he's lined it up so beautifully. I mean, there's no tactics whatsoever in Eric's favour, and he moves his rook.
Tactics against the black king now.
I know.
Oi, oi. You see what's happening?
Yeah, we're going to see, actually, Magnus go on the attack. The black king, when it moves to the... OK, is Eric going to resign? Because if you block this check, it's pretty much the same as resigning, right? You can drop back with the black rook or the black bishop, but if the king goes to the edge of the board, the white knight is going to jump into the centre and start going for the black king. OK, we'll see this on the board.
And, I guess the white knight will jump to the middle, attack the rook, and also threaten the f7 pawn. And the black king is in a mating net.
Yeah, I think we're going to see, just body language-wise, Eric is about to resign any moment. And there we go. The black rook was attacked, the black pawn was attacked. Nothing to be done.
Yeah.
He resigns.
It's a win for Magnus Carlsen, striking back after losing in the first round. Now 3 points in this second game against Eric Hansen. It was a great game by the world number one. 41 moves. He took it into the endgame and, of course, won it in the endgame. Let's take a look at this impressive game, David.
Yeah, this was a very impressive game from Magnus Carlsen. Eric, though, he had his chances. He played the middle game very well, and maybe it just came down to this one moment where he gave away a pawn and didn't get sufficient compensation. So we talked about the rook hitting this bishop. The bishop stepped back where it wanted to go. Fair enough. But after knight takes pawn, here Eric just rushed. He didn't have too much time on the clock, but he failed to find compensation for this pawn. There are a few ways to do this. Maybe, for example, you could get the rook active this way, hitting the pawn now. It's very difficult for white to guard both of these pawns. If the pawn steps forward, now you can maybe switch back to your other plan. You can move your rook across, and Magnus would not be able to guard his pawns because in the game he pushed this pawn forward, and that was not possible now. This pawn is a clear target for the black rook on the next few turns. Still difficult for black, but drawing chances. And as we saw towards the end, Magnus gobbled up a second pawn, and this is where Eric resigned, hitting the rook. And, for example, if the rook moves, the knight takes pawn, and this is threatened, but more importantly, checkmate is coming. The black king trapped on the side of the board. Very nice endgame technique by the world champion.
Definitely. Heading into another game here in round two. This is Nils Grandelius against the youngest player, only 16 years old. He is an international master, not yet even a grandmaster. Aditya Mittal making his tour debut, ranked as number 813 in the world. And is he winning against one of the top grandmasters in the world?
The evaluation bar seems to agree.
Wow.
It seems to think so. Black is a pawn down, though, so he needs to be accurate. And look at Nils' face. He's just spotted something. How is Black winning?
It's just, isn't it just... Sorry, bishop takes a4.
Ah, yeah. Bishop takes pawn.
And then drop the bishop back.
And you can't go king g2 because of bishop c6. And
keep things simple. And look at Nils' face. He's
h2, you just take the bishop and take on f2 and take on b2. So
yeah, we'll show this in a second. Also, look at the clock times. White down to 36 seconds.
Wow.
Mittal has over 5 minutes to find this, and let's just show the win, as Lawrence just pointed out there. It's all to do with this pin. If you can hit the bishop, if you can hit the white bishop with your bishop, then you win. So the easiest path is to take a pawn, and the bishop is coming this way. How do you stop this move? Okay, he plays it. We might see a result any moment. This bishop is doomed. If you, for example, try to step your king out of the pin this way, then you walk into a second pin. And as Lawrence pointed out, if you move it this way, you leave your bishop. Black can just take it now. And although the black bishop falls, rook takes pawn is a check. The king moves. Rook takes pawn is a second pawn. And these guys will march down the board. Elementary win there. What else to be done?
Oh, I wonder if we'll see a celebration.
5 seconds. I think we will see a celebration from the youngster. I mean, it's hard to believe he's only, I want to say, 16 years old, right?
16.
And I think he's the first international master to compete in this tournament.
True. Yeah.
Well, normally we've had a grandmaster before, and
it's over. Massive win for Aditya Mittal. Oh, he's leaving the cameras. We're not seeing a celebration for him. But this must mean a lot to the young Indian. 16 years old, rated only at 813 in classical chess, beating number 96, Nils Grandelius, to gain 3 points. Impressive stuff. What do you think that means for him, David? 16 years old and only an international master so far.
Yeah, it will be a massive confidence boost. I think that's the biggest thing in this tournament where there's so many sharks. You can't show any weakness. You don't want to get off to a bad start, but a win in the second round with Black, he'll think that he can do anything now in this tournament. And yeah, it's a huge step in his career.
Incredible.
Great
Incredible. All right, these are 2 other, quite young players. Daniel Naroditsky coming from a draw in the first game. Now, round 2 against Prodigy Vincent Keymer, 17 years old. He made it all the way to the semifinals in the previous tournament. But now, is he struggling against Daniel Naroditsky?
Yeah, a quick count shows that white is a pawn up. Also, white c-pawn, the pawn on c5, very dangerous. But the white king a bit open and... Wow. What a move. Just guarding against any checks, but letting the white bishop fall. Both players raised their eyebrows after that one. Can the white bishop be captured now? White has ideas there. White's rook at the bottom of the board is going to go up and capture the black d-pawn. So complicated. It's anyone's game. And, OK, 1 minute against 1 minute. This is going to be very random at some point, but... OK, it's all about that white bishop. Can it be captured? If not, then Naroditsky is most likely going to win this game. OK, Keymer needs to do some calculation. I'm trying to work out what happens. Do you take this bishop with your rook? Do you take it with the knight?
You can also, you know, if we follow the rules of checks, calculate... I've forgotten it. My mind is gone. Checks, captures, threats, CCT. I mean, I was just thinking move the bishop to attack the rook.
Just think Champions Chess Tour.
I know.
CCT.
That actually only dawned on me literally 3 weeks ago. I was like, CCT, Champions Chess Tour.
So, OK, while Vincent thinks, let's quickly jump in, just show what's about to happen. Jovanka, you mentioned that this move was also possible. If you had taken the white bishop, then it becomes mightily complicated after rook takes pawn. This is a pin. This is a pin. It looks like black has to give back either his knight or his bishop. This wasn't ideal. So maybe he finds a stronger move. And as you say, don't just look for the captures, also look for the threats. This is a threat, but now the white pawn is stepping forward. Huge threat on the board of this pawn marching even further.
Wow.
Maybe you have to remove the bishop now. The pawn and bishop duo, you just can't let it live. Maybe you just have to capture. For example, if you take the white rook, this looks deadly. The pawn marching forward, but first, if you take this bishop off, next move, try and take this rook. I mean, it's still so complicated. You have to calculate the pawn marching forward. You have to calculate a rook check. Ugh, I don't envy the players. 6 seconds, though, for Vincent. He needs to move. Oh, 3 seconds left. He does take the white bishop.
And the pawn steps forward. 1 square closer to its coronation square.
You have to move this rook.
You have to do it, and still, it's such a crazy position. And it's also crazy for Daniel as well. I mean, he has to work out, is it knight takes knight? Is he going to move his rook? Is he...
Yeah. The c-pawn, is it Camilla finally becoming the queen? Or Charles. Or Charles, yeah.
Yeah, the c-pawn it shouldn't march forward yet because it can be removed from the board. And if we do a quick count here, OK, it's level pawns. I think, yep. Just doing a quick count. 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. This one should end up in a draw with best play, although black is very active, so no guarantees there. This is the backup plan. But if you don't push this pawn, what else do you do? Do you maybe flick in a check? Looks very, very tempting to me. You have to be careful because this rook is also under fire. It's just so complicated. 12 seconds, sorry, for Keymer and 20 seconds for Naroditsky. First instinct, Lawrence, Jovanka. It's hard in an instinct.
First instinct is over to Jovanka.
Just pure calculation.
I can't see a move. I don't know. Knight takes knight. I don't know. I think I would react with knight takes knight and
5 seconds.
Just lose. OK, he queens the pawn.
Oh, yeah. But did you see he gave a shake of his head? That means he's basically given up on his winning chances, Naroditsky. Just trying to draw this game now. And the bar does react slightly in black's favour. Level pawns, but the black rook and knight are much better combined than their counterparts.
Yeah, the problem white has got here is this knight on c8 actually needs to find a good route back into the game. Dania tries knight b6, but...
that black pawn in the middle is just going to be a monster.
It's never actually under attack. So, for example, a move like rook e4 here, trying to come to the second rank, looks reasonable. Or
goes back instead.
Also reasonable.
Yeah, also sensible. The white knight has to centralise itself, surely. Where else do you go? You don't really want to park yourself on the edge of the board.
And what does?
It does. Maybe he's going to re-centralise later, but it's just all turning in black's favour. The one thing, though, is Naroditsky, I've seen him save, I mean, countless endgames that are worse than this. So I still have faith in him, but OK, it feels like it's all about Vincent. OK, the pawn stepping forward. White's knight can come and attack that pawn, potentially.
How dangerous is this pawn on d3? I mean, I know on a superficial level it looks incredibly scary, but at the same time, you know, White's knight, rook, the king will join in on attacking this pawn. I mean, could we see a situation where there's a standoff, where black is defending it with all his might and white's attacking it? I quite like what Naroditsky is doing, and now he has to support that pawn that's been challenged on the b4 square.
Yeah, you could make an argument for taking this black pawn now, if you're really scared of it, the black pawn in the middle on d3. But OK, like Jovanka says, maybe no rush, just support your pawns. And OK, there's a trick on the board. Don't take this pawn now, it's poisoned.
Why?
If you take this pawn with your rook, the black knight comes to f3, checks the white king, and will hit the white rook at the same time. So it's indirectly protected. So just be careful. That's why we always look for checks in every position. Knights are so tricky. OK, so now the white king is not within checking range of the black knight, but the pawn is still alive. The bar might say 0.0, but it's still white having to prove it. White having to force the draw. Naroditsky retreats. He's coming around for that black d pawn.
Yeah, some really good play by Naroditsky. You know, I love the way he just retreats the knight and keeps an eye on that rogue pawn on d2. Now there's a threat of knight takes pawn. And pawn takes pawn. I imagine, yeah, you have to capture that pawn. And now the pressure is on Vincent. You know, how is he going to keep his pawn on d2 alive?
Yeah,
or has the position fizzled out into a draw?
Yeah, it looks that way. I don't think you can keep it alive for too long. Now 3 of your opponent's army have come, gathered all around that pawn, surrounded it. Just have to give a check. And the position is likely to repeat itself. Yeah, once that black pawn drops, no chance. Draw is in the pipeline now. Whoa,
yeah,
what a game.
This one, oh, well...
Setting another trick. There was a threat of the black knight coming to the e3 square with a fork, but Naroditsky, of course, spots that. And second time we've seen this position.
And,
any last tricks? No. We will see the draw most likely. And wow, Naroditsky, He's reacting there.
Yeah.
Very angry at himself. Maybe it missed some missed opportunities before we joined the game, but it is a draw in the meantime.
Yeah.
Fair result, I think.
2 draws in a row for Daniel Naroditsky. Would you say he's had some good chances in these 2 first games, just not quite match fit, maybe?
Yeah, that's a big thing in any sport, but especially in chess, if you haven't been playing lately at this intensity against this level of opponent, it can take a while to warm up, and it's the killer instinct that goes first. So he'll get there. He's not playing badly at all, Naroditsky. He actually defended very well at the end, but maybe earlier he was annoyed that he wasn't a bit more decisive.
Yeah. So 2 draws so far for Daniel Naroditsky, a win and a draw for Vincent Keymer, who will be up against the world champion Magnus Carlsen in the next round. We still have some games going on here in round 2, so we're going to jump into one where the bar was all the way over to one player's side. Now remember, Mamedyarov, he won in the first round against Magnus Carlsen. And he did make a comeback from a losing position in that game. He's going to have to do that in this one as well.
Yeah, this one's not going to be easy, though.
No.
If the white pawn wasn't on the board, it would be a draw. Rook and knight are not enough to beat a rook, but white pawn is, it's going to survive.
Yeah. The problem Black has here is that his king is cut off on the back rank. So you really want to have an active king. For example, if this king were on f5 here, there might be some small chance of a swindle, but with the king so passive, white can slowly improve, bring his king up the board. For example, a move like king g3 here is very likely and played. So you slowly advance that king, and then you remaneuver the knight. And in fact, that black king can even get into some kind of mating net. So I think objectively, Shach has got close to 0 chance holding this. He needs a real miracle here, but I don't see it happening.
I can see one miracle happening. Okay. So it involves your plan. Oh, okay.
You're going to suggest something else, Jovanka?
I was going to suggest something else. So basically, I was going to try Lawrence's plan and of just marching the king all the way to g5.
Okay, so for example, if black waits?
Yeah, just waits. You get that there, king there. Yep. And the only miracle I could see happening, it was if the white knight moved to the g4 square, after all, big threat on the board, knight coming to... And then the rook can step forward, give a check. And then now, obviously, this is a miracle. And this is like probably what I would call a helpmate, where white actively helps.
This miracle, right. Yeah, this really would be a miracle.
Exactly. You asked for a miracle.
I did ask for a miracle.
And that's what I saw.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the white king has better squares. The white knight will guard things. Okay, he's set up kind of a barrier. Temporarily, at least, the rook and 2 pawns stop white from advancing. White just repeats the position once there, and Duda, he's not going to rush. Actually, what's the winning plan? Maybe it's just going to be Zugzwang, where black can't make any productive moves. Okay, he moves away with his rook.
So one idea here is to play a move like rook c7 to think about rook c6, because he's not connected. He's not connected.
We've got a new prediction maestro in the studio.
I think you can just play rook c6 here. I think it's easily good enough. You're never really able to trade off one of those last pawns.
The problem, I think you're right. The problem is, what's your winning plan with white? How do you make progress?
So
if I just park my king on this square.
You park. I will play...
Okay, he doesn't go for this. Maybe he will later.
I think he probably has to, right? Or could you play a move like rook c7 and knights? So let's say I lose a move here. I go rook d7. Rook f6, I go rook c7.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, you're reading. You're mind reading again.
Here we go.
For example, if the rook comes across.
And now knight c6.
Lock this rook out of the 6th rank.
Yeah, and then suddenly or knight f7, I was thinking about that move. But Shach calmly
walks into the firing line.
Yeah.
Normally, you never want to allow a discovered check, but white's knight can't attack anything when it jumps out the way. Yeah, he's fighting, Shach. He's doing what he needs to, just sitting still. This is an art form, just trying to survive as long as possible and enjoying the defensive task. Goalkeeper's glory, I call it. But yeah, the problem is the white king is coming now. long term, you just basically have to wait forever. You can't do anything at all with black.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's actually the only player who can still take the title away from Magnus Carlsen in the Champions Chess Tour 2022. He has to win a lot of games. Remember, they get $750 for each win in the preliminaries. Each point, each win is so important for Duda to have any hopes of taking the title away from Magnus Carlsen. He's going to want this win. And now the bar jumps up to 5.5. Is it getting closer for Duda?
Yeah.
Oh, he traded the rooks here, Shaq. I'm very surprised by that, especially because the king can come to e5 now. I think that's a pretty poor decision, actually, by Shaq.
Yeah, evaluation bar agrees with you, Lawrence. Yeah, it's basically a dream version of what you were trying to show earlier. White's king too active now.
Really simple well, I say simple. It's never easy, but...
Yeah, just don't let black trade off your pawn.
Yeah, I think what you want to do here with white is you want to play knight e3, knight g4, provoke h5, and then reroute the knight, let's say f2, h3, park the knight on g5, and then...
You want to force black to commit his pawns, then you blockade them with your knight, essentially. Yeah.
Do you like that plan?
I love that plan. Just improve the white knight.
I've got a new course on Chessable. winning endgames the hard way.
Risking it all, but getting there in the end. Yeah, now you can go for that.
He's going to go knight g4, king g7, king e6. And he's going to slowly force that concession.
Slowly but surely.
I like your Chessable course. I mean, it's a bit of real chess life, you know.
I'm guessing a lot of moves here. I'm kind of surprising myself. He's going to go knight f2, now knight h3.
Yeah. Or you can go via e5.
Yeah, something about f2 where I'm just guarding...
Oh, how are you doing this, Lawrence?
Years of hard work.
must be that lady that we met. That
Which lady?
The one that you introduced me to.
Which one was that?
The one who had the sixth sense. She must.
Oh, at the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So there's a funny story. So the lady that works behind the bar at the hotel, I just went for a coffee earlier. Sorry, yesterday, and very quickly, we were just chatting. She said, "Why are you here?" I said, "I tell you what, if you guess why I'm here, I'll give you a nice tip for this coffee." And she looked at me. She doesn't know my name. She's never seen me before. She said, "Chess coach." I went, "What?" Of all the professions in the world,
we use the same hotel for everyone in the studio.
No, but that was so spooky. And then something happened today very quickly while Duda wins this. She said, I just came back. I went to the gym. I was working out. Came back. She said to her colleague, "I know what he's going to wear today." And I said, I wasn't there. And she checked it. She's going to wear blue jeans and a blue jacket.
Whoa.
She'd been in your room, Laura.
I mean, what's going on? So anyway, I've said to her, I need to know the football results tomorrow.
Yeah.
She guessed her age. She did guess my age as well.
Impressive stuff. And impressive stuff by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He wins the game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Coming up in only 8 minutes, Vincent Keymer takes on Magnus Carlsen. They played each other in the semi-finals in the previous tournament. Magnus Carlsen won that in impressive fashion. So what will happen? Magnus coming from an impressive win now in round 2. And we still have 2 rounds of chess to go on this first day of the Aimchess Rapid. When we come back, we're going to build up to that fight between the 17-year-old Vincent Keymer and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. But first, a quick commercial break.
Played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength,
To us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines. I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Lichess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, all right? Jesus Christ.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football, I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer. But he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Welcome back to Aimchess Rapid. We are getting ready for round 3. But first, let's take a look at the results from round 2. Another round with a lot of decided games. Anish Giri, 3 points against Vidit. Abdusattorov, 3 points for him against Richard Report. And then huge win for Aditya Mittal, only 16 years old, getting 3 points against Nils Grandelius. Duda, big win for him against Mamedyarov, and Magnus Carlsen striking back with a win against Erik Hansen. So right now, after 2 rounds, these are the standings. We do have young Abdusattorov on top of the table. He has won 2 out of 2 games, 6 points. 3 players are right behind him on 4 points, and a bunch of players on 3 points. One of them is Aditya Mittal, the international master. What a start for him. And these are the games coming up in round 3. An entertaining game with Mamedyarov against Anish Giri. Erik Hansen now up against Jan-Krzysztof. Duda Mittal coming from that big win, now up against Naroditsky. We do have 2 all-Indian battles, Erigaisi against Harikrishna and Vidit against Gukesh, but we are going to follow the game between Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen. And Vincent Keymer, the 17-year-old, he made it all the way to the semi-finals in the Julius Baird Generation Cup, where he got to play a match against Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, hanging together by a thread for black right now. He needs to eliminate these 2 white pawns. If he can get these with his knight, it's a draw.
Probably winning, though. Yeah, probably a lot of problems here.
He moves the other way. He's now losing.
Okay, so now the winning technique is for the king to run to the right side.
Oh.
This is it. This is going to win.
Oh, Vincent down at 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh, make a move.
Oh, did you see him? He reacted. He forgot about the clock.
Oh.
He made it with 1 second.
Oh, wow.
What a game.
Wow. Magnus shaking his head, but after 93 moves, a very long game, he takes a win.
This pseudo-sacrifice, just giving back some material for black, who looks like a killer. If white takes this rook, he loses his light squared bishop. The black queen will come in. Looks very good. So white is about to win the black queen, but he's had to give up a bishop. So right now, it's, okay, 2 rooks for a queen. But at the very least, the white queen is going to drop off.
Yeah.
There we go. The white queen is doomed. And Magnus Carlsen is in the final.
But Vincent Keymer, he did perform very well in that tournament, and he recently reached 2,700 in over-the-board classical chess. And this is actually Vincent Keymer's over-the-board ratings: 2,700 in classical chess, 2,600 in rapid, and 2,600 in blitz. I did see a tweet from our friend Mr. Dodgy. It's very German. It's very clean, very nice. The rating for young Vincent.
Very efficient.
Yeah.
Right. We should mention that's because FIDE just kind of did a one-off amendment to the rating system. So they cleaned up the ratings. For example, junior players, if they've never really played Blitz or Rapid, their ratings tend to be a lot lower than their real strength. So they just made sure all ratings for Rapid and Blitz, they're within 100 points of a classical rating. I think for all players, not just the juniors. So I got a couple of points boost as well.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Vincent, he's just super strong, and he's a man in form.
Yeah.
Now, no longer a student, a full-time chess professional.
Yeah. And with the white pieces against Magnus, what's happening on the board?
Okay. The English opening. Maybe none of us here in the studio, but this last move made you chuckle, Lawrence. D3.
I think Grishchuk was the one who popularized it a few years ago. I think Kramnik also had a few outings with this a few years back. It's a very, it's a move which says to black, you've got lots of options here, but I want a non-theoretical battle, and I just want to get a position that's playable against you. So it's quite an interesting approach. And something I don't recall Vincent doing previously, actually.
He has, actually.
Or has he?
Yeah, he has, but just only last month.
Oh,
September the 7th, he beat Niels Grandelius with this variation.
What was that in? Was that in an over-the-board tournament? Or?
It was in the Polish Extraliga. Of course, this is the tournament where Vincent had a tremendous score. And
where he reached 2,700.
Did, yeah.
Yeah, so by hook or by crook, we've got what looks like a normal position. It's just it's kind of an odd kind of version of one. So right now, black's bishop has come out nicely. White has kind of placed his bishop, his own dark square bishop, on an odd square. White is just not neglected. I mean, he's neglected to develop his kingside pieces so far. White needs to get castled at some point. So I'm expecting Vincent to kind of remedy that and just bring out some of those kingside pieces now. But yeah, I mean, this is just a strange strategy to me. It's like Magnus is the one who tries his hardest to take players out of theory. You've kind of done his job for him. You've just given him a very healthy position. It looks like a Sicilian, just with reversed colours. And Magnus, he's the master of those types of positions.
Well, it's quite interesting you say that, David, because up until the pawn move, where that supported the bishop, it was all theory. But I mean, it had been played before, wasn't well known. But once that move had been played, that was it. New territory. And it's Vincent who is on his own. But of course, as David referenced, they will be drawing all the patterns that they learnt when they themselves are playing the Sicilian defence with the white pieces.
And yeah, Magnus the master in this, but I can tell you, Vincent Keymer is a master in advantage capitalization. I really want to bring up the Aimchess head-to-head stats between these two, because Magnus Carlsen, we know his numbers are really high in everything, but advantage capitalization, Vincent Keymer has the highest number of any of the players in the tournament. So in the 100 last rapid games he has played, 91%. What's that mean?
So advantage capitalization here, it means when a player has a +2 advantage according to the computer or more, they convert, and he does that 91% of the time. That is phenomenal.
Wow.
Even in complicated positions where the evaluation is swinging, he tends to win. He doesn't really let things slip. The other side of that is resourcefulness when you're losing, but then you fight back, and his stats there are still decent. Also, accuracy. Vincent almost at the same level as Magnus. That's incredible. Endgame, 69% is a great number as well, winning endgames at a decent rate. So, yeah, good player. Very, very good player.
Just if he gets an advantage, we need to. Magnus needs to be careful.
Yeah, and you know, Vincent, I don't know how much you've spoken about him here over the course of the
haven't
tour.
you seen every single minute of our show, Lawrence?
I was down the gym.
Good save.
No, but Vincent has been working closely with Peter Leko, which a lot of people may or may not know. Peter Leko almost became world champion in 2004.
Yeah.
Great player, somebody I've actually done commentary with on the other channel, Chess 24, when I was doing some commentary. And imitates his style very much. He's a very clinical player, he doesn't risk too much. He's not a gunslinger, he's not a Mamedyarov, he's not a Duda, well, perhaps a Rapid, let's say.
Yeah.
He doesn't give you many chances. And when he gets a little nibble, he's actually incredibly mature. His playing style is... He's only 17, but he plays like somebody who's been playing chess for 50 years.
Wow.
It's quite extraordinary.
An old soul.
He's got an old soul, exactly.
It sounds like you almost described Anish Giri a little bit, but maybe what Anish is struggling with is taking the advantage when he has it.
I think with Anish also, he does struggle with... not understanding, that's a bit patronising, but he doesn't like risking at all, and there are some situations where you have to do it, and you have to be a bit more bold and a bit more ambitious. I think that's what's held Anish back, actually, from getting to the very, very top.
Yeah.
So...
Too much of a perfectionist, maybe.
Just hates losing. But sometimes, as we say, you've got to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah. You need to love winning more than you hate losing.
Yeah, and Magnus takes huge risks, actually. If you look at his games, wacky openings, random positions, he takes massive risks, and he gets rewarded, so...
You can't keep control throughout an entire game in chess at this level. You have to do something unexpected. And, yeah, Vincent's capable of that. Like you said, Leko and Vincent, just it's so clean in their chess.
Yeah.
It's just never really a big mess. It's never as if they've lost full control. It's just impressive.
There's one key difference that I have noticed between someone like, say, Anish and Magnus and / Vincent, is that both of these players, Vincent and Magnus, they start off from a strategically sound opening. Even if Magnus is playing something nonsense, you know, there will be some kind of positional understanding, some logic behind it. Meanwhile, Anish, on the other hand, he tends to enter those complications very early on, and he's not afraid of playing these sharp variations. So it's a different type of risking there is, you know, because when Anish is being asked to risk, you know, it literally could be like a win or lose situation for him if it doesn't go well. Meanwhile, the risk involved for Magnus is going to be a lot less because he has that foundation. It's just a matter of style, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think you'd see Anish, for example, someone like him play an opening like this, where Vincent just takes the game into fresh territory from, what was it you said, Jovanka, move 3, move 4? It was brand new, that position, already. Anish likes to know in advance what he studied, but Vincent, that just shows his confidence, I guess, to spar with Magnus on his own level, essentially, in his own comfort zone. And meanwhile, OK, just a trade of bishop for knight, that was expected, and both sides castling now. So we've ended the opening phase, and we're just going to get into that manoeuvring middle game. White has the 2 bishops, which I love, but the centre is closed for now. Any preference here? Which side would you pick?
I would take white, I think, ever so slightly.
The bishop pair has to count eventually. I agree with you there, Lawrence. And whilst Vincent is thinking about his move, I wanted to share with you a selfie that we have from Ardo, who shares with us that they are playing beach sunset chess games with friends in Okinawa, Japan. Wish the broadcast team was here. Yeah,
Wow.
well, we do too, Hardo.
That sounds nice.
Beach sunset chess.
Nice.
Sounds awesome, doesn't it? And in Japan. I've never been to Japan. It's like one of my dream destinations. Have you been?
there? Yeah, I loved it. Loved it.
Yeah.
You been?
I've not. I've been to a Japanese tea garden in the middle of Berlin. That's very cool.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name. Anybody goes to Berlin, there's a little sort of sanctuary there. But no, that's about as close as I've got to Japan.
I went in 2012.
Did you?
A long time ago. Yeah, with my family. It was very nice.
Lovely.
Visited some palaces and found some underground like gaming place where they were just
So many strange.
They've got Japanese chess, shogi, right?
Yeah.
Very similar.
Yeah, isn't that Peter Heine is a big fan?
Peter
right?
Heine, let's applaud Peter Heine because he got to a very good level, no, didn't he? I think.
I don't know the levels in shogi, but I think, you know, relatively speaking, yeah, I think you did.
All I know is that you're supposed to sacrifice a lot of your pieces in shogi and just attack, so it might suit me, actually.
It's probably crazy. There's a lot of
I'm never
crazy
picking up
stuff
that game.
going on in Japan. We almost went Mario karting through the streets of Tokyo because they have that.
Wow.
Yeah, you dress up as either Luigi or Mario or whoever.
Okay,
Yeah.
who are
Life
you
game.
going to dress up as, Kaja, if you had a choice?
Ooh, Yoshi maybe, yeah.
Yoshi,
Bowser.
the green...
Yeah.
What was it? He was
a frog, dragon, I don't know.
dragon or a frog,
Yeah.
right?
Or Peach, maybe, the princess.
Peach the princess.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, Japan, very cool country. And we have some moves in this game. Still tense.
Yeah. Still tense. It's still that manoeuvring phase where both sides are coming up with plans, just trying to find the best, most active, most promising squares for their pieces.
Yeah.
Magnus just, again, this shows the nature of the position, just pushing a pawn, creating some breathing space for his king long term. That's a very long term move. And Vincent maybe has the more straightforward plan of the two, but it would come with risk if he rushes it. So if we jump in, we see both sides just laying out their territory, kind of setting up their army. Here, after this last pawn push, I guess Magnus's idea is to bring his bishop out, maybe park his bishop back here on a nice safe square. And for Vincent, because he is the one with the bishop pair, these two pieces, he wants to open up the position. So long term, either he's got to play for this pawn push to try and lengthen the diagonal of this bishop if things open up, or he's got to build for this pawn push. And this pawn push is impossible right now because after a trade of pawns, this bishop is actually hanging. It's attacked twice. So one idea, for example, would be to just move the rook across, eventually start getting ready for this pawn push. I would be slightly tempted as well at some point. I'm not sure exactly when to push this pawn forward and then start pushing here. But
I was just thinking of that, but I didn't like giving it. I've got a wacky move for you, David.
Okay. Hit me with it.
How bad do you like? How bad is the move King H1 here?
I know what your plan is. Okay.
That's a move Simon might approve
The
of.
idea, if the bishop comes out, for example, you want to push this pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Hitting the bishop, and when the bishop moves, you want to shuffle your rook across.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this is what Alpha Zero would do.
I like it.
Do you like
Lawrence.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got my vote.
Okay.
And I'm ashamed to say that the move that actually occurred to me was what Vincent did in the end, and then I rejected it. I was like, no, you can't double your pawns, close your position.
Oof, this is very risky strategically. The problem is now this pawn can never really be defended by another pawn. Black's clamp down here ensures that there's always going to be en passant or always a capture on this square if white ever pushes his b pawn forward. Therefore, for example, black has an outpost for his knight, or at least effectively an outpost. Black's bishop can come and attack this pawn later on. I would envisage, for example, I guess white's plan is to step forward at some point, but black can just always close this and sit and wait. Long term, maybe this one is vulnerable. I expect Magnus at some point as well to relocate his knight to a better square, maybe this way. Yeah, I mean, white is basically all in on an attack right now, but I didn't really see it being that scary. Okay, Magnus has pushed this pawn forward. It's a nice stable base from which to play on. Black is stable there forever, and it's going to be hard for white to push. you also need a knight to jump into some squares if you really want to attack, but you have traded off your final knight. It feels a bit impatient for Vincent.
But he does have 2 bishops. Magnus, second game in a row where he does not have his bishop pair. Haven't you said that it's been a trend and because of artificial intelligence?
Yeah. In general, AlphaZero, for example, this position that we mentioned 2 moves ago, here it would come up with some plan, maybe a bit like Lawrence's. It would shuffle the king in the corner, do some weird stuff, but it would open the position at the right time. And here, although White does still have the 2 bishops, the bishop pair. If we look, after Magnus's move, if we look at the center, it's extremely blocked. These pawns will never really disappear. This bishop is a terrible piece. It's staring at its own pawns, and Magnus is indeed rerouting his knight. White had a threat, actually, of dropping back and trying to win this pawn, but now Magnus can simply defend it with his bishop. But, yeah, more importantly, this knight is coming out to a dream square, and you can never kick it away from there. So bishops are only good if the centre's open, and that's not the case here.
Aha.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm really liking Magnus's position, and I do feel that Vincent has to do something radical.
Wow, and he has.
And that's why he's given up a pawn. Yeah.
So
but he's winning it back immediately, is he not?
He's hit this rook, and he's hit this pawn at the same time. Magnus blocks. Magnus pushes. Yeah, he won back the pawn, which is very nice for Vincent, but, OK, I guess there's maybe a small issue.
His dark squared bishop is so bad, though.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
the evaluation.
Oh, he can take and go queen d5 check.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence.
Massive blunder, is it?
Huge blunder.
And Vincent has paused. Magnus maybe hasn't realised. Bishop takes pawn. This is why just knowing the evaluation at one point in any chess game can be decisive. This is a check and a fork. We hadn't spotted this. It's not immediately obvious, but if you get a nudge from the computer like this with the evaluation, you find the winning move, simply, and it does exist.
And it seems like Vincent senses.
The fact that he's paused means it's on his radar. So it looks like automatic. The bishop has to retreat, run away, but then black is fine. But bishop takes pawn. Either you win a pawn, 2 bishops, or you win even more with this double attack.
Wow. And Magnus not reacting. If he's seen it, is it important that he doesn't?
Wow.
Oh, missed it.
Vincent trusts him. Maybe Vincent was scared in this type of situation that his queen would be trapped in the corner, but it looks like it has plenty of escape squares. It has squares to run to.
Wow. What a miss.
Mutual blindness, we call it, when, yeah, neither player just looks for the tactic, looks for the moment. And
oh, that was a huge moment.
I mean, I can't blame Vincent. I mean, if we just don't expect the world champion to blunder like this. It's quite a simple blunder. It's just a 2-move tactic. But if you're not expecting the moment, it's hard to pick up on it. And now, yeah, it's back to roughly equal. Black has these 3 pawns, but some double pawns here, whereas White has a 5 versus 4 advantage on the other side. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, a spectacular miss. And actually, Magnus does get away a lot of the time because people just believe that he can't make such blunders. It's Magnus Carlsen, as if he would blunder a 2-move tactic. But it does happen, and, you know, he got away with one big time just there. That really was the end of the game if you play bishop takes b5, because then suddenly the black queen side just dissipates into nothingness. So great miss there. And now Magnus is better again, and when you miss a shot like that against Magnus, he's not going to give you a second chance. So I fully expect now this to be a Magnus victory, but a fairly long one. It's going to take another 40, 50 moves.
Another long grind ahead.
The worst scenario is when you make your move, and just after you make your move, your brain goes, but wait 1 second. You could have taken the pawn.
Yes.
And then you're like, brain, why did you not work when I was thinking? Why wait until after I've made my move?
That's happened to me so many times.
You spend the rest of the game just going, I could have just won.
Yeah, and it's not just the one about winning, it's when you blunder something. You spent 20 minutes on that move, and you play a move, and you end up playing a move, and it's, oh, that just loses, does it? And you just, why am I playing this game? What am I doing?
How do you guys react? Like when you know you've blundered, but your opponent hasn't moved yet, do you
get up
the poker face?
No, I get up. I can't keep the poker face. Yeah.
I just.
Okay, so now I know when I play you.
Anytime Lawrence gets up, he's blundered.
I can't. I can't. Just Magnus has got a poker face. Who else has got a really good poker face?
Magnus has a poker face over the board, but maybe not online. Online, normally he reacts, right?
Yeah.
Who's got a good poker face over the board?
Caruana.
Yes.
It's like you never know whether he's winning or losing just looking at him.
No. Well, Magnus did have a great poker face in like Game 6 in 2014 when he blundered big time against Anand, right? And he had to sit there and keep his poker face, and Anand didn't notice the blunder.
It was that 2-pawn.
Ah, I was commentating it,
It was a while ago, Lawrence. We'll forgive you.
It's nearly 10 years, yeah.
And I recently blundered at the Olympiad. I thought I was winning on the spot. I played a move. Literally, the moment my fingers left the piece, I realised I'd blundered, and I just sat there and I was kind of like nodding, looking confident. My opponent had 2 minutes on the clock, and I was looking his most obvious move, pushing a pawn to f3. I was looking at the f3 square, being like, yep. And because his winning move was on the other side of the board, and
smart.
Yeah, he went down to 5 seconds. I was like, oh, he's going to play it, and then he didn't.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's a good idea.
So yeah, it was the opposite of poker face. I knew I had to react, but I knew I had to pretend I was confident.
Yeah.
But okay. The Queen shuffles.
Yeah, and talking about someone who wasn't poker face, I mean, there was quite a famous incident that happened in Norway chess this year where Anand, he was playing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and he just blundered. He just blundered him, and he resigned. You know, he was so shocked with his blunder that when Mamedyarov came back, he just like literally shook his hand, and Mamedyarov was like, Shak was like, why? Why has he resigned? And then it took him a while, and then I would have seen that. But we were like, we're not so sure, actually.
Yeah, because maybe he would have made a quick move when he came back to the board.
And there was a very natural move at his disposal as well. So it was not entirely clear that Shak would have found the winning continuation. And afterwards, we were discussing this at the end of the tournament, and Vichy agreed that it was a bit premature.
It was an emotional resignation.
It was, yeah.
So this can never happen because it's logistically impossible to set up, but to measure blunders made on returning from the toilet, because that's when I feel like I make
we could measure that.
But you would have to know when a player... Well, you could do it on the tour, potentially, if they have a toilet break or if...
Very rare.
It's quite difficult to do, but I always feel like I made huge blunders just coming back from a toilet break or just going outside because I've not fully gathered myself and I kind of rush into the position.
Yeah.
Or immediately after getting the bonus time. That's the classic, isn't it? That's the classic. Move 41, yeah. The famous move 41.
You take your eye off the ball, you've just had your toilet break probably. And, you normally sit there for 10, 20 minutes and unfocused, and that's where the mistakes happen. And, yeah, move 40, that's the time control. In most games, I guess it's lucky for the players, they get bonus time after every move, every move, 10 seconds.
Vincent way down on the clock here. I mean, he's 8 minutes down, he's got a worse position. This is just everything. The stars are aligning for Magnus here.
Yeah.
Just everything is working.
Feels like he's hustling in a way on the clock, Magnus. Like, that's why he played that blunder so quickly. He's just trying to put pressure on the clock as well. It'll be fascinating to find out whether he if he's aware that he made a mistake later. Maybe that's something we can ask the Norwegian, if we can get him for an interview.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, White's rook going on the attack, but it's attacking alone. White's bishops are completely blocked in. That's why the evaluation bar says it's so good for black. And now Magnus, this is cynical, just swapping one of those bishops off. Makes sense. The white pawns in the centre, the white doubled E pawns look very, very weak.
Yeah.
And Magnus will secure his rook now.
But is there a little TikTok? No, that's not the tactic. Rook A-D8, this is one of my favourite tactics, the interference tactic, bishop D4. Does that exist?
So in the current position, sorry, if we fast forward, rook coming across, the bishop now cutting the connection between the two rooks. If this bishop is captured, for example, pawn takes, then the rook falls, but I guess you can just support your rook.
Yeah, I missed that, actually.
Luckily, the rook's not trapped. I think maybe he's looking the other direction, Lawrence. Maybe he wants to go this way and start attacking the king.
Yeah.
This is slightly awkward to deal with, potentially. You don't really want to go passive with the black queen to defend. You can move the black knight out the way, for example, just to defend across, but slightly loose, maybe, for black temporarily. I could envisage a situation where after a trade of pawns, at least white has some tricks, some counterplay. At least now all of white's pieces are pointing towards the black king.
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure about bishop d3 when Magnus played it, because the bishop wasn't doing very much. I thought he was just going to double on the d-line. And
earlier this move, yeah?
Yeah, instead of this move, just a move like rook d6 or rook a7, some doubling, and ask, because this rook on g3 is really quite poor. It's a sort of move I would play, so I know it's not very good.
And, well, he's followed through with your plan. And now David's question is going to be on the board. The queen is going to come up, threat and checkmate. I mean...
Yeah, makes sense. What else do you do with white? Not completely clear. Why not go threat and checkmate?
I think you have to do this. I mean, white's been looking at ways to initiate chaos from quite some moves ago. So now I'm thinking... I mean, how to keep control.
Okay, he plays this move. Big threat on the board.
Yeah, queen takes pawn. It's going to be checkmate, so you can't allow that. And David kind of showed that the knight can retreat. There's also the queen that can retreat. But at the same time, it kind of does feel like white is gaining some momentum.
Yeah.
And some tough pieces lined up against the black king.
Right, yeah. And I'm just thinking that the pawn on e5 can be destabilized, and the bishop's potential on the long diagonal can be lengthened.
Yeah, the bishop indirectly maybe attacking this pawn. Temporarily, black's got everything covered. But yeah, I mean, this rook's not doing anything. That's why I suggested maybe just bringing it across. And there is potential to kind of switch focus, double up on the open file to break in there. Like Jovanka said, sometimes you can go for this pawn. Sometimes you can go maybe for this pawn. I'm not entirely sure Magnus is happy now. Feels like he has lost significant control. Okay, Vincent doesn't go for this last move, instead bringing his queen in. Maybe a threat on the board if queen takes pawn, utilising the fact that g-pawn is pinned for black.
I would instinctively move my king out of the firing line.
But you move it onto this bishop's diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Vincent fighting very well.
All right, well, so looking better for Vincent on the board, and it's definitely looking good for Vincent on the standings after 2 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. He has 4 points. That is 1 point more than Magnus Carlsen, who has won 1 game and lost 1 game on 3 points. Magnus Carlsen, there are 3 players on 4 points and 1 player with 2 wins. Naroditsky, Abdusattorov, 6 points, and it's looking good for him. Also here in round 3, could he win 3 out of 3 in the start of the Aimchess Rapid? That would be impressive. And just a draw for Vincent in this game would be impressive against Magnus Carlsen, rated at 29.02 in the tour. Definitely the strongest player. Playing some inaccurate moves over the last few moves, Magnus?
Possibly. It feels like he's rushing in now. The black knight has jumped out the way. This has allowed the white queen to swing across and capture a pawn. And Magnus, a slight shake of the head there. He's completely lost control, so now it's just very tactical, very... it's very concrete, the position. I guess Magnus was banking on the fact that the black rook could come down and check the white king, but after a trade of rooks, white's king can actually maybe just march towards the centre safely. Suddenly black has no stability, and you need something now, otherwise white might continue just grabbing some pawns. What do you guys think? He's got 10 minutes. Should he just sit on his hands and kind of...
Yeah, now's the time to have a pause. Because you have a check, as you mentioned. There's also knight takes pawn in the air. You have to decide which one is the most effective way of putting white under some pressure.
Lawrence, how would you go about approaching this position for black if you know you've lost some control, but it's still very complicated?
Yeah, it's a tough question. Yeah, I think you do have to invest time here. I think this is the moment where we're going to see Magnus investing something in the region of 3 or 4 minutes, because there's a lot of forcing calculation baselines, which you just have to check and recheck. And you've got lots of... there are probably 4 candidate moves minimum here for black. So it's a really tricky. But Magnus he's not yet firing, is he? He's not in the fifth gear that we're used to. When he gets there, he's almost unbeatable. But he's certainly not there yet. And Vincent will be mildly optimistic here about at least getting. I'm not sure Vincent is thinking about winning this position, but I don't think he's thinking he's losing now.
So, I mean, in this position, if it were me, if I'm calculating, like you said, there's a rook check, you can capture this pawn, you can capture this pawn in a second way. There's a bunch of options, so I would start by looking at the checks first, I guess. Checks, captures, and threats, as we mentioned earlier. So this forces the opponent's reply. It forces the second reply as well, the king marching out into the open. But the key is whether anything exists now, whether black has a follow-up. White is a pawn up temporarily. This pawn is attacked as well. There's now some checks in the air. The problem is if you check with the black queen, this can just be blocked by white's rook. And what next? I just don't see a follow-up. So this is what Magnus is calculating. He's looking at this position first, maybe, and he's just trying to figure out if there's a continuation. You could still perhaps continue here in a few ways. If that doesn't work, if that doesn't appeal to him, he'll go back. He'll look at the second candidate move, which is a capture. Now this is maybe a bigger threat, but it does give white some time. I'm not exactly sure what white would do here. For example, if white were to just move the rook across, I was going to say to this square, but it doesn't guard against the check. Maybe, for example, the white rook would just swing across. Now the black rook can't give a check. Maybe there's nothing here either, and that's why Magnus is just pausing and raising his eyebrows, it looks like on the camera. But yeah, no easy move. You can take this pawn with the rook as well, but it's not clear what that gains.
Yeah, Magnus is. It's not often you have Magnus Carlsen stumped, but he's a bit stumped in this position. You saw him breathe out heavily. He's not happy. He's annoyed that he's let this one get a little out of control because he had such a good grip on the position just 5-10 moves ago. Plays the move knight takes e3. Okay.
And yeah, I mean, this black rook check now is much more scary. So white, I guess, has to deal with it.
Computer hated that move, by the way.
Really?
Computer just went nuts at that move.
Valuation bar now in Vincent's favour for the first time.
I remember if it goes over, is it 1 or 2?
After 2, that's where the advantage capitalization comes in.
So not quite yet.
What was it, nearly 90% or around?
Over 90, wasn't it 91?
91% for Vincent. If the bar goes that far. How far did it go with that one moment where Magnus blundered? Was it +2? It might have been.
Yeah, +2, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So
but that
might affect his stats.
Yeah.
Doesn't win this game now.
He's down to 90% now.
Yeah. But still, you know,
Unless
the position is massively complicated. And Vincent doesn't have that much time to navigate this.
Ooh.
You know, just over 2 minutes on the clock.
And Magnus should spend more time in the mountains or in the Swedish woods. I don't know where he is. Because his air things stats, very nice. Air quality, great there in the cabin in Sweden.
Oh, even the temperature?
Even the temperature, yeah, I know.
He normally has it pretty warm.
Yeah.
It's a bit dark where he is. I don't approve of that. But air quality being good.
Yeah.
Nice for chess, of course. We've seen that directly impact players' results. And wow, Vincent, this shows nerves of steel, just capturing a pawn. Vincent going a pawn up again, but allowing some dangerous checks. Oof, what a brave guy. The black rook can come down now again with a check. Maybe there's just no follow-up.
Taking those risks, is that what he's doing?
It looks that way. He really wants to win this game. There were safer options, as I mentioned. You could have stopped any checks in this position. For example, you could bring your rook across, attacking the knight, stopping any checks. But Vincent just grabs a pawn. And now, okay, the key question is after this one, after a trade of rooks, white's king marching forward into the open. Is there a follow-up now? Maybe not. Again.
Don't see anything.
The rook just blocks. Yeah, I mean, another knight check. The king just moves, and there's always a double attack against the queen now and against the rook.
I think Magnus has to maybe reject this line that you have on the board. I think that's
reject this check.
Yeah, and perhaps introduce a new piece into the attack. Maybe move the queen. I'm thinking moving to the f7 square, first of all, to guard the king, but also at the same time now threaten this rook check, which will be quite deadly.
Now a massive threat of rook check because the queen cuts off the king's escape route. And I guess if the rook shuffles across to block that file, then we could see the queen introduce a second threat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Threatening checkmate now.
That was the plan.
Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense, Jovanka. Also, it's quite nice to block any queen checks along this diagonal for white. What would Vincent have in store here? I do wonder whether at some point he might just give up his rook for the black knight and just say, OK, I'm just going to go grab this pawn, next I'll grab this pawn. Still, it's so hard to evaluate who's got the advantage here. Long term, it's white if the queens come off, maybe, but...
Yeah. In this one, no, I don't think it works, right? Because rook e2, queen g6, and...
Yeah. Still the white king under fire. OK, Magnus goes the other way instead. In this position, he brings his queen to the h4 square. What's the queen doing here? Maybe hitting this pawn? Maybe some ideas still of this check?
And maybe also the knight retreating to the g4 square, so you can... Ooh.
Oh, Vincent getting greedy, grabbing all the pawns. Now Vincent has a huge threat on the board as well. Rook takes pawn.
This position is crazy.
It really is. How is it 0.0 here? Because it looks like someone, either Vincent's just 2 pawns up and about to win, or Vincent's getting checkmated.
There's a really important variation here, which is where after rook down check, take, king f2, knight g4 check. Looks as though black wins the bishop, but after, let's say, but king e2 hits the rook. But I wanted to show that after knight takes e5, white has also got a resource of checking on the back rank. He can also, of course, he would take the rook here, but checking down there and winning that knight. So Vincent, aware of the resources, and incredibly tough position for both players.
Magnus needs some magic now because, I mean, this is just a, rook takes pawn, sorry, is a winning threat. The black king will have nowhere safe to go if that happens. So Magnus, I guess he can block this with Jovanka's idea by dropping the knight back.
Oh, wait 1 second, I just have to interrupt you there, David, because there's only one move to save the game, and that's to play queen takes pawn. Allow the rook to take the pawn with check. And then the whole idea, oh my God, this move is just crazy. And then the whole point is that you hide the king along the same diagonal as the bishop. You move it into the h8 square.
So you walk into a discovered check. You just don't care, and you say, come at me.
Whoa.
The problem here is that it's so unnatural. How do you put your king in the corner here, opposite your opponent's bishop?
So Magnus only has this one move to not lose the game.
Everything else will lose.
So here he has to take this pawn on e4, and that is not obvious. I guess the justification is here you can walk into the firing line because you're attacking the piece that will check the black king. But, for example, after the rook drops back with a check, the black king has to go to this square, and at the very least, Vincent has a draw. So even if Magnus finds the only defense, Vincent has a draw. Do you think he'll find it?
I mean, if anybody can find it, it's him.
So queen takes pawn.
I mean, it's such a hard move to play, walking into a... Firstly, you walk into check, and then you have to walk into a discovered check. It's your worst nightmare.
Thinking for over 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes now, Magnus. He has to find this move. Will he find it?
Yeah, so queen takes pawn. We're looking for that one. He's under 3 minutes now. I have a feeling he won't. I don't think I would play this move. I don't think... I mean, it would be on my radar, but once I see that I have to walk into the corner, or... I think I would just write it off, especially with only 3 minutes. Maybe if you have half an hour, you see this, it's just ghost.
He doesn't find it. Is Magnus now losing this game?
He is losing. He actually plays the second best move. We saw the Stockfish suggestions there, but it gives white a massive advantage, 3.7. White is 2 pawns up, so it's not actually that surprising the white is winning. It's just Vincent now just needs to solidify.
Why is it winning? So what's the variation, Jovanka? Because it's still...
Still...
Okay.
Maybe you can just...
straightforward.
Two ways to win this position, and only 2 ways, I have to say. It's actually to move the queen to the c6 square, as you've highlighted, or to give a check.
2 moves. So either you give a check with the queen, or maybe the most natural move. I'm only playing this because I know that this was black's best move on the last go, so you can move your queen to this square and guard your central pawn. And he doesn't play it.
Oh, no.
Okay, now it's been turned around. Now black is going to win.
What? Look at that.
Can you take this pawn, first of all? That is one question. Maybe you can. Maybe this is just the key for Magnus, this pawn. It's not just the pawn, it's getting the queen centralized, and he does take it.
Plays it.
Now this is a monster threat. Now the white king is not safe. And black's king surviving, just about. I mean, it's just the clock. Vincent didn't have enough time there to work things out, but just a bit greedy, I guess, with this last pawn capture. And what to do now? For example, this check can simply be met by the king running to the side. The black rook does a great defensive job. The evaluation bar only says plus 1.3, so there must be a way for Vincent to keep alive, keep the fight going. Okay, he moves his rook across, very natural. This knight is pinned now in this direction, but it doesn't stop the black rook from coming down. And
Black's moves are so natural.
that's the problem. You just go for the white king. You're 2 pawns down, you just go all in, and objectively, it's good for black. That makes Magnus's task easier.
And if the white king is being forced to run out into the open, and there's a queen and a rook and a knight, well, the queen and knight, I have to say, are a magnificent duo.
Yeah. This time it won't end well for white. I guess you can just give a check with your rook, for example, and the king is doomed.
10 seconds for Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, 10 seconds and not easy. Okay, he drops his bishop back to defend his rook, but this one, it does now look very bad for white. Still need to knock the knockout blow. How do you knock out your opponent, Lawrence?
You know, left hook to the body, left upper, you know.
Could you just...
Sorry, boxing lingo. Knight takes g2, is that?
That's what I was thinking.
I was thinking either you come this way and keep things simple, attack the rook, or you can maybe take this pawn attacking the rook.
Cute mate.
Attacking this rook in 3 times, yeah, cute mate here. This is checkmate. King trapped on the back rank. These moves will be on Magnus's radar. They're not that difficult either. He just drops back. Okay, makes sense, blocking the rook's path towards the black king.
But Bar doesn't like it. Now the game is swung again. Now it's like 0.05
Maybe you can play
seconds.
queen b4. Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Geometry. Using the queen to try and trade off the black's queen, but also indirectly protecting your rook. Wow. That's not obvious. Maybe this is what Magnus missed.
Oh, it's like they're walking a tightrope over the Grand Canyon or something.
Yeah.
They just have to find these only moves.
And talking about only moves, I just peeked at the computer's evaluation, and there you can see it. Only one move to save the game.
Again!
And Magnus has to trade off rooks, and that's not obvious. He doesn't actually want to trade off pieces. He's 2 pawns down. He wants to keep the attack going somehow. I have a feeling he's not going to play that. He'll want to play something a bit more ambitious, like moving the queen. But rook takes rook does look like the only way. Wow. Okay, he doesn't play it. He goes, plays the flashy move, attacking the white queen. Now, the bishop cannot capture because this would end in checkmate. But why is this bad? Can we work it out?
And now 9.5 for Vincent Keymer.
Well, rook takes knight. I mean,
what a move.
This is hanging. This is hanging. This is hanging. But white's defending everything.
It's no good, apparently.
It's not the best move, though. Maybe there's something better.
I mean, can he take the rook?
Which one? This one or this one? Is so complicated right now. If you take this rook with a check, I guess you can take this rook now. This is the minimum for black.
And you can take the...
Yeah, so now it's rook versus bishop and 2 pawns. It's actually level material after all of that. White gives a check. It should now be a draw with best play, most likely. But white's king is still in a bit of trouble. Black's got 2 heavy pieces. I just want to backtrack and find out what the winning move was in this position, because it's just chaotic.
He's going to play queen f3 in the... I guess we should stay with the current position.
Maybe it was just a simple check, and then you pick up this rook.
Queen f3.
But, OK, let's go back to the current position, as you mentioned, Lawrence.
This is a great move.
Bar is going up for Magnus again.
Yeah, bar's going up for black.
But, you know, there are a lot of these endgames where the bar says plus 1.1 or 1.2, but it's actually a theoretical draw.
Yeah. For example, here you could have traded the queens and then gone down to pin and then tried to go across. Maybe there's some chances here, but OK, he just went back.
Yeah, I think it's a very smart idea not to exchange off queens, because then you keep the dangerous dynamic potential that the rook and queen have against white's exposed king.
Yeah, for example, you can already gain time against the white queen, forcing her away. OK, Magnus plays a nasty trick, bringing the queen in. The rook is poisoned. If you capture the rook, you get distracted from your bishop.
Isn't that winning? I mean, it looks really strong because after all, the rook is going to
massive threat.
Put itself
King
on the
F1.
e4. Yeah, okay, now I think Vincent has lost control. You know, I think his position has totally collapsed. One pawn has dropped.
Yep.
White's king is out in the open.
It's all about this king, this pawn as well, not long for the world, and then it's just rook versus bishop advantage, winning for black. Let's take a break and take a breath because that was just chaotic. So
Wow.
chaotic.
But is Magnus winning now?
Yes, and it's relatively straightforward.
Okay.
The problem is he has no counterplay, Vincent. The black king can easily hide behind its pawns. It's just a mopping up job, as we say. And yeah, I mean, if the queens are off the board, maybe still a draw. But with the queens on, White's king is the target.
Yeah, and I just love the way that Magnus just attacks the queen, but at the same time, his rook is protected. The queen is nicely positioned to guard the king. I mean, Magnus knows how to make his pieces work together as a team.
I think Vincent's going to lose on time here. Oh, he got there just
1 second, he made that move. Oof. There is a trap. Don't get greedy and go and capture White's pawn now, because the white queen will go to f8 check and hit that black rook. Okay, still surviving. Magnus loves to centralize his queens in these endgames. Very sensible. 2 threats now. Well, at least the biggest one is to bring the rook down to the first rank, pinning that white bishop.
Oh, a bunch of games have finished. We did see a win for Mamedyarov on fire today. He beat Magnus Carlsen, and now in round 3 he beat Anish Giri. I did see a tweet apparently sacrificing a queen, a rook, a knight. I think there was even one more piece in that game to beat Anish Giri. I mean, Mamedyarov on fire.
Sounds like a standard shot game.
It does.
Yeah, and Magnus just setting up for the final attack, centralizing his pieces. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus just puts his king, I was going to say, on a light square, just so it doesn't get checked. Setting the traps, Vincent. Again, that pawn is poisoned. If you take that pawn with the black queen, White will play queen f5 check, hitting the black king, winning the black rook.
I mean,
don't rush.
Yeah, don't rush. I mean, now is it time to line up the rook and the queen together on the E line? Start attacking the bishop.
Yeah, you can attack the white queen as well with the black rook. You can pin that white bishop.
What's nice about rook e3 also, Jovanka, is after king f1 you've got queen h1.
I know.
Right?
So there you go, setting all the traps backwards, not backwards.
Yeah, we'll see a resignation any moment for Vincent. He can't keep everything together. Bishop just a bad piece. That rook's coming to e2. It's coming to the second rank.
4 seconds, and he moves his bishop to the edge of the board. But that's it. It's going to be game over.
Yeah, the rook just moves. It's going to come to the first rank and pin that white queen. White just doesn't have enough pawn shelter for his king. Okay, he retreats. He's still fighting. Fair play. Credit to Vincent there. But what a game this has been. Just this feels like the calm after the storm. But Magnus, how does he do it? Just balancing on the edge of that tightrope all the time, and just somehow he wins these positions. Okay, how to finish this one off? Still some work to be done.
Yeah, there's still work here, actually.
Taking to 30 seconds. Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer probably losing this game, but he's been on fire lately and reached 2700 in over-the-board chess. Made it to the semifinals in the previous tournament, and his fellow German, Matthias Blubaum, I think is ready for the Fischer Random World Championship later this month with, for example, Magnus Carlsen. Chess in Germany is booming. You're living in Germany, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of positive attention around chess right now in Germany?
Yeah, I would say, you know, there's a number of very strong young players, and really Vincent, you know, being only 17, 2700. But there are a small group, they were called the German Princes, or maybe they still are called the German Princes. You know, you had Rasmus Fahne, Matthias Blubaum, Wagner, a bunch of young players who got very, very good. They didn't quite break the super elite, though, like Vincent has done. But There's still time. They're still young.
I mean, it would be great for chess, right? If chess got super popular in Germany, such a big and important country.
The German Federation are working towards that, and their whole goal is to raise the standard. They don't want just one player to be exceptional. They want there to be like the Russians, like the Indians, you know, where you have a group of them. And so they're prepared to invest their energies and resources into creating these foundations that can accelerate improvement.
Nice.
And it seems like Magnus is treating us to a grind. or maybe an entry into your chessable course, winning the long way.
And I mean, he could have probably just found a checkmate earlier, but he decided to go into the endgame, and it is winning, especially because the white pawns are fixed on the same colour as their bishop, meaning that the black king has an easy route towards those pawns later. But he's not made it easy for himself, Magnus.
He's definitely played subpar this game. This has been a pretty poor game for his standards.
Yeah, I
mean...
I think it's a very realistic game, you know. I can see myself in this type of game. You have a winning position, you don't quite put the boot in, and then you're forced to grind this out. You know, it's been very topsy-turvy, you know, missing chances left, right and centre. And I don't know, one of the advantages of it being a long game is that, well, everyone at home can send in their Twitter suggestions or their tweets, who they're cheering for, their selfies. And, of course, we still maybe have time to analyse someone's Aimchess statistics.
Yeah, gonna do that. After this game, a viewer at home will get their performance analysed by David Howell.
I have to say, I love the reasons for a lot of people. A lot of people are like,
nice.
oh, I want to break 1400. We've seen some people say, hey, it's my birthday, wink, wink.
It's everyone's birthday today.
Yeah, and some people have gone down the flattery route. They'll say, oh, we love David.
Flattery gets you everywhere.
Oh, are we going to see a beautiful checkmating? We're going to see it, aren't we?
I think we are. The white king is just trapped eternally. Black just needs to bring
Are you
the
thinking of the one I'm thinking of? No, there's a cute one that she's...
Oh, OK. Let's show this.
Sack the rook.
Yeah, and will we see Vincent resign? Let's keep an eye on the players. If the bishop... OK, the bishop drops. But just wait. Just move your rook. And Magnus is going to do this. Now, wherever the bishop goes, he's going to bring his rook back. The bishop's going to move, and he's going to give up his rook and deliver checkmate with a pawn. What a finish. And Vincent resigns. He knew this was coming. He should have shown us the checkmate. But there we go. Magnus eventually takes the win.
It's over, another win for Magnus Carlsen. A long grind, and what an interesting game. So many one moves that these players had to find eventually. Magnus Carlsen was the one who found the most important ones to win this game. And it is time now for today's Lisoveta Learning Point.
And today's learning point is about never trusting your opponent. Always double check just in case they've made a mistake. Always look for those checks, captures and threats. And here Magnus, in the early stages of the game, played a very quick move, and Vincent trusted him. He didn't call him out on what was actually a blunder. Magnus pushed this pawn forward to b5, attacking the white bishop, but Vincent could have obtained a decisive advantage by simply capturing this pawn. The whole idea is if this bishop is taken back, then this check, this double attack, would have won the game. White wins the rook in the corner, and would have wrapped this up very easily. Instead, however, the game went on, and there was a second mistake, a second small blunder. It was a lot later. Here, Magnus actually should have traded off the rooks, but jumped in with his rook. And now Vincent, if he'd had a bit more time on the clock, he would have seen that a simple check would have won in the game. The queen dropping back with a check. If the king moves, then simply rook takes rook. The queen defends this rook, and white has a huge material advantage. Never trust your opponent, always looks for those checks and captures, and that will bring you a few extra points.
In only 8 minutes, we're going to follow the man on fire today, Naroditsky Abdusattorov. He's won all 3 games so far, and in round 4, he is up against another Prodigy, 19-year-old Arjun Erigaisi. This is going to be a tough battle between two young superstars in chess. And coming up very shortly, we will finally analyze the Aimchess stats for one of you at home. Now, Lawrence Trent, he is preparing for a very important chess boxing fight. And tomorrow we're going to show you how it went when David checked out his Aimchess stats.
Advantage capitalization. This means when you get a winning position, this is how often you convert, and it's a lot of up and down here. Maybe
I had a bad day that day, on the 14th of April.
More positive notes now. Tactics. Tactically,
beast.
Not the word I would have used. Another kind of mixed field, resourcefulness. You clearly went through a good phase in the summer. You can take heart from the fact that you can fight back, even if it's going wrong.
Yeah, Aman, note that. Even if you clip me, I'll come back with weapons.
Confidence is very important in chess. Lawrence definitely has that. We're not able to measure confidence on Aimchess, but David, it's finally time to analyze the performance of one of our viewers.
That's right. So today we're going to be analysing the games of Kent Lofgren. I hope I pronounced that name correctly. So I've actually analysed Kent's most recent 40 Blitz games on chess.com. Here, first of all, on Aimchess, we see the general graph. And here you can compare yourself to players of a similar rating. So Kent, first of all, very good time management, better than his peers. Very good openings. That's impressive. Better than his peers as well. Tactically, around what we'd expect. Endgames slightly below par here. And advantage capitalization, maybe this is the part that Kent needs to work on the best. Kent here scores 57% when having a +2 advantage or more, whereas his peers score 63%. So some work needs to be done to finish off those positions that he's clearly getting from his very strong openings. Resourcefulness also maybe needs some work, but better than the peers in general. And if we continue down, we can see win rate with white and black. Here, Kent does very well with white, 53%. About par, about average, as expected, with 47%. In general, scoring decently with both colours. But this leads us on to the opening, which is impacted by having white, having black. And here on Aimchess, you can always see your most popular openings. Here, for example, the Caro-Kann defence being one of Kent's most popular. The Queen's Pawn game as well. Here we see that maybe the Chigorin variation needs a bit of work. The results there, not the best. What I always find interesting are these graphs. Here we see that Kent hasn't got a good score in this ECO code, BO1. I'm not 100% sure which opening that is.
That's a Scandinavian.
Oh, Jovanka knows, the Scandinavian. So, Kent, check out the Scandinavian, do a bit of work here. It shows that one variation of the Caro-Kann as well needs some attention. We talked about advantage capitalization. This is where Kent does struggle compared to his peers. We can compare yourself to various rating groups. When you have +4 advantage, you only score 68%. You should be wrapping up those a bit more. When you have a +3 advantage, 62%, and we see it goes down. So this is definitely one area of your game you need to work on. Resourcefulness, however, we mentioned above average. It can always be improved, as we've seen some of the players in this tour, Magnus Carlsen and the like, they hit a very high average when they have losing position. Here, -1.5. You do save 54% of those games. Very impressive, but keep working. Tactics, always important. We mentioned those are decent as well, but let's keep scrolling because Endgames, also decent. I want to show you my favourite stat of all of these, and this is the win rate per weekday. It's just 40 games, so not the biggest sample size here, but it's clear that on Tuesdays, you do very well. And on Thursdays and Saturdays, where there's a larger number of games, you also do very well there, Kent, scoring 75% wins. And it's clear, though, on Fridays, maybe not the best results. Maybe it's been a long week at work. Maybe you need to take a break Friday night, recover. And also Sundays, after a long weekend, it seems that you do struggle slightly. So these are interesting stats. Actually, if you sign up to Aimchess, you can see all of your games. Kent, I'm told you've played 2,800 Blitz games, so a bigger sample size there to work on. But either way, look at some of these stats, check out which openings you need to work on, check out what parts of your game you need to work on, and I can guarantee you will improve.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of lessons on Aimchess that you can do. You can even work on the blunders you have made in your games. So check out Aimchess to improve your chess. Now we're getting close to the final round of chess today. These are the results from round 3. Another win for Mamedyarov against Giri in what I heard was a crazy game by Mamedyarov. Duda winning another game, 3 points against Eric Hansen. Richard Report, 3 games for him against Nils Grandelius. And then another win for Abdusattorov against David Anton, winning 3 games in a row now. Abdusattorov. Arjun Erigaisi also winning 3 points against Hare Krishna, his fellow Indian, and Magnus Carlsen, a long grind and 3 points against Vincent Keymer. So these are the standings. We have 3 players now on 6 points. Magnus Carlsen is one of those after losing in the first round. Duda on 7 points, but in sole lead with 9 out of 9 points. Abdusattorov on fire, the young player from Uzbekistan. And these are the games coming up now in the final round. Giri against Gukesh, all-Indian battle. Hare Krishna against Vidit. But we are going to follow the game between 2 players coming from wins. Abdusattorov against Arjun Erigaisi. They are both teenagers, 18-year-old Abdusattorov, 19-year-old Arjun Erigaisi. And they are both well inside our Prodigy watch list. Let's take a look at that. We do have 5 teenagers in the tournament, and look at that. Arjun Erigaisi, he has a Prodigy rank of 8. That means it's looking good for him to reach 2,800, and so does Abdusattorov. Is it possible to say, Lawrence, among these 2, who is the biggest Prodigy? Who do you expect has the potential to become a world champion?
Very, very tough to say. They've both done so much already. I mean, obviously, Abdusattorov winning the World Rapid
He's already a world champion.
You know, winning the Olympiad, fantastic performance in all kinds of formats. Erigaisi the same. Years ago, I spotted him and was saying that he had something very special, the way he played. So it's very, very difficult to say which one will get to 2,800 first. Erigaisi's got the head start because just rating-wise, he's 27-35-ish already, I think. So he's only got sort of 50 points left, 60 points left. So we'll see. But I do expect them both to be top 10 fixtures for the next decade plus.
Definitely, yeah. And now they are up against each other. Let's quickly head into the play zone before this final round of today. Players are scattered all over the world, sitting in their homes. Magnus Carlsen playing from Sweden, but we do have 4 players. We do have 5 Indian players. 4 of them are sitting in India, playing at very late at night now. It is past midnight for Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces against Abdusattorov, who is on fire. 3 out of 3 wins so far today. And with the white pieces in this final game, can he go 4 out of 4? Here we go.
Yeah, we know he's on fire this year, Abdusattorov. I'm not sure we've seen many 4 out of 4 performances, though, so far in the tour. That's an incredible start. Okay, we see Erigaisi here just choosing a King's Indian setup, just fianchettoing his bishop, and Abdusattorov doing the same with white. White's pawn center means that he can look forward to the middle game with confidence. We see a trade of pawns here. Very well-known stuff. This is a very typical position, well analyzed. And okay, Abdusattorov pushing forward in the center. This is the most ambitious way to react. Will we see Erigaisi challenge? And I actually looked at this just a few weeks ago in detail after White's dark square bishop comes out now. And it's very complicated, but also quite topical. A lot of games recently analyzed in this variation.
Very forcing as well. I mean, a few years ago, I analysed this for the white side of things, and I decided, no, White had to learn too many lines. It probably was a draw, and nope, not for me.
Yeah, and here we go. White's actually sacrificed a pawn. So Abdusattorov has given up his central pawn. It has, however, come at the cost of Black's dark squared bishop. So Erigaisi now, if you look at the Black King, the dark square's there, very weak long term. Abdusattorov now needs to try and keep queens on the board if he wants to profit from that. And okay, he blocks the queen exchange, the black queen moves. How well prepared are these guys? Just, I mean, move 15 and they've barely paused.
I mean, Abdusattorov especially, in my opinion, is an incredible theoretician. He's come up with some really important ideas, and Now he's taking a small breather. Arjun Erigaisi still very much in book. I've never seen this position, actually. David, this is probably in your notes somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember really what next, but I have seen this position before. Just briefly flick through with what the engine thinks, and I decided basically I don't want to touch this with black. I was looking from the black side. I just thought it was a bit too risky. The computer, as we see, thinks it's relatively fine, but black being a pawn up, it's just about the fact that the king is weak. White's bishops are just phenomenal in this type of position. Abdusattorov, after a bit of thought, maybe he'll decide to push one of his pieces into the centre of the board. The white queen can come out.
There's 2 games in the database, and both of them kind of continued with the white rook stepping forward all the way and to attack the black queen.
Yeah, that's the only move that sticks in my mind from when I looked at this a while ago. Bring the rook forward. I also vaguely remember the white queen coming out, but okay, this attack is maybe awkward to deal with. The black queen now, I'm trying to remember exactly what would happen if you can take this pawn or not. You can also go to this square on the edge of the board. You need to stay within touching distance of your knight. How do those games continue, Jovanka?
Well, actually, no one has taken that pawn. They've all kind of just skedaddled with the queen over to the A3 square, and they were like, OK, let's not open any more lines for the white pieces.
I remember that this is what the computer suggests. I just can't remember why it didn't want to grab this pawn.
Yeah, I think grabbing the pawn is fine. OK, well, we are going to see it, and no one is touching that pawn. And
yeah, I mean, this is just move 17. It's only ever been played twice in history.
Whoa.
Erigaisi is just like, yep, I've seen it all before.
Always so calm, Arjun Erigaisi. And Abdusattorov on fire today, on fire this year. He became the world rapid champion in December last year. And not only that, he led Uzbekistan to a sensational gold in the Olympiad in August. No one expected that, right? Uzbekistan, with such a young group of players. He was on board 1, Abdusattorov, at 18 years old, and he led them to the gold. How big of a shock was that to the chess world?
I mean, it was a huge shock. They were one of the underdogs that some players or some kind of spectators, critics, they had kind of pinpointed as someone who could cause an upset, Uzbekistan. But to maintain that level of consistency for 11 rounds against the best players in the world, for such a young team, it was incredible. It was actually 2 young teams, India too, as we see, who finished with the bronze medals. They were up there, and it came down to a battle between Abdusattorov and Gukesh. Abdusattorov turned around a lost position and won that one, which essentially gave them the gold medals eventually. But if Gukesh had drawn, it would have been India too. So it's just a battle of the youngsters and changing of the guard.
Yeah, and that's super strong. US team ending up in 5th. It was Uzbekistan taking the gold. And Abdusattorov, playing then on board 1, was able to take the individual silver medal behind only Gukesh, who took the gold. Magnus Carlsen took the bronze. It was an incredible performance by Abdusattorov. We do have a bunch of moves. Anything special happening on the board?
We're heading towards a draw. Yeah. Everything's got traded off, essentially. It was just a memory test. Abdusattorov testing Erigaisi, but Erigaisi knew what to do.
Well, then I'll quickly mention that Erigaisi, as well, playing for India, won in the Olympiad. Also had a great performance. And in the individual competition on board 3, he took the bronze medal behind his fellow Indian, Pragnananda. And the gold medal, our very own David Howell on board. Yeah, the best performance out of anyone in the Olympiad. How many wins did you have again?
I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Oh, it was that many?
7.5 out of 8.
Yeah, incredible performance by David, who took the gold on board 3, a bronze for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, I should mention, just before we went up to the podium there, I was chatting with Erigaisi, and he was like, dude, you should play more, and all this stuff. And he was like asking me about some move. He was like, why did you play this on move 38 of this game? I was like, I don't remember. So he's, I mean, he loves, he analyzes chess kind of day and night. He loves all these nuances, studies the game so hard, so well. And yeah, he's studied enough to be able to draw this game straight out of the opening, which is not easy against Abdusattorov. Great result with black.
It's certainly not easy as well, because you can expect Abdusattorov to actually try, because of course this point is very important in the pride stakes. You know, he has to assert that he is the one who's perhaps stronger. And Erigaisi has offered a trade of rooks, and whilst Abdusattorov thinks about this, I'd just like to ask you a question from one of our viewers, Ardo, who says, Lawrence, which boxer gives you inspiration to hone your skills? And then they suggest Carl Froch,
yeah.
Froch, okay.
Well, I got big respect for Carl Froch. I mean, he was an influential boxer in British history. But if I had to choose a boxer nowadays, it's actually Vasily Lomachenko, the Ukrainian boxer. For all of you boxing fans out there, his footwork is unbelievable. The way he creates angles, enters, comes out. It's you know, if you watch his best moments, he was one of my big, not influencer because I'm obviously not that good, but somebody I aspire to move like one day. Yeah, and boxing is quite a misunderstood sport still. It's not just about knocking somebody out. Ultimately, the point is to score as many clean hits on your opponent, and to do that, you have to be clever, create angles, anticipate. And that's why it's such a good. There's such a good synergy with chess, because it's all about planning, anticipation, understanding rhythm and pace. It's they complement each other very nicely. So, Lomachenko, if you're watching. If you want to train, I'd love to get beat up by you.
I thought you were going to call him out.
I'm not at the stage of calling out the one of the greatest ever just yet.
I was also thinking with boxing, you know, it's got a parallel with chess in that you have to study your opponent. You have to think about their weaknesses, their strengths, and you have to maybe modify your game.
Absolutely. And talking about that, Aman, I'm sure this clip will make it to you. Where are you, sir? Where is... You're seeing clips of me boxing every day. We see absolutely nothing from Aman. He might be the next...
He's at McDonald's.
We've seen you in McDonald's, pal, but we want to see... Yeah, we want to see some boxing clips.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
Information's gold, though, Lawrence. You know, you don't want to give too much away about your current style progress.
Yeah, we're not there yet. I don't think him seeing me train is going to reveal too much at this stage. But yeah, great sport, boxing, and lots of boxers who play. Forget the chess boxing for a moment. They just love chess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lennox Lewis,
Manny
Pacquiao,
and Anthony Joshua.
The list, and they also are the Klitschko brothers, right? They all love chess.
And one thing that we learnt from Manny is that after a fight, he has to stay awake for a certain amount of time, like maybe 8 hours, I think. And in order to kind of just stay awake and also to kind of keep the brain active, he plays chess.
Very clever.
Yeah, he participated on our charity chess challenge.
Yeah, he did. That was a lot of fun.
He did better than me, I have to say.
Good chess player.
Yeah.
Should he start doing chess boxing? I mean, would he then win everything?
With Pacquiao?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
What is sort of how important is the chess versus the boxing? If you had Magnus Carlsen against the best boxer in the world, who would win?
Well, that's a really good question. So the question would be, could Magnus survive one round of boxing against the best?
Because it starts with boxing.
It starts with chess. But theoretically, if the boxer knows that he's playing against a much better chess player, he could stall slightly in his moves and then just wait for the boxing rounds. So, I mean, if Magnus were to fight Fury or Joshua, he would get blown out in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But, if the boxing level was a bit closer, then the game becomes a bit different. I don't know. I would be incredibly curious to see two legendary boxers actually do a chess box. So something like Lennox Lewis against Tyson or against Evander Holyfield or something like this. And actually, that would be a dream come true for me. But you never know. Who knows, right? They're a bit older. They want to do exhibition matches. They don't want to box for 12 rounds, and they love chess.
But could you have? But I guess you'd have to match the weights, right? Because Anthony Joshua is like a big guy, so he couldn't be fighting against like someone like Manny, who's expressed.
No, right, exactly. The weight classes have to remain as they are. Yeah, I mean, and of course, another little dream of mine is to see a very, very high-profile chess. You know, something like a Hikaru against Magnus. You know, I think a lot of people would like to see Hikaru against Magnus, or I don't know.
David against.
David against. You're quite a big guy, actually. So you're tall.
It could be David against Magnus. That would be the same weight class.
Yeah, he wouldn't be invited over for dinner anymore. But that's the sacrifice you got to make.
Maybe that's my best chance of beating him. Yeah, you're doing a good job popularising the sport now, Lawrence. After you take it to the big time. After your match
I hope so. I hope so, and I hope we get a bit more traction, because it's certainly more exciting than the position we've got on the board.
Stole the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah. This one is going to end abruptly, actually.
Actually, within the next minute or two, most likely. Essentially, after a very complicated opening, everything got traded off. Abdusattorov, who sacrificed a pawn very early on, in order to win his pawn back, he had to trade off the queens, and here we go. Everything else has disappeared too. Vacuum cleaner is out, as we say. And still a little bit of work to do for Arjun, especially, just because the black king is slightly more passive than the white king. But yeah, I'm expecting him to just place his rook on an active square. Here we go. And everything will be covered. The black king will soon get into the action, and it's hard to envisage anything too drastic happening. White can go and attack a couple of black pawns, maybe. White's rook can swing across to the c file just to attack black's isolated pawn on the c6 square. But black will just either push that pawn, black can defend it, black can move his own rook. Those 4 pawns on the left side, they'll all get traded off eventually, and it will just be symmetrical on the other flank. Yeah, I think we just witnessed these two players who are happy with their results on the first day and don't want to take too many risks. I think it's pragmatic, it's very sensible for Abdusattorov after 3 wins against a very strong opponent like Erigaisi to just say, OK, I'll take the sting out of your game. And he's in a great position now to qualify already after 1 day. For Erigaisi with black, against a strong player, also decent. Can't fault the players for going down this line.
Yeah. Also, it's super late as well, especially for Erigaisi.
Mm.
Wow, OK.
Well, Uzbekistan as well,
We
probably.
always discuss this, you know, for David, and he says, no. 2 o'clock in the morning is not late for a chess
Working up
player.
at that time.
Exactly. And Erigaisi himself said, yeah, he's fine. He normally stays up until the early hours of the morning, 3, 4, and that's fine. But, yeah.
Are you an early bird, Lawrence? Do you get up early in the morning to train?
Well, I am now. Yeah, I mean, I struggle to go. I used to go to bed late all the time, but now I'm in the gym early doors or training. I've train outside as well, or in the boxing gym. So, trying to keep some routine.
The fight will probably be in the evening, though. Late in the evening.
I'm not sure, actually. We haven't discussed exactly what time the fight, but with a last fight of a eight match card. So yeah, I guess it will be. So it'll be early morning time for you guys.
Yeah.
So you can get up, Kaja, have your marmalade on toast, and watch me
have some coffee and watch you fight.
Get beaten up by a Canadian guy.
or the other way around.
Or the other way around. Who knows?
The match is on a Sunday, right? December 11th?
December the 11th. Anybody who is actually interested in going, follow me on Twitter at @LaunchToIam, because there are 52,000 seats to fill.
Holy cow.
And
that must be one of the biggest challenges. Because as a chess player, you never sort of perform probably in front of that kind of crowd.
No, not
You're lucky
even
to get
close.
52, let alone 52,000 chess tournament.
It's at the Garland Center in LA. So if you are in LA or in the region and you really want to come and see it, just follow me and I'll be announcing details on how to get tickets ASAP.
Will the event be streamed? Because going to Las Vegas is a
It
little
will
bit of a
absolutely. I mean, think about who's on the card. They're all YouTube stars, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to be firmly supported by YouTube.
How cool.
And
I heard you're trying to recruit one of the field here in the Aimchess Rapid for the commentary role, or one of the commentary roles.
Well, that's known already. I think. I think it's
anyway,
known.
moving on.
No, Magnus has very kindly offered to commentate on the fight.
Really?
So if we can organise that, that's already, I think, well, and if it's not, I'm going to be in big trouble. But no, I'm pretty sure it was already out there. We're going to try and work that out.
That is
He
so
can
cool.
commentate on one of my games for once.
Yeah.
10 years I've been commentating his games. Haven't learned a thing. And
But that is so cool. Magnus Carlsen commentating on that fight, the chess part probably.
The chess
and then
part.
There's going to be a
if he
boxer.
starts commentating on the boxing part, we're going to start questioning some things. Hopefully we'll get a pro. There'll be a pro boxer there that will commentate on that.
What a cool event. Stuff is happening in chess, you guys. Not a lot happening in this game, though.
No, this last move by Erigaisi is very classy. He's just shut down any route for the white king towards the queen side. So white's king now, for example, could step forward one square, attack the black rook in the middle, but it's not going any further than that. These two black pawns, the one that's just moved, the f-pawn and the black c-pawn, they control a lot of entry squares. So it's just a bit of a standoff. The black king's coming. Actually, if I like anyone's position right now, I'd probably say black's.
Yeah.
Just because the black king has a clear route towards the white rook. It should just be a draw, of course. But the evaluation bar as well, slightly reacting.
Yeah. There was also a slight danger in the position for Abdusattorov until he played this last move, because he was in danger of his rook getting locked out of the game, which was slightly unusual, to say the least.
For example, if he pushes this pawn, I'm not sure whether immediately, but you could push this pawn forward. Let's say white is really careless and just plays a bunch of moves like this. Then suddenly, look at this rook. It's dead. It's just completely dead, and it's trapped within its own pawns. Slowly, the plan would be for black to move his king across, move this rook out the way, and then the king would come and gobble up this white rook. So you're right, Jovanka. Some small risk.
I've had that before. Have you ever trapped your own rook by accident? It's the worst feeling ever.
But it's also the best feeling when you do it to your opponent.
Yeah.
Because you're like, look at your piece, can't get out.
That's why it was sensible to give himself an escape route. But, yeah, the black king is coming. If the black king can come into the centre, or maybe even kind of sneak around this way, maybe not an immediate draw.
So Abdusattorov in slight trouble here?
It feels like he's been overthinking, and I'm not sure whether it was because he was trying to create winning chances or not, but instead of just going straight down a drawing path, he's at least allowed the game to continue a few more moves. I'm guessing at some point white is just going to try and break down this barrier by pushing a pawn forward. I'm not sure whether now or whether you set it up first, but it should still be a draw.
I think a nice plan here for white is just to play the move rook a4 with the idea of playing rook a something next and putting it on the b file and just going active.
Yeah. So you let the black king come in, but then you go active yourself.
Yeah, I've got to be careful. Rook e7, a6.
Yeah, so you want to try and come in.
Still, this feels a little bit murky. That it could be in the realms of getting
He's
into
going for
a
your
race.
plan, though. Maybe here the rook can... It becomes very complicated suddenly.
Yeah, it does, actually.
And I'd favour black with the king so active.
Maybe after king e6, then he wants to play... Does he want to play c4 there? I mean, I don't particularly love the move because rook e4 is a little awkward. But then maybe you can play a6.
Maybe the idea is to drop back, and if the king does come in, like we showed in that variation, maybe you just give a check.
Oh, the check. Of
Maybe
course.
the check is the key, and then now you break through.
Of course.
The 7th rank. So you do force the black king back. I mean, still not over, still not a draw immediately, but it feels like you should be able to get active this way somehow. Or maybe... I mean, I'm still struggling to find a draw, to be honest, because black does have ideas. Yeah.
This is the sort of position I've lost against you for the past 10 years, by the way. You know it's a draw, but you just can't make it.
Yeah, it's difficult psychologically, right? Because Abdusattorov, just like us, he would have written off this game maybe 10 moves ago. He would have said, OK, it's a draw, we move on to the next one, I end today. It's always difficult the final round as well. You just want to get out of there when you're doing well. You don't really want to keep going. And suddenly he's defending a difficult endgame. And Erigaisi's moves are very natural. Just bring the king, activate your piece.
Yeah.
He's going to be very frustrated, isn't he?
Totally. And I don't know, also, those endgames that you showed, the resulting endgames, I mean, they were still really sharp, you know, because the black king is so active, the black king and rook will be helping the passed c-pawn. It's not simple. and really far from what Abdusattorov wanted.
Yeah, it's definitely gone wrong for the young Uzbek player.
But it is Erigaisi who's taking a pause. He has all the time in the world.
Yeah, what else could he be considering here? I mean, it just looks so natural to bring the Black King, improve that piece. You've got to remember to activate kings and rooks in these types of endings. You don't want to play with just a rook alone, like Abdusattorov has been doing actually for the last 5 moves, because a rook alone can't defend and attack.
Could take a look at the Aimchess stats. So we are in an endgame. I wonder who of these two do the best in endgame. So Aimchess has analyzed the 100 most recent rapid games that each player has played. And endgame-wise, okay, quite good for Arjun.
Yeah, actually, they're very similar in most departments.
Yeah.
Arjun, slightly more resourceful, though, but endgames, yeah, that's quite a big difference, winning 65% of his endgames. Abdusattorov only 49%. 100 rapid games. Obviously, these guys were quite young, especially Abdusattorov, I feel, when he played some rapid games, but he is the world rapid champion.
Right.
So he managed to get there by maybe not being as strong in endgames as some players like Magnus. I've seen him play some good endgames, Abdusattorov, but yeah, this is a worrying sign, potentially, these stats. OK, the white rook coming back now, and the black rook takes over the open b file. I'm still surprised the black king didn't come in. That was just so natural, posing some big problems, but...
I think now Abdusattorov will be breathing a huge sigh of relief because the white king can join in the action.
The key.
That's it. Put that king on d3, and maybe now it feels like white has the slight upper hand, actually, especially if the white king can get to the c4 square.
We're so fickle. We're so fickle here in the studio. We change our mind with every move. But
that's our privilege, right?
Yeah. I think black's still doing at least fine. The black king coming to the middle. The black rook is slightly more active than the white rook. It's on an open file. I'm expecting the black king now to centralize. But yeah, I mean, white's playing with both pieces again. I don't like that maneuver at all from Erigaisi. The black rook was doing a great job cutting off the white king earlier. Now it's back to most likely being a draw. I'm expecting a check here. The white pawn pushing the black king back. But what do you guys see? Any problems at all for either player?
No.
I think now Erigaisi has realised that the small half chance, let's call it, he had has truly gone, and I expect this to be over quite quickly now, actually.
Yeah, it's just going to block up, and each side, their kings will keep the opponent's rooks from entering. No matter where the black king goes now, it has to retreat. The white king will just shuffle across one square, and it will cover most of the entry points for the black rook. Yeah, we're heading towards a draw.
A calm battle between two of the biggest prodigies in the chess world at 18 and 19 years old. These are probably two of the players that will dominate the chess world in the next 20 years, probably. And we could be looking at a future world champion. We're looking at one world champion, that is Abdusattorov. World champion in rapid chess. He's also an Olympic gold medalist, already achieved so much at only 18 years old. So what is next for this youngster? Could it be winning a tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour? Do you think he's capable of winning this event?
Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't mind adding that to his already impressive CV. Imagine the Olympic gold medal, world champion, and he's only, what, 18, just turned 18? Yeah, it's not too bad. But of course he would love to win this tournament. I think both of these players are very competitive. They want to win everything they participate in.
Yeah.
And yeah, some other prodigies as well. We'll have a word to say about that. But yeah, I mean, Gukesh, Prague, a bunch. They'll be competing for years against each other.
And with this move as well, is this definitely going to be a draw? But not only very soon it's going to be a draw, but it's a slow one. Should we change the game?
I think we should change the game, yeah.
It might be a minute or two, or it might be 5 minutes, but either way, this one is heading towards a draw.
All right. So we're going to switch games, you guys, to someone who is a little bit more in the fighting spirit, a little bit more drama. And we're going to go to Anish Giri against Gukesh, because the bar just jumped up for young Gukesh. Is he winning against Anish Giri, who does not look happy?
Wow, it looks like Anish has, I'm not sure whether it's blundered or lost control, but look at that black pawn, G2. What's it doing there? It's just about to become a new queen. Also, that black pawn, its promotion squares guarded by black's dark squared bishop. It took me a moment I just had to check that that was a black pawn, not a white pawn on G2. But it does look like Gukesh, unless there's some direct trick from Anish that we don't see.
So if I play... Oh, OK, well, he's played rook takes rook, so... And if knight takes knight, you're just going to take that rook off. And can you do that?
Yeah, you can do that. Because then
we have to show this.
Yeah, you have to show it because the dark square bishop controls the promotion square.
So this was Anish's plan. So position's clearly winning for black unless white has something direct. Black is just going to make a new queen over the next few moves. So his plan must have been to play knight takes knight. But yeah, I think you guys are right. Queen takes rook, giving up the queen temporarily. And then, I mean, there's a bunch of moves. I'm not sure whether you take here or not.
You can even just go AB6 here, right?
Probably just capture here and then...
Queen D5, I'm probably getting...
You don't need to take the time out to capture that knight. Maybe you just bring the rook in.
That's the cleanest.
This looks the cleanest. You win the white queen, and this pawn will also promote very shortly. Now, maybe this is just the final finesse that he missed, this queen takes rook idea, Anish Giri. But it's no surprise that this works. It's very strange to even allow this because black's pawn is so dangerous. Clearly, the tactics will work in black's favour when you have a passed pawn this far advanced. Guarded by the black dark squared bishop, as we mentioned, covering the promotion square.
And the problem is actually, like, if you go back to the position, even if you were to retreat the white knight, it's still an issue that's going to come in the air. You know,
square?
Yeah. So, for instance, I think you can still go queen takes, or maybe queen takes.
Give up the queen. Yeah, it looks possible. I mean, you could also keep things simple and just bring the rook in. Yeah,
yes,
I mean, you're right. I mean, both moves, I think, probably just winning because eventually this pawn is going to promote. What does Anish even do here? I mean, knight takes knight was definitely his plan, but his plan just doesn't work.
Well, we know what Simon would do if he
catchphrase.
You resign. Just resign now.
Yeah.
Finish off the game and...
I think he'll play knight takes knight because there's simply no other move, right? If you don't capture this knight, black is just going to take this knight off the board and promote, or black is going to bring his rook in. Yeah, poor Anish, just one move blunder. If we go back a few moves, it looks like here he underestimated the idea of black's pawn pushing forward. And even after the pawn pushed forward, maybe there was other ways to react, but he allowed it to march even further in. And that was his doom, that was his downfall. The current position is this one, and we will see black win because of the pawn.
It would be a big win for Gukesh, actually. I'm just looking at his rating. Somehow I just always thought that his rating was around about the 2650, 2670, but it's actually a big difference.
What is he?
2730.
Yeah. He's a man on form. All of these young guys are, but Gukesh as well. We know he's a streaky type of player. At the Olympiad, what was he on? 8 out of 8?
Yeah.
I mean, winning 8 games in a row against world-class opposition. He's capable. He had a tough time, I remember, at the Club Cup, is that right? He lost a couple of games there.
Yeah, he lost.
OK, the move we expected on the board.
And now comes time for the flash.
Yeah, Gukesh did temporarily sacrifice his queen. He's winning the queen back. And game over, and he's shaking his head. The black G-pawn, too strong. Yeah, it's tough because Anish, like you said, he embraces these kind of complicated openings where he's done his research. He likes to, I mean, he's good at positional chess, dynamic chess, but when it gets really complicated, occasionally there's just a few one-move mistakes, and there we go. It looks like a result. Gukesh takes the win.
Wow, impressive stuff by young Gukesh. He finishes off then with 6 points today, 3 draws and a win. Anish Giri, it's been up and down, losing now 2 games. What's been the problem for Anish?
Maybe just getting back in the back in that rhythm. Rapid chess. We know that he's done very well. He won a tournament last year on the tour, but in general, it's been a bit of a struggle for him. Not qualifying several times. I think he just needs that confidence, that momentum, and when he gets it, we'll see him qualify more. But yeah, it's tough against these youngsters. Talking of youngsters, it's Magnus against the youngest player.
Yeah. Aditya Mittal, he is an international master at 16 years old. And the bar earlier in this game was quite significantly over to his side. You know, maybe he could have been winning this game. Does it look like a draw, or what kind of winning chances are you giving Magnus against a much lower rated player?
I don't know. It's going to be hard for Magnus to win this one, right?
I see, absolutely.
He's very safe.
Isn't Magnus the one who has to be careful here? I mean, the a4 pawn is hanging, rook g6 is coming. I would be... I don't know if terrified is the right word, but...
If you could push White's f3 pawn over one square to g3, then White is doing well, but White's king is open.
Yeah.
I think terrified is the right word, Lawrence, because I also would be scared because the White king is so unsafe.
Yeah. Do you know how Aditya Mittal prepared for this tournament, guys?
No.
So 3 days ago, I think, or 4 days ago maybe, I was playing Fischer Random Chess online, and I played a 23-game match against Aditya Mittal.
Did you? Really?
Yeah, just a blitz match. I think it was 3 minutes, and it was Fischer Random Chess.
How did you do?
I won 16-7.
Okay.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, on many of them he was beating me, and then I just flagged him. I felt a bit guilty. So. But okay, big threat from Magnus potentially. The rook coming up to the d8 square with a check. The escape route for the black king cut off, but it's just temporary. Mittal does look quite excited about his position in a way. Maybe the black rook can come across, check that white king. You mentioned that, Lawrence. Could you just get greedy and capture the white A pawn with the black queen?
It's tempting, isn't it?
It's highly tempting. So in this current position, some hints of a threat of a rook check, but that can be blocked. So for example, if you take this pawn, a rook check, you can meet with blocking. The queen still defends. I don't really see much here for white.
I guess the white rook can step to the
back.
second, seventh row.
I was wondering whether I could keep being greedy and keep guarding, guarding this pawn from afar. Maybe this looks okay. What else could white try here? Maybe white just grabs this pawn. Just keep the material equality. Maybe you can grab the other pawn.
I don't know. It feels all quite risky for white.
Oh, actually here, maybe there's a check. Risk.
Yeah.
And the queen comes down.
And this is going to end in checkmate.
Ooh.
Okay, he's going for the win, Mittal here.
Ooh.
I really like this decision to grab a pawn. Okay, Magnus does give a check in this position, and that's swiftly blocked. What next for the world champion? Okay, he brings his queen in, but now there's going to be a trade of rooks, and the black king is going to hide.
Right.
Pretty safe for now.
All right. While we follow this game, we are joined by another Indian, 16-year-old Gukesh, finishing off with a great win against Anish Giri on this first day of the Aimchess Rapid. Congrats on that big win, Gukesh.
Thank you.
How will you summarize day one with 3 draws and 1 win? You're on 6 points.
Yeah, I think overall it was, the result is decent. Especially since I'm playing online after a long time, I think it was a good warm-up. And I think my games were pretty good, but against Vidit, I think I was close to winning at some point, but I wasn't getting the wins, but I think my play has been very good overall.
Absolutely. And of course, you had a massive year in over-the-board chess from the Olympiad, a massive performance. But how confident are you in online rapid chess? This is your first tournament this season on the tour.
Yeah, I do prefer over-the-board chess over online, but yeah, I mean, playing against all these great players is an opportunity I didn't want to miss. So, yeah, I'll just try my best. Like before the first day, I didn't know what to expect, but seems like I'm doing quite well. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And at only 16 years old, the whole world is describing you as one of the biggest prodigies in chess. How will you summarize this year for you in chess?
Yeah, this year has been amazing. I think it's the credit should go to the work that I had been doing in the lockdown in 2020 and 2021. So yeah, I mean, almost every tournament I was increasing at least 10 points. So, yeah, it's been amazing. So.
Absolutely. And definitely in the Olympiad as well, everyone was following your performance. And it was in that final game against Abdusattorov. You lost that very intense battle with him, but you're going to play him tomorrow. Is that a little bit of a... Do you want to get sort of a little bit of a revenge against him when you play him tomorrow?
Yeah, surely that was an unpleasant game, but I've played against him before and I've beaten him in BL and in Olympiad. Yeah, I was dominating for most of the game, but then lost. But I mean, he's a great player and it's always a pleasure playing against him.
Yeah, I think everyone is looking forward to that fight tomorrow. Gukesh, congrats on a good first day and best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Heading back to another Indian 16-year-old. The bar just jumped up. What's happening? Is he beating Magnus?
He might be. Magnus...
Oh, he didn't find it.
OK, it looks like he had a golden opportunity there, but Magnus could have forced a draw. He didn't. Magnus tried to win, but it could have backfired, and now it should be a draw again. And let's just show what happened, because the white queen stepped back into the centre. Black defended a pawn, very sensible. White grabbed a pawn. And here, Magnus could have forced a draw just by giving a bunch of checks, starting with this one. And the black king isn't going to escape these checks. Instead, Magnus, in typical fashion, went for the win. He pushed his pawn forward here. And now I think the key idea for black is to retreat the black queen. Just drop the queen back. And the problem for Magnus is that any queen exchange will win for black, since this pawn will promote, for example, pawn takes pawn. This is a check. The queens come off, and easy win. The black pawn pushing. I just don't see how to stop this idea of the pawn stepping forward. It looks like this is just completely winning now for black, but Aditya did miss this queen retreat. Not 100% obvious unless you're looking for it, unless you have the evaluation bar like we did. Instead, he pushed forward with his pawn, and now Magnus captures. It looks like eventually we will see this draw on the board, with white giving a bunch of checks, because now black is ready to make a new queen. Any way for black to escape these checks? Guys, I don't see it. You have to run away. Another check, another check. It looks like the checks won't dry up anytime soon.
You also have to be very careful with where you put the king, because you don't want to be walking into a mating net. So.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be walking near the white pawns. I do think it's time for Magnus to kind of stop the fun and start giving some checks before it's too late, before black makes a new queen. But Magnus has been trying to win. I was wondering whether he's going to try kind of push his pawn.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. How optimistic does he want to be? Allow black to queen and then just play e7, but it's just too much.
Yeah, it's too much. You can't let black make a second queen, so he checks. And I'm expecting Mittal to just drop his king back. If you could block with a pawn, but this is just an immediate draw at the maximum. Actually here, maybe Magnus will play for the win. This is actually quite picturesque. White is a queen down, but about to win by pushing forward. And black has to give a queen back to stop that pawn. But yeah, he's thinking. What is he thinking about? So if we go back to the current position, this one, just drop the king back. One of these two squares, and it should be a draw. Oh, what an opportunity, though, he had. Just maybe, again, it's just Magnus benefited from this against Keymer, right? Keymer didn't realise that Magnus blundered. If he had, then he would have won. And likewise now, if Mittal was nudged and just said, oh, you've got a chance, then black would swing the queen across, trade off, and win using this pawn.
And imagine if he would have won the game, I think he would have actually beaten Prag's record. So Prag is the youngest player ever to beat Magnus Carlsen after Magnus became world champion at 16-something years old. And if Mittal would have won this game, he turned 16 in September. So that must have been the record if he'd won this game. Is there no chances now for him? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look that way.
But a draw will be a great result for him as well, right?
Pretty much guaranteed a draw.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, if he'd won, he would have been like the youngest and an IM to boot.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. It's an IM as well. Yeah.
When was the last time Magnus lost to an IM? That's
Oh, well, hang on a second.
an official tournament game.
He's just pushed that pawn forward.
Whoa, we were just the bar is reacting again.
Wow, and Mittal, he froze for a second with his hand over his mouth, like, oh, what's happened? Make a new queen? Or do you Do you drop the black queen back as you try and stop?
Drop it back, right?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, what happens if you make a queen? This is really complicated suddenly. White is just going to push his pawn forward. Okay, if you want to play safe as black, you drop your queen back and stop the advance of the white pawn. You drop it back to the 7th rank. I think that should guarantee a draw, at least.
I think, after queen b7, I think he wants to play the move queen e5, right? To protect a1. Yeah. But in the worst case there, you can play a1 equals queen.
He does play that move, and now... Okay, he did find the best move, Mittal. We saw there, queen b7, dropping it back to the square was the best move. And now, if he does promote, push his pawn forward to distract away the white queen, then here, he definitely cannot lose. He'll play queen takes pawn check. Now the white queen is badly placed. Wherever the white king goes, you can just grab this pawn, and you're out of danger with black. Maybe there's more. Maybe you can do better. I don't really see it right now, but... Okay, this one should still be a draw. 3 pawns versus 3 pawns. Does Mittal have better than pushing his pawn forward? I mean, for example, can you move your king across and block the white pawn? Do you move your queen across and block that white pawn? This is a threat for white right now. If he wants to play it safe, he's got under a minute. He can just push his pawn forward, push this guy forward, and you secure the draw. What do you guys think?
I think I
thought
maybe...
for the win.
Nice.
Yeah, and there's a huge threat. He wants to swap queens off. Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't approve. Maybe now Magnus has to just go on the defensive and try to force the draw by getting rid of this pawn. You can come back, go after it now. Wow. What was the opportunity here? I don't see it, to be honest. Was it bringing the king across? I'm not sure, but okay, Magnus now is going on the defensive, trying to get the draw by getting rid of black's a-pawn. And, okay, the youngster is happy to just remove white's pawns. And now it should be a draw. Unfortunately, you shouldn't be able to win this one because white's pawns are all defended. Even if black's pawn structure is better, even if the black king is safer. Chances? Any chances at all?
I don't see any chances. I mean, I thought the best that black could do was just centralise the queen.
Mm-hmm. He does. He's threatening to come here with a skewer. But Magnus will spot that threat. And yeah, let's go back to the players. We are about to see a result. Doubt Mittal will have any chances to win this one.
But with the black pieces, first game probably ever for him against Magnus Carlsen, it must be a big moment for the youngster.
He's played really, really well.
Yeah.
Ever since we joined, I think before that as well, just playing a great game. Yeah, India just have so many prodigies.
It's incredible.
It's just greedy.
Yeah.
Give England some prodigies, please. Okay. Black gives a check. Do you think we'll see a draw in the next 5 moves? Just a repetition now, maybe?
Yeah, I think we're going to see it right now.
Magnus, I mean, he's the world champion. He'll try and play on if he can, but I just don't think it's possible.
I just don't see it, and the king does retreat.
And we're racing towards the draw, a repetition of moves.
And Abdusattorov, he has finished with a draw against Arjun Erigaisi to secure his sole lead in the tournament with 10 out of 12 points, because Duda lost his game here in round 4 against Vincent Keymer. So Duda is stuck on 7 points. Keymer is now up on 7 points, same as Mamedyarov, who played a draw in the final game. And Magnus, with a draw in this one, can also reach 7 points.
Yeah, and Magnus tried to continue the game for a while by blocking some checks, but I don't think you can avoid these checks much longer. Actually, if you block with the queen now for white, you risk losing. So, okay, you step back. Yeah, these guys just enjoying the moment, trying to get as many moves as possible. Mittal, yeah, just insisting now on the draw. What's Magnus doing? Just, he's been lucky, if anything, to escape this game.
Yeah, like, I think he's just playing out of pure inertia and frustration, basically. I think he's just annoyed. I think he, you know, if you ask him how he played today, he'll be very strong with his language about his performance. He knows he's played very poorly today.
And there we go, the result is confirmed.
And what is that laughter about for Magnus Carlsen, do you think?
Maybe he heard Lawrence talking about his play.
Maybe. A laugh from Magnus Carlsen. He's finishing off with a draw against the youngest player and the lowest rated player in the tournament. A good result for young Aditya Mittal, the international master, making his debut in the tour. We're going to try to get some reactions from Magnus Carlsen after this first day. How will you sum it up, Jovanka, for Magnus? Starting off with a loss, coming back with a win, but it's been up and down.
It definitely has been a very kind of real day for Magnus. You know, he's played some great chess, and then we saw some topsy-turvy moments where things could have gone wrong, and he just let slip. And, well, he was quite lucky in the last game, actually, to escape with the draw. But there we saw Magnus again in his element. You know, he said, yes, if my opponent wants a draw, he's going to have to fight with every breath that he has to achieve it. So, on the whole, I don't think he can complain. I think it won't be very pragmatic of him to kind of think of his players disappointing. He will just move on to day 2 because there are still 3 more days in the preliminaries.
But there were some very interesting moments in this game.
Yeah, there were, and there were actually 2 moments just near the end where Magnus could have fallen, could have crashed to defeat, and it was because he was being ambitious. It's because he refused to go for the draw when he needed to. So this was the first moment. We mentioned this briefly earlier. White now should just give a check, force a perpetual check, and go for the draw. Instead, Magnus played for the win by pushing his pawn forward. Aditya Mittal here could have dropped his queen back and given a check, and most likely would have won this game thanks to his passed pawn. Instead, he missed this. That was a hard one to spot, but here, an even harder opportunity. We can't blame him for this either. He dropped his queen back first, good move. And I did take a peek. The computer gives Black a big advantage if he puts his queen in the corner, and this is very hard for any human to spot. The whole idea is that you're trying to push your pawn forward, trying to make a new queen. You support that with your queen, but after the white pawn pushes forward, you just calmly defend with your king, and the black king is going to sit in front of this pawn. You're going to try and make a new queen. It is winning, it looks like, for black, but very, very hard to spot, very counterintuitive. In a position like this, very tense situation, with no time on your clock to put the queen in the corner. So missed opportunities, but a really interesting endgame, well worth studying later.
Absolutely. Is that moves that a super grandmaster would have found, do you think?
Yeah, possibly. I think Aditya Mittal would have found it if he had maybe 2-3 more minutes on his clock, but when the clock's ticking down, you don't really want to risk too much, and he played a safe approach. Can't fault him for that, especially against someone like Magnus.
Yeah. Who's impressed you the most today, Lawrence?
I think Abdusattorov won his first 3 games. You could feel the tiredness in the 4th game. He made the draw. He got the job done. So it's been very good. Mamedyarov has played some lightning chess today. I mean, he's had some astonishing wins. We haven't had a chance to cover it all, but go and check those games. Some beautiful
And especially,
wins.
Is it true that in that Giri game, that was some crazy sacrifices?
Yep.
Very possibly,
Could we take a look at that, David?
Sure.
Even if we didn't follow that game. I just, I heard rumors that was incredible by Mamedyarov winning against Giri.
Yeah, there were a few moments in that game. I was just keeping an eye on it a bit earlier. So if we jump in at this position, we'll just show all the highlights, just the action where he made the sacrifices. In this position, White is trying to attack against the black king. First, he sacrificed a rook for a knight, giving up material here, getting active with his queen. If we fast forward a few more moves, we see Anish trying to attack, and this next sacrifice is here, giving up his knight just a pawn to distract the black queen away from defending the 7th rank. Next, he sacrificed his bishop, giving up his bishop for a pawn. And, OK, there is a pin, so this is just a temporary sacrifice. But the key detail was here, bringing his rook across and now giving a check with his pawn. I think this is what Anish Giri had missed, because when the king sidesteps, now White can give up his queen for the black bishop. If the king had sidestepped the other way, this would have been checkmate, trapped in the corner. And by giving his queen up for the bishop, he simply ensures a new queen. And the final touch was this knight check, hitting the black king. The king can't defend its rook any longer. If it steps forward, this is deadly, a rook check. And let's just show the final few moves. Capturing and simply stepping back with his knight, securing his own king. After all of those sacrifices, White's actually a pawn up. And next move, there's going to be a deadly check or two. What a game. Just blow after blow of energy by Mamedyarov.
What a game by Mamedyarov, and what a day for Naroditsky. Abdusattorov, he is in sole lead in the tournament with 10 points, and we're joined by Naroditsky. Congratulations on a great first day. How will you summarize it, winning 3 games in a row to start off the tournament?
Yeah, it's pretty nice to start with 3 wins. Yeah, I just want to play some interesting games and to see what can I learn from them. And yeah, today was a very good day, obviously, but I think in the last game there was some strange things happening with me, because I just gave up the pawn for nothing, and then he started to play some very strange things, like the game was like dead drawn after opening, but okay, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did follow that game, and our experts as well said this is dead drawn. But then, yeah, it looked like Arjun was starting to try to play for the win. Were you worried at any point in that game?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I just gave up the pawn for nothing. I just missed his king e6 move because I thought he will repeat the moves with king c6 or play some king c7 or something, but I just missed the king e6 and I was in a little bit panicked there, but okay, fortunately I have enough resources to hold on, so yeah.
Yeah. And nevertheless, a fantastic first day being in Seoul lead. Now, the whole world has followed your over-the-board chess this year, becoming world rapid champion, leading Uzbekistan to the Olympic gold medal. How will you summarize this year for you?
Yeah, this year was a very fortunate year because recently I have crossed the 2700, and I'm looking forward to improve and to gain some more rating points, and I'm trying to improve my chess, and I'm playing online and keeping the balance between them. So I think playing online too much is also can be not useful, but okay, if you find the balance between them, it's perfect tool for improvement, yeah.
Absolutely. And we know some other young players, such as Vincent Keymer. He's shot up on the ratings recently, and he blames it on not being in school anymore. He can focus fully on chess. Has something like that happened for you as well? Are you still in school, or are you focusing now 100% on your chess?
No, I've been always focusing on chess, and I'm doing it right now. So yeah, my focus is on chess 100%, yeah.
Nice. And how much has your life changed since becoming World Rapid champion in December?
Yeah, it has changed a lot. I started to get some invitations from tournaments, and also had always some nice invitations, and but generally I feel like it's more important to focus on chess, and I'm slowly getting this rating points, and I'm playing with top players, and this kind of tournaments will help a lot in improvement.
Mm. And is it a goal for you now to win the Aimchess Rapid?
We'll see, but yeah, I just want to play some interesting games and fighting games and learn something new, yeah.
Sounds like a good plan. We wish you best of luck on day 2 tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
A super prodigy at 18 years old. He is in sole lead in the tournament. And I do think we still have games going on here in round 4. One game is still going on, so we're going to jump into that one. But there's been a lot of draws here in round 4. The only wins, Vincent Keymer beating Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Gukesh, as we saw, a win against Anish Giri. All the other games have ended with draws, but still playing is the two Indians, Hare Krishna and Vidit. They were both on the Indian first team in the Olympiad. Hare Krishna on board 1, Vidit on board 2. Are we looking at a draw?
Possibly, although black has the better side of the draw. Black has an extra pawn. It's just those opposite colour bishops. What do you guys think? Any chance at all for Vidit here to win?
Almost zero, I think.
I think almost zero.
I think because white has already got the ideal construction. Simply, you just move your bishop back and forward. You can move your rook between G2 and E2, and I see absolutely no way to enter. Even if a rook got to A2 and gave check, you would go king B3, and that's an easy draw. I just don't see any plausible way to break through. Do you?
I don't. I mean, unless white gives a significant helping hand.
Yeah.
The black rook at some point, right now there's a threat. White's rook wants to come up with a check, win the black bishop, but assuming black deals with that, I guess the black rook can try and get to C1, but like you said, even from there, the white bishop moves. Even if you can give a check, it's not disastrous for white. But yeah, even, I mean, that would require white to give you 3 or 4 moves in a row, and we've seen this position before.
Yeah, we certainly have, yeah. I mean, I agree with you, David. I think there's only one real try, and that's just to manoeuvre it so that the rook can get onto the first row. And I think, ironically, maybe the black king should try to make a journey over to the b4 square.
Yeah, I think...
From where it can start to pressurise the white king.
I think Vidit, ideally, he wants to move his king out of the 4th rank. OK, he moves his bishop back first. I think he wants to use his rook to come across to b4 and then down to b2. But the white king can stop that just by parking itself on b3 at some point. Yeah, it just feels like a fortress. It just white can always try and attack the black bishop, tie down the black pieces to that c pawn as well. Black's far advanced pawn easily blockaded. Yeah, this is why they say opposite colour bishops are a draw. Actually, sometimes with rooks on the board, it's not so easy, but here it looks like, as you say, Lawrence, perfect construction for white. Hare Krishna as well, just a great defender in general. Just very good at technical positions.
All right. Looks like they're both playing in heaven. It's very white for both of these two.
We have a very different idea of heaven. I like my dark, you know, just my man cave, Dave cave. Darkness with a chessboard.
You'll go to heaven and play chess in a dark cave.
That's the dream. I'm not sure I'll make it there, but if I did. Yeah, so
seconds.
I'm just going to check as well while the players think. OK, the last pawn push wasn't actually that long ago. It was on move 73. So we still have a distance before the 50 move rule kicks into play, where the game would be declared a draw automatically. So they played 13 moves. White still has another 37 moves, or black, sorry, has another 37 moves to try and win this one.
Now, only 1 point in the first 3 games for Hare Krishna, one of the higher rated players in the tournament, probably getting 1 more point here, but he was the first board player for the Indian first team. Vidit, second board player. They did finish in 4th place. Was that a huge disappointment for that team?
I'm not sure about huge disappointment, but I think it was just put into perspective by how much the second team shined. The second team with all those teenagers, plus Adiban. Yeah, they were on fire from the start. Yeah, Hare Krishna, Vidit, Erigaisi, Sasikiran, and was it Narayanan? I mean, they were all great players. They all performed about as expected. Erigaisi may be the standout star there, but in Olympiads, you need something special to win them, like Abdusattorov's performance, like Gukesh nearly propelling India too. It's hard to say. They just have... they're spoiled for choice, right? Just too many stars in a way.
Yeah. And India too were also, very nice tactical resource from Hare Krishna, offering his rook up for grabs, but of course the king cannot take it because the white bishop would give check on b2.
e7, yeah. Maybe we can show that. Just the one trick that has happened in the last 20 moves. White rook gave a check, and if king takes, bishop b7 check with a skewer. And This is an easy draw, blockade on the light squares. The current position, black has made some progress, but is it enough? That's the question. So the rook stayed on the board, and black's rook now on this square. The problem is, if you push right now, there is a trick involved. The king cannot take the black bishop, because now you skewer and win the white rook, but instead white would simply give a check first. So black cannot push his pawn, and any attempt to bring in the king has been quashed by the white rook stepping back. And again, ideas of checking. Still looks like a fortress. I mean, he's done very well, actually, Vidit, to get this far, I must say. But how much further can you go? The white rook now keeping this pawn under lock and key. Yeah, easy blockade on the light squares. Actually, maybe he's found an even better construction with his pieces. Now just give a check with the white bishop, kick the king away, and you can just sit and wait. Yeah, this pawn just not going anywhere. How long do you think they'll try in this game?
How long would you try, David?
Oh, I would.
It's only the start.
Yeah, this is just the beginning. I mean, I would go 49 moves, and then I would maybe push this pawn, trade them off, and then go another 49 moves, then push this pawn, and okay, then agree a draw. But you've got to enjoy suffering, and you've got to enjoy torturing your opponent.
And but we do know that Hare Krishna is also in it for the long haul, because the person who David played what was it again?
236 moves.
Yeah. His opponent, Hare Krishna.
Really?
Yeah, and the year before that, I played Hare Krishna, and it was like 90 moves, I think, roughly. So, yeah, he's got the stamina to sit there and defend this one, and he won't lose focus for sure. Vidit as well, if you remember on the tour, he had 2 endgames where it was rook and bishop versus rook. He was defending them both. I think he played 140, 150 moves twice in consecutive rounds on the tour. So Vidit as well. He's got that, he's got that ability. And yeah, it's interesting. I mean, such good friends, teammates in the national team and the European Club Cup. They're still fighting it out, just trying to squeeze blood from a stone against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, and Pentala Hare Krishna, he's been the second highest rated Indian player for a long time, but he's not anymore, is he?
Not even close. He might even not even be 5th. He might be 5th just.
He has, so sensationally, Vishy Anand is in top 10.
Yes.
Which is incredible. And I know, so Gukesh is world number 18, Erigaisi is world number 21, Hare Krishna is 29. And there could, Prag maybe?
Yeah, Prag is closing in on 2,700, not quite there yet. Hare Krishna is number 4, and Vidit is number 5.
Aha.
So both of them well over 2,700, but just the youngsters overtaking.
I think this game is going to be ending soon, because we've seen a trade of pawns, and this actually means that if the white rook can sacrifice itself for the pawn and the bishop, it will be just a draw.
Yeah. So if we see a situation where it's just black rook versus white bishop, easy draw. I don't think you even need to go that far. You're right, Jovanka, that might happen at some point. The white bishop is doing a good job of keeping the black rook out. Vidit shaking his head. I'm just disappointed in Vidit trading off that set of pawns too early. He could have played another 20 moves and then gone for it.
It's coming.
Yeah, white can give a check.
And the bishop is in the right corner as well.
Mm-hmm.
So in game 101, oh no, he says no need to do these type of things.
Yeah, maybe we can just show this, Jovanka, just because this is actually important endgame knowledge here. The white rook could have stepped across. We could have seen a capture of the black pawn, and this is a draw. But for example, if white just steps into the corner, even if white goes right into the corner, which you shouldn't try to do, this one is a draw, as long as your king is in the opposite corner to your bishop. It looks counterintuitive, but the problem is black can't make progress, because any time he tries to pin, it's always stalemate. So, okay, in the current game, if we go back to it, at will, Hare Krishna can take this pawn or take the bishop and go into that endgame, but he doesn't need to.
Hare Krishna getting slightly.
You think so?
Slightly irritated now. It's like, come on. It's like, come on, pal. I can make a draw in a million ways. I can give up my bishop for the pawn, although I don't want to defend that. I can give up my rook for the pawn. I can play rook takes d2.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 3 in the morning where they are.
Not for Hare Krishna, because he's
true.
playing for
true.
the Czech Republic.
True.
Is he living in the Czech Republic?
Yes.
So he married a chess player, and I think they've been living in Prague for many years, if I'm not mistaken, or at least near Prague. And, okay, the Black King moving. Yeah, this position hasn't changed much since we've joined it.
I do feel Hare Krishna's disappointment and frustration, because I once had that situation where it was just, I had a pawn and a bishop and my opponent had a pawn and a knight, and there was one trick that I just needed to spot, and I did. And then we carried on and I was like, okay, I hope you're inputting the game.
Yeah. Hare Krishna is looking very bored right now with this game, playing from the Czech Republic, which must be the perfect country to play chess in.
Yeah, Czechs, captures and threats.
How about Shakhriyar? Because Shak means chess in Norwegian. Should move to Czech.
So Shah means it's king.
Well, that's also, what a perfect chess name.
Like checkmate comes from the Persian Shah Mat, which means the king is dead.
Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov.
Well, we're going to see the rook finally trade itself off for the pawn.
Yeah, there is a threat. Black's bishop wants to jump out with a discovered check. But, yeah, the Black King will be driven away first. And then maybe Jovanka's idea, I don't think you even need to sacrifice anything.
He's not going to bother. Why delay the game when you can just kind of maintain the pattern of defense, keep checking the Black King, and once there is no check on the board, then maybe you can just move away with your king.
Yeah, still awake, Lawrence?
I'm still here, just about. I mean,
it's been a long game.
Wake me up when it's over. It's hard to commentate on these games because there's really nothing to discuss. There's a lot of moves, and it's just a case of, does Harry, you know, he's there just huffing and puffing. Does he blunder something randomly, which happens 1 in 500 games, or do they make a draw? The only additional thing I have to say about online chess in this tournament is that the odds of a mouse slip do increase the chances of a mistake happening. I've suffered. There's nothing worse than a mouse slip.
In this game, that must be.
It's very costly. Could cost you thousands of dollars. This kind of mistake. So
if one of them makes a mouse slip in this game, should the other player just offer a draw?
Nah, take what you're given.
Okay.
Take what the chess gods give you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's part of the game.
It is part of the online game.
Yeah.
I mean, we even saw a situation in the Olympiads where, they made it like a finger fail.
Who was that?
It was Sam Shanklin.
Ah, that's true.
You know, he had almost like pre-moved his king. And that was just a very decisive mistake.
And he lost that game.
Yeah, he lost that game. The team lost, and it actually cost the USA, I think, some medals as well.
Yeah.
So, never underestimate. Oh, I'm just checking out the air condition, the air quality.
Not good.
Very humid and very warm. Yeah, not ideal chess playing conditions. But I think you guys are right. At this point, after defending so well for so long, it's more likely that, I mean, a disconnection or a mouse slip will be the only way. I don't think we'll see any blunder. It's more likely that would happen than a blunder right now.
So how will it end with the draw? Who should sort of initiate? Is it move repetition? Is it someone offering?
It's, I think, chess etiquette. If you're the defending side, you shouldn't offer. It's up to the guy with no risk, like Vidit here. He's a pawn up. Can't
so that's why Hare Krishna isn't offering.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe he has offered and it's been rejected, but...
I have a pretty bad story about that, actually.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it didn't take me long on reflection to realise I was wrong, but I was playing in the Gibraltar chess tournament years ago against Ivan Sokolov. And we had a very rare endgame where he had 2 knights against my 1 pawn. Now, if you didn't know, Kaja, 2 knights against the lone king is a dead draw. You cannot checkmate a lone king with 2 knights. But depending on where your pawn is, if it is blockaded, you can potentially win that endgame. And at some point, we'd played a bunch of moves, and I offered Ivan a draw. And I realised, it was really after the game, because it was very tense, that my draw offer was, of course, shameless, because he can make a draw at any time. So for me, and he literally said mid-game, I know I can make a draw, thank you very much. Like, thanks for the offer, but I'll continue playing, because I might have a winning construction. I ended up drawing it, but it's just to sort of buttress his point, which is, it's the side with no risk that should offer. For example, if Hari Krishna offers a draw here, it's actually bad etiquette.
Yeah, like you said in that example, Vidic can force a draw anytime he wants, just by repeating moves or by swapping pieces off. But yeah, I mean, when was the last pawn push? When was the last
what
capture?
move? We must be on something big now, right?
Yeah, the last capture or pawn push was move 99. So 99 plus 50, 149. There's just over 20 moves to go in this one.
That's not actually too many moves. That could happen rather quickly, actually.
Yeah. They've blitzed through the last 30 moves. So if nothing big happens, no progress is made, as they say, then, yeah, we'll see a draw move 149.
Have you ever offered a draw and had it rejected? Well, for the same reason that Lawrence had his?
I've had the opposite. I used to get very frustrated when I was younger. I played one British Championship. My opponent offered me 3 draws, and actually I had a winning position. But I got so frustrated that I messed it up, and it was a draw. But yeah, I've had many situations where my opponents offered me draws, and it's like, come on, mate, like you're defending, you're suffering, like let me try. But I don't know. I try not to offer draws these days unless I have to, unless I'm really scared, or unless I've blundered and then I'm trying to escape. But how about you, Jovanka?
Yeah, I had one kind of situation where I was a piece down, but it was a queen and bishop versus queen, and those endgames are actually notoriously difficult to win with the extra piece. So anyway, I saw that I was winning all his pawns, so I just kind of offered a draw, and he kind of said, when I want the draw, I'll take the draw, which I thought was slightly harsh. Yeah. And so I just won the pawns, the 2 remaining pawns of his, and then he goes, now there's a draw. And I remember we were playing for like 7 or 8 hours, and I was like, yeah, sure, fine, I want to have dinner. But I do remember that my husband was a bit grumpy with me. He said, Jovi, you should have played on. The only person who could win this position is actually you. I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Actually, I probably shouldn't confess this, but there is one player in this tournament, I won't say who. We played a blitz game once in an official tournament, and I offered a draw quite early, just some backstory. He said no, and then we reached an endgame, and it was dead draw, and he offered me a draw. I said, no, you rejected mine earlier. And then he offered me another draw. I said, no. He offered me a third draw. Nope. We played 160, 70 moves. Ooh. Rook versus rook at the end. Just love playing chess. And, OK, a bit of an odd one there by Hari Krishna putting his rook on a vulnerable square, but it's good enough, defended by its bishop. Just feels a bit loose for white, but nothing's changed, of course. Hari Krishna's ready to get out of there.
I would have played rook a2 there, but...
Yeah.
You know, just... But rook e6 is probably good enough. I wonder if... I wonder if they're going to be friends after this game.
Have you ever... How do you feel playing against friends? Do you have the kind of hatred that you need to beat them, or... I mean, can't be friends over the board, right?
No, you can't be friends over the board, really. You have to fight. It's got nothing to do with your friendship, a game of chess, actually. You're there to win.
But
yeah, at all costs.
At all, well...
No, that's where friendship
maybe not
comes into play. I think chess is chess, life is life. But, you know, if you're friends and they start, like, banging the clock on you, or if they start doing this type of stuff to you, you're kind of like, well, isn't our friendship worth a little bit more than...
Yeah,
because they've been at this now for like how long now?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, and Hari Krishna has actually quite confidently proved that there's nothing in it.
Yeah.
Time to...
So in exactly 10 moves, the game will automatically be declared a draw by the server unless Vidit's able to win a piece or push his pawn. And
should that rule change? Should it be more like
50 moves?
25 moves?
No,
because we can agree this is not, you know, the perfect commercial for chess.
I would retire immediately if chess is cut short. But I know what you mean. 50 moves, especially if it's clear it's going to be a draw. Then how do you decide? I mean, neither side's technically breaking any rules.
And of course, it is down to the situation. If this was a world championship match, and you know he has to move a pawn,
right? If this was like a very, very important game, then I would be okay, fine. But I was just thinking something. David, have you considered like testing all the online platforms? seeing when, at what point you break them.
So we know Lee Chess only allows 300 moves.
Like, what is it for Chess24? What is it for chess.com?
Watch this space, I'll test it out. Meanwhile, Hare Krishna shutting the door. Okay, it's move 143. We're looking for move 149. I mean, there's beauty in long games. We all remember that. I mean, Game 6, Carlsen against
Absolutely, yeah.
What was it, 136 moves? If there was a 25-move rule in that one, I think the game would have been declared a draw earlier. We would have missed out on so much drama. But not missing out on any drama here. I mean, your camp, Lawrence, just... Oof. This is getting hard to commentate on. It's just clear blockade on the light squares. White.
I'm not such a fan of long games. We've got so many other things we could be doing. I had a very long game very recently in May time this year. I played my longest ever game, actually both in terms of time and moves.
Oh.
Okay, how long?
Nearly 200 moves.
Wow, that's a long one.
Against one of Germany's newest grandmasters, Friedrich Svanner, the younger brother of Rasmus. In fact, my loss to him allowed him to get his grandmaster norm in that tournament, and then after that, he's now nearly rated 2600. So he's just gone up like crazy.
Playing in the World Junior Championship.
Yeah, he's playing the World Junior right now. And
who's the favourite in that?
Yasipenko, yes.
But anyway, it was...
No, I was saying, so it was a very long game, and ironically, of course, we got to a position which was almost resembled exactly Carlsen-Nepomniachtchi.
Wow.
I had a queen, and he had a rook, knight, and 2 pawns.
Wow.
And he managed to do it. And it really wasn't fun. In fact, it was a double round day. I was supposed to play two rounds that day. And in the afternoon, my opponent, very well-known grandmaster Vasilius Kotronius, he said, listen, do you want to play tomorrow? He gave me pity because I'd played 7.5 hours or something and it was a morning game. And then to play another classical game after that would just be inhumane. So he took pity on me, and the arbiter said, OK, you can play. Anyway, you crushed me in the morning, so that didn't really work. I should have played the same day. Would have had a better chance.
Yeah.
It's a nice gesture, though.
Yeah, it was a lovely gesture. We're still looking at this game. We haven't got long. We've got 5 moves, right?
5 moves.
Vidit needs to push a pawn or win one of
Imagine he lost on time. He's got 8 seconds left.
Oh, that's true.
Imagine.
He's got to move. Is he going to bring his rook the other way? OK, he's got a... Well, is it a threat? Black's rook wants to come and check the white king. Not entirely sure it's a threat.
And Hare Krishna also, his time is ticking down to 12 seconds.
OK, and he's still got enough time to readjust his position. Maybe the white king can move, go and attack that black bishop. The white bishop's on the same diagonal as the black rook. OK, the black rook is attacked right now. This one sets up a discovered check as well against the black king on the 4th rank. Yeah, this one still definitely a draw, but Vidit down to 2 seconds. Oh! OK, there was a small delay, but that's how you lose this game.
C2!
Yeah.
C2!
Oh, he's pushed the ball!
He's pushed the ball! 50 more moves, you guys!
Is he winning, though? That's the big question. Is this pawn going to promote? There's not a threat. If the black rook moves, you take that pawn. But, OK, what do? You
5 seconds. Rook G2?
Yeah, maybe you just bring the rook back, attack that pawn. You can't take the black bishop. That's...
Move.
Did he move?
He moved
With 1 second!
Oh, my gosh, there was drama. OK, this is check. Black's king is now hit by the white rook. Where's that king going?
Well, it can't step onto the C line because then the rook will swing over to the C4 square.
0! Oh. He's going to lose on time.
No. Oh, with 3 seconds.
There's a small delay here, but...
and it's going to be over now.
It's going to be a draw. White's bishop can just take that pawn. and the black bishop is going to be captured if the white bishop falls. Finally. There was a bit of drama, but it was always a draw, and we're going to see a result any moment.
Play on, boys. Another hour.
50 more moves.
The first king to get to... OK, here you go. King against king. It's a draw.
153 moves and only the kings left on the board. The final game on day one of the Aimchess Rapid is a draw between Mittal Harikrishna and Vidit. Wow, a long fight. We have to give them credit for endurance, these two. It ends up with a draw. And that was the final game also in round 4. So let's take a look at the results. A lot of draws in round 4. The only winner is Gukesh, 3 points. A very impressive win against Anish Giri. And Vincent Keymer coming from a loss against Magnus Carlsen to win against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. All the other games ended with draws. Also, Magnus Carlsen against Aditya Mittal, the youngest player in the tournament. So a good draw for the 16-year-old. But it is Naroditsky Abdusattorov with 10 points, winning 3 games and 1 draw in sole lead on top of the table. Right behind him is Magnus Carlsen, Mamedyarov, Duda, and Keymer and Richard Report on 7 points. So it's really tight after the first 4 games. Gukesh on 6 points, and we have 3 players on 5 points. So who's impressed you the most today, Jovanka?
I have to say Abdusattorov. He's been very impressive, and also I love that game that Shaq played. To me, that was like a masterpiece.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 things that have kind of stuck in my mind.
Definitely. Coming up tomorrow, round 5. Let's take a look at the games. We're going to start off with Hansen against Anish Giri. Keymer winning a great game in the final round today against Shakhriyar. Mamedyarov on fire, playing some entertaining chess. Mittal starts off against Duda. For Magnus Carlsen, it is Richard Report, 2 of the higher rated players in the tournament. David Anton against Daniel Naroditsky. Erigaisi, Grandelius, Vidit against Abdusattorov, and Gukesh against Mittal Harikrishna. The 2 players playing on board 1 for India 1 and India 2 in the Olympiad. All right, so day 2 is coming up tomorrow, you guys. 4 more rounds in the preliminaries. It's going to be fun. So join us again tomorrow starting at 5:45 CET. See you tomorrow. Bye.